Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup East Region Online Qualifier presented by Collegiate SMG Esports U, U.S. Army, and Army ROTC. Thank you all so much, and welcome back. I am your host, Paulie Hype, like usual, and we have an exciting day of college esports among us. There's no doubt about it, as we will find the top qualifiers for our East Regional LAN that will be happening at Rutgers University November 4th to 6th. And I'm so excited for it. It's going to be amazing. Before we get into some of the action for today, I do want to kind of recap what the top four schools that did advance here moving forward. So at the moment, we have in Rocket League, was number one seed Stockton University will be playing today against number 4 Lackawanna College. This will start in about an hour on Esports U2. Number 2 State will take on number 2 Penn State will take on number 3 Arcadia Knights. That'll be happening as well. For Valorant, it was Fisher College in the number 1 seed. They'll be playing today. Rutgers made it over in the number 2 seed, so happy to see that since we'll be going there for a LAN. The Lebanon Valley number 5 seed, they advanced as well to today, and Alvernia University, they advanced in the number 6 seed, so well done, Alvernia. Over to Overwatch is Harrisburg in the number 1. Overwatch 2, remember this is the first weekend tournament for Overwatch, and we have Harrisburg in the number 1, Fisher College in the number 2, Penn State once again in the number 3 seed, and St. Rose in the number 4 seed. So really exciting stuff. We'll catch up on SSBU also later, as well as that'll be later on the day too. And it's so exciting. We are here. We are seeing the best schools in the East region. There's new colleges and universities emerging every single year here at the CECC, and it's so exciting to see. We have a full all-star caster lineup as we see the return of Septilance and Gompers on Valorant. Of course, Hail Monkey Man and Danger Taco will be on Rocket League. Clutch Key and Dividing will be providing some amazing commentary on Overwatch, and Kilamiles and Darmgar will be our Super Smash Bros. Ultimate casters. So without further ado, let's get the quick 10 seconds of hype, baby. It's finals day, and it's going to be a jam-packed bunch of action. I'm loving every second of it. Enough here of me talk. Let's see some collegiate esports finals action right here on Sunday. Over to Septilance and Gompers for Esports U, and we'll be on Esports U2 later with Hail Monkey Man and Danger Taco for Rocket League. Over to you guys.
All right, everybody, welcome into the Overwatch Final Four here on the East Qualifiers. Clutch Key and Dividing with you, and Overwatch 2 in its very first weekend. Going to be a good tournament here on the CECC side. We've got the East for you and the South for you, and we've got 3 matchups to give you here on stream. It is the 2 semifinals plus the championship round, and this is just qualifiers. The LAN in Rutgers happens in November, but they are still playing for something. In fact, they are still playing for chances to pick their group stage when they get to the LAN later on, when we get to the championship round. So these games become oh so important. If you saw the lineups here for our matches, first semifinal we're going to have is Harrisburg taking on the College of St. Rose. It'll be the Storm taking on the Golden Knights. Then it's Fisher College taking on Penn State. That'll happen later on. And finally, the championship round coming up after all is said and done with those 2 matches. So Dividing, you know about these 4 teams here. College of St. Rose coming up as probably the dark horse of this entire series here, because we know about them just a little bit after seeing their matchup against Pace earlier on, where they set the tone 3-1 in their group stage matchup. But when we get down to the tournament itself, and we saw just basically the College St. Rose just shoot up out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, this was a team that we had ranked in the preceding. I want to say they might have been 9th out of 10. This was a squad that we didn't really see coming. This was someone that we had seen a couple of times in the ECAC Esports. They were a pretty decent team in there, but had never really made it to the very, very top of that league. But thanks to the leadership of a former Contenders player in Moopy at Tank, as well as some highlight reel plays from Odos' Sojourn, they end up making it over to the top 4. By the way, if you had not watched that pace versus St. Rose game yesterday, I highly suggest you go back and rewatch that, especially if you are a fan of good Sojourn gameplay. I think we could make a 10-minute highlight reel of that game of just Sojourn headshots from Odos.
Oh,
It was
absolutely.
wild.
Yeah, it was absolutely wild. I mean, it had to be, and you and I were talking about it, could be over, probably over 50% on the secondary railgun shot or overclock. Probably could be over 60%, probably hitting every shot possible there from Odos. But they have a tall task in taking on Harrisburg. And right now, let's take a look at the rosters coming up here for both sides. And we'll start off with Harrisburg here. The Storm, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania is where they hail from. The Storm lining up like this: Akawa, Tap, Noxious, Soames, and Elk. And Elk, one of the players that was rather a highlight player for you as well. They're dividing.
Yeah, I mean, we only really saw them for one map yesterday, but these are a very scary group of students here. Again, Elk coming in as a former Overwatch League player. Players like Akawa and Tap have significant Tier 2 experience, and then they bring up players like Noxious and Soames. We saw St. Rose come up out of nowhere yesterday, but this is going to be a whole new test for this team going up against players with this much skill, this much experience. Odos might have been able to take over a game against Pace, but when you're going up against a guy like Noxious on the hit scan role on the other side, I'm expecting a pretty serious challenge and a very exciting hit scan duel coming up.
And a lot of good things coming from Harrisburg. We saw them one game against the NJIT Wigglers. They would win that Ilios 2-0, and of course 3-0. Or they would win all their matches. In fact, both of their matches 3-0. Their other game was against Pace, who we did see earlier on. They would win that 3-0 to get here to the semifinals. 2 matches played for Harrisburg, and 1 extra match being played by our other team, and this is the College of St. Rose, hailing from Albany, New York. The Golden Knights line up like this, and one of the players, of course, we saw earlier on, Odos, is back in this lineup. Bortfan 2, Clutch, Halfcraft, and Autumn line up the rest of the way, but Odos, your player to watch here.
Yeah, I'd imagine we're probably going to be seeing Moopy in instead of one of these players on the tank role. That is kind of the fearless leader of this St. Rose squad, the person with by far the most high-level experience on this roster. We've been saying this guy's name 10 times already. We've only been on stream for like 2 minutes. That's because Odos had probably the biggest individual performance of the entire day yesterday. This dude really surprised us and was able to basically take over the game against Pace. That being said, you really have to give a shout out to the rest of the squad on St. Rose, because when we saw Pace start to fall back on that Sojourn pick, they started to figure out how to counter it. That's when we saw Moopy step up. That's when we saw Clutch step up. That's when we saw other members of St. Rose come through and make win conditions when their initial win condition was getting countered. That's the mark of a really good team.
Yeah, and one more player on here that we didn't mention for the College of St. Rose side on our rosters, Battle Pants, another player from the side of the College of St. Rose. So Golden Knights lining up with 7 players total on their roster, and should be a good one here. Again, both of these teams lining up with their 3-0 wins in the in the quarterfinals, in their Elite 8 round, where the top 8s were trying to figure out their seed. It's a 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3 situation. And so for right now, Harrisburg still sitting at the top of the rankings, still sitting at the top of the seeds, taking on the number 4 seed right now, College of St. Rose. And hey, well worth it. College of St. Rose looked really good when we saw their match, again, winning 3-1 over Pace in a very interesting matchup. And don't take St. Rose for granted. Yes, they lost Ilios yesterday when we saw them, but other than that, haven't dropped the map really since then. Won Gibraltar, completed New Queen Street, one of the few teams to do so on stream, and then Kings Row 3-2 as well on their side. So a great team from St. Rose. Hey, don't count on anybody until the chickens hatch.
Yeah, these are 2 teams that have really seen a great streak of success in the CECC qualifiers, and they are going to come to a head in just a couple of moments. And I want to step back and talk about what you mentioned at the start of the broadcast with the stakes that are on board with this game, right? We mentioned that there are going to be 8 teams in total making it over to the regional LAN in Rutgers. It should be mentioned that the Rutgers Overwatch team, we haven't seen them yet because they automatically earned a bye to that regional LAN as the hosts of the tournament. The top 7 teams from the tournament make it to that LAN, and the top 2 teams from today, the teams that make it to the finals will get to pick the players in their groups. The number 1 seed gets to pick first. It'll be a kind of a schoolyard pick them back and forth. And Rutgers is a pretty solid Overwatch team. I think they were around the 15 slot in the Ochre rankings. So that does kind of put an extra wrinkle into the plans for these teams as they try and hassle out their rosters and their groups.
Yeah, and of course, you don't want to lose these games either because that could show something. And of course, maybe strategizing if you do win this, maybe you place your opponent in your group just to get a repeat win and potentially move on later on into the stage. So these games, again, become oh so important when we get down to the process. The other game, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, other than this that we have in the semifinals is Fisher College taking on Penn State. And while we're setting up for the game right now, why don't we talk about that one as well? Because Penn State we saw, didn't really see on stream yesterday, but one of the teams that does catch your eye, again, Fisher, and both of these teams, really, Fisher and Penn State, some of note here for this tournament.
Yeah, I going into this tournament, I thought, you had the two big powerhouses of the East region and Fisher and Harrisburg. I thought if there's any team that has a good shot to knock one of those teams off, it would be Penn State. They are highlighted, of course, by, I believe, Njeri, who, I think it's Memory, actually. Yeah, it's Memory who is on this squad, who is actually played in Contenders China back in the day as a member of Cosmos at Veritas Gaming. So that's something to keep an eye on as we go into our second semifinal match. But we still got another semifinal match before we get into that one. So it is going to be Harrisburg and Harrisburg and St. Rose coming into our first semifinal in just a moment.
Yeah, and both of these teams, again, for those that don't know the format, 3 out of 5, same thing like the Overwatch League, same thing like most tournaments as well going into their finals. 3 out of 5 here, championship round, again, will also be 3 out of 5, but everything else you will see here on stream, best 3 out of 5 the rest of the way through. And we get to the South, it'll be the same thing as well. But again, teams are playing for seeding at this point, and teams are playing for Harrisburg, or teams are playing for that Rutgers line, for that number 1 and number 2 pick to see if they are picking their groups. And again, win becomes so important. First map coming up, though, for these two teams is Lijiang Tower. And this was a map yesterday we only saw once. It was Ilios and I believe it was Ilios and Oasis that were both of the maps that we saw yesterday on both the east and the south side, respectively. But now we have the Lijiang Tower to start.
We are heading on the Lijiang Tower. We are heading on the Gardens as well to start. This is the most open of the 3 Lijiang Tower maps, which means those long-range DPS characters are quite doable, which is why we see Odos on that Sojourn yet once again. Harrisburg going with the Sombra Reaper composition, a lot more close range. If Odos can keep his distance, he has a pretty good shot at getting some picks.
Well, let's see if they can dive right in here, and they're just going to try and go right outside and right on this big ledge here. That's going to be knocked off right away, and there is no chance for this team to recover 3 kills simultaneously for the College of St. Rose. They're not even going to stagger out the Baby Diva. They're just going to win this one right away, and Harrisburg off to the right foot.
That is exactly what you got to do in this composition. Harrisburg playing super aggressively, closing the distance on Odos and the rest of the St. Rose squad, immediately not giving that Sojourn a chance to get set up. We're mentioning Odos a lot, but that is because he is the main win condition for the St. Rose squad right now. They have to be able to put the Sojourn into positions to get these long-range shots, and at least as far as the first fight goes, hasn't been able to have that.
And so 20% enrolling. I mean, you got Harrisburg playing like they normally do to start. Good foot, good aggressive start. Now you've got the College of St. Rose seeing if they can bring this back into their hands. A tall task to do, especially against one of the best teams in the nation. We'll see if they can bring this back here. Akawa sitting on point, just making sure that they're locked out, especially with this Winston. And having that secondary fire, I feel like, provides a lot more capabilities for Winston here. But they're going to charge right in with that nano boost. Akawa's got 2 kills already on the Sojourn and the Lucio here. And another quick fight as Harrisburg takes it up halfway through.
It is very interesting now that secondary fire comes around. You can play a little bit of Sniper Monkey here, trying and take on those sniper characters by yourself as a tank. It's really interesting to see as Divio is just being a nuisance in this backline right now, hacking up Moopy, which is going to force St. Rose to delay even longer, 60% and counting. If St. Rose plays this slowly, this might be their last really good chance at a fight, and they have gotten no ultimates this round so far, playing into a Primal Rage and the EMP.
I love Odos just sitting here waiting for, or somebody waiting just for that translocator. Actually, it was Noxus that was waiting in the back line. EMP is big and that's going to be 3 people down, almost gets knocked off the map, but Noxious recovers. And 80%, I mean, you were talking about playing slow. I don't know if they have enough time.
It's going to be a rush for St. Rose. They're 5% away for an EMP of their own, but the question is if Clutch is going to be able to get into a position to even use it. Noxious gets into the back with the Death Blossom, takes down 2 immediately. And I think this is going to be it here. Even with the EMP out, there's going to be no follow-up at all, especially with the Primal Rage from Akawa, making sure no one's going to be able to touch this point. That is 100-0 for Harrisburg to start off the series.
Yeah, that's a good start for Harrisburg. Got 1 clean map yesterday. Did give up 23% to pace back, or excuse me, back in their matchup against the NJIT Wigglers in their matchup. Giving up 123 on the Lighthouse back on Elios, but other than that, it's been pretty clean from them. So, hey, good start for Harrisburg at 10 o'clock in the morning in Pennsylvania. So not too shabby there for Harrisburg, but now they're going to switch this up a little bit and bring out the Junkrat, which means they're probably going to play choke points here.
Yeah, the Junkrat's a really interesting pick. It used to be pretty meta on this map, and I think you can still get a ton of value out of those AoE projectile grenades. And actually, it's going to be Noxious picking up the Sojourn this time around. So some pretty different approaches to this map from both squads, but the idea is still the same. Get up close and personal with the Reinhardt, with the Junkrat, and just try and do as much up-close damage as possible.
St. Rose is going to go for a all-around here. They just went through servers. They just went through the entire back line and just going to rotate all the way around, forcing Harrisburg to maybe play a little bit shorter than they wanted to here, but they still have the Reinhardt in the trap. Can the Reinhardt get out of it? Oh, they cost the Mora's life, though. College of St. Rose will make sure that they get some percentage points on that, but it's canceled out the charge, and that's huge. Movie's down. And now Odo's showing off the Sojourn, but he won't get a chance to play anymore after that, and the Lucio will go down. That's a huge team kill for the side of the Storm, and it's off to Harrisburg at about 15%.
Yeah, nice target prioritization there from Harrisburg. Taking out Halfcraft first means St. Rose has 0 chance. There's no way that Moopy's going to be able to survive on only the Lucio healing in this composition. That being said, the fact that St. Rose is able to take the point first means they do have a pretty decent amount of percentage for not winning a fight yet.
Well, let's see if they can build up any ultimate percentage here for College of St. Rose. We know that Odos can hit shots. That overclock can come up fast. They've got a good shot at this. But no, he won't even get a chance to play here in this fight as Noxious takes him down with a disruptor shot in his backside, in his blind side. And right now for the Harrisburg team, the Storm looking just as good as ever. They've got 3 kills, and they're just going to make sure Moopy can't get back to his team anytime soon.
Yeah, you're staggering out the Reinhardt almost here. It's kind of funny. You don't really see Reinhardt as a stagger character, but you're going to take out Odos again as well. And now this is where Harrisburg University, we start to see that trademark confidence. They have 3 ultimates. Divio and Elk are going to be up to their own ultimates pretty soon. With all those check marks available, you feel pretty confident in your ability to hold at the spawn door.
Oh, there's the spawn door. There's the Graviton Surge. The overclock's there as well. Coalescence trying to keep the team up, but there's just too much damage being poured in. The Coalescence does get the kill onto Noxious, which would be a good start if you had 3 other teammates alive. It's a big kick for Harrisburg, and they're just 1 fight away from taking this map.
I actually really like that play from Noxious. So far up, you know you're probably going to get picked off, but you have a really good angle on that grab.
It's unlucky that Deadeye does get a Lucio boost, does get a speed boost, but it's not a Kiriko boost. It'd be pretty interesting if Kiriko was back in here with the ultimate just to line up the Cassidy just a little bit more. But Divio using the Rip Tire going to come out, and that's both of the sports down courtesy of Divio, and this is looking really good for Harrisburg to take this map in convincing fashion, only giving up 15%. Nobody else is going to touch the point. And to start us off on the east side, 1 leads the 4 in a 1-0 series.
And that is what we expect from this caliber of team. No hate to College of St. Rose. They are a fantastic squad in their own right, but Harrisburg ranked the #2 team in the country right now. They sure looked the part on that first map.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can say every single time that we see a fight there, I mean, Harrisburg just absolutely putting on a show, putting on the floor what their confidence level is. And you can tell their confidence level is at a pretty high stake, knowing that they're going to go to Rutgers and they're probably going to be a force to be reckoned with. And in fact, I'd probably say that they've got the advantage or the number one priority for anybody that's going to be picking this tournament and how it's going to go down in Rutgers right now, because Harrisburg looking as strong as ever, only 15% giving up on Lijiang Tower between the Garden and Control Center. So going into the next map, College of St. Rose does get the map pick here, and we've seen Odos on these maps before. It really turned up in their game against Pace on Gibraltar when they won 2-1, especially they do get 86 meters out of it, but doesn't complete the map. But hey, that was the map that Odos absolutely popped off on. So do we see a repeat of Gibraltar this time around?
You could definitely see a repeat of Gibraltar. I also feel like Circuit Royale is a pretty natural pick here for them, especially if they want to try and keep things long range. That being said, we did see a little bit of the Sojourn 1v1 there between Odos and Noxious on Control Center, and it really was Noxious who came out on top. It was a pretty small sample size, in all fairness, but Harrisburg University really came out dominant on that first Lijiang Tower map. The only advice I can give St. Rose right now is just to play the map you feel personally the most comfortable with. Harrisburg are going to be able to play pretty much whatever and play to a very high level. So just play what you think gives you the best chance at matching them. And that is, in fact, going to be Circuit Royale.
Yep, Circuit Royale, one of the newest maps that we've seen. Of course, we saw it in a couple of the betas and had a few days to play it now. In fact, last night, I think I got the map personally like 3 times, unfortunately. So Circuit Royale,
I feel like the maps, they like cycle through, so you get the new maps more often right now.
Yeah, I feel like I've gotten Midtown more than anything else. And Midtown, if you get full held, not the most fun thing in the world, especially when you can't see a fire truck come out. But anyways, we go to Circuit Royale. The new map, one of the new maps for Escort here. And Circuit Royale, like you were saying, a very big map in its own right. The drop, and I think one of the highlights here of this map is that defense between that first and second point, that big cliff, and trying to get up the hill. And that's where we see a lot of the teams get stuck on. Back in our games earlier on in the CECC East qualifiers yesterday, we saw Circuit Royale 3 times throughout the entire day, and all 3 times we could tell that one turn up the hill was such a problem for the attacking team. If this goes the way that we think it's going to go right now, if College of St. Rose is going to be attacking, then College of St. Rose, should they get the first point, it's going to be a tough climb uphill, especially against this Harrisburg team.
It is going to be tough, but this team does have faith in their sniper characters, in their DPS, to be able to hold on their own defense. So, that being said, College of St. Rose, they are going to be starting off on the attack this time around, so they've got to even just get to that point where they can potentially hold on the high ground. And this first point, with the U-turn they have before you get to the checkpoint, I mean, that's tough to get past in its own right. So, defensive full holds are not super uncommon to see here, and with the way Harrisburg is set up with the Sigma and the double shield, it looks like they're going to be looking to take full advantage of these high grounds.
Yeah, and some players will tell you that this map is defensive-sided right now, so all advantage to Harrisburg because, again, you lose the map, or if you win the map, you do get to choose side based on the map that was chosen. So most teams will take the defense for right now. Harrisburg on that defensive side, bringing out the Widowmaker and the Hanzo. Haven't really seen this because from our vantage point, because we only saw 1 game from Harrisburg, and that was back in Control, so not really a chance to bring out the snipers in the meantime. But for right now, Noxious is going to take the 1v1 battle on the Widowmaker. Takes down Clutch. Odos on the Summer, by the way, not opting for the Sojourn just yet, but Noxious getting a lot of red markers on the screen right now, and 1v1 battle on the Summer. He's going to win that, backs off right now. But yeah, this is all Harrisburg to start.
I like the idea from this College of St. Rose here. A really good way to try and counter these snipers is to get right in their faces, right? They like to play at long range, force them to play at close range, which is why you have Somber getting into the back. But you still have to have Clutch on this Widowmaker, be able to try and at least distract them for long enough for Odos to get into position. Not able to do that, so now the Sojourn comes through, as well as the Roadhog from Moopy, trying to pull off maybe some one-shot kills with the hook. I mean, pretty much anyone on this squad other than Akawa, if you get hooked, that is a one-shot.
Oh, there is the one-shot right there. Oh, no, Moopy just sat there for just a little while as well, right over Divio. And Clutch getting the headshot at the Chef Big Dog means that this card is going to move just a little bit further here. But Noxious knocking out Clutch again, the second kill from the Widowmaker's on each other, but this is Noxious that's going to win that fight yet again. However, with the kill on Divio, that's some free card space here this time around.
That is free card space. Divio's actually going to swap over onto the Bastion right now. Going to be trying. There's still some high ground you can take advantage of when you go into that turret form. So gonna be interested to see how he tries to take advantage of that one. And now you see the front line of Harrisburg just pushes forward. Moopy is able to do some pretty decent DPS on this Roadhog when you hit hooks. The second you miss a hook, though, it feels like you are just a fish out of water and you've opened yourself up to getting shot at from all different sides.
Well, potentially, though, Harrisburg doesn't have an Ana, so that's not the end of the world, I should say. There's no Bionate to get thrown at you, but there it is. The fish out of water misses the hook for Moopy, and for right now, again, just holding this corner oh so tightly. Already half the time bank gone. And this team from College of St. Rose is just getting held up at 27 meters. Essentially, I mean, they're trying to push the card application matrix out. But here's Noxious, not even respecting the window. He's going to play right at it and gets the headshot on the battle pants to start. And now it's just the team wipe coming up from Harrisburg. The Storm putting on a show right now with 1:30 left.
Yeah, so, I mean, you force them back in their spawn completely. It's almost impossible right now for St. Rose to be able to get past these sight lines. Noxious has locked down these high grounds. Clutch, even with the walls available, has found a little bit of an angle, but everyone's doing a really good job of staying out of that Widowmaker sight line right now. Harrisburg is going to have the amplification matrix coming up, as well as those missiles from the Bastion from Divio coming up in just a second.
Oh, he doesn't
really
know.
do some damage. Oh, he doesn't.
He doesn't know. Noxious is in the back line. He just hooks right over the roof. Otis does take him down with the headshot from the overclock machine. I've hit a lot of these before. And now this is going to be the time where College of St. Rose is just going to back up Harrisburg. The first good fight for them. But wow, I mean, that's just showing off right there with Noxious going right over the wall.
All right, so you do get a little bit of point progress here. You're going to be able to round this first corner, but here's where we see, look at how much damage Divio is going to be able to put onto Moopy's shield, how much pressure on the front line you get from that tank form, and you still have those artillery shells up, you still have the walls up, so Divio is going to know exactly where they're positioned. He's going to be able to drop some really big bombs right on top of them.
Well, they see where Moopy is, and they see, again, InfoSight's going to show you everything. Maybe get a headshot or two if that shield goes down. But the shield raised up for Moopy for right now. Overtime clock starts to run. Immortality field already having to be invested by Battle Pass. But when Otis hits secondary shots, you've got a good chance of winning this. Unfortunately, if your name is Harrisburg, you got a good shot at pushing them right back. And Noxious with a jump shot onto Clutch. Oh my goodness, Noxious. Just disgusting the same. Oh boy, the overtime clock does run, and there's only one person left to go on the point. The Sojourn of Otis has no chance, and it's a full hold, but aside of Harrisburg, and they've only got to push it up basically to that finish line to finish off this map and go up 2-0.
Okay, well, that wasn't the worst it could have gone for St. Rose, in all fairness. They did manage to get it around that U-turn, to get it very, very close to that first checkpoint, so there's some opportunities here, right? You've got the first 90-degree turn that you can try and defend up for St. Rose. You've got both sides of the U-turn. You could potentially try and set Odos and Clutch up on that high ground that we have mentioned so many times when it comes to Circuit Royale. So there are opportunities here. Like, it does seem rough if you're St. Rose, and that's because it is. Pulling off a fuller hold in any opportunity is tough, especially against a team as strong as Harrisburg. I do want to say, though, this team is starting to get a little more confident, a little more not like, you know, you're looking at a Bastion Torben spawn right now. That's kind of what I'm saying. You're not really playing the meta. I'm sure you're not throwing, obviously, but you're also playing, but you're not playing the best characters all the time. And when you're in that situation, maybe St. Rose can take advantage of the clear weaknesses that this lineup has.
Yeah, and Harrisburg, I'd love to see the Bastion just pull on. You know, bring me something off the meta, right? And they are actually going to bring out the Torbjorn Bastion here. In fact, they were asking in the chat, is Bastion allowed? And Bastion obviously allowed here. The only person not allowed in competitive mode right now is Kiriko, as it hasn't been since she was released. But right now, not playing the meta might actually be working. Already, Chef Big Dog goes down, and with Nox just getting a headshot on to Odos, that's pretty much going to spell the end for this fight. And already a quick one here, not even 30 seconds in.
Yeah, they get up really quickly. St. Rose has decided, you know what, we're just going to have a little bit of fun with it. And you know what, I can't blame them. Play the Bastion Torb mirror. Just go full turret mode. See how much you can do, how much damage you can output. But you see Harrisburg has already pushed up to that golden box of victory. It is going to be so difficult for St. Rose to get back into this one. But here comes the charge.
Wow, Moopy wants to just go right in and play with this team, and that's a lot of shield Odos is giving with the shots in the turret mode. But they are putting pressure on him. They're forcing him back. Chef Big Dog actually has to invest the immortality field, and now they can try to go right in another fight here. But Halfcraft and Moopy falling off the map. I'm not too sure why. They go off the map for some reason here, and there is a pause in the action. Halfcraft falls off the map. So does Moopy, and Halfcraft now disconnecting from the game. So just a couple of meters out, 17 meters until the golden box of victory there. And yes, in fact, both players disconnecting at this time. So interesting fact here. It's both of them DCing in this map with 2 minutes and 43 seconds left to go on the clock. And apparently College of St. Rose is on the Overwatch 4 segment here, because Overwatch 3 might be 4v4, and then when we get into Overwatch 4, it could be 3v3. No, I'm just joking. But College of St. Rose, 2 players off for right now, so we will get back to the games as soon as we know where those players are. But so far, if you're looking at College of St. Rose, not too shabby if you're looking at the mirror battle right now. They did hold them, and they did force them back just a little bit, but right now, Harrisburg being Harrisburg.
Yeah, Harrisburg absolutely being Harrisburg. You know, I guess we got kind of lucky throughout day one, didn't have any major disconnect issues on stream. We were due for something to happen. So we saw Moopy had already come back. We're just kind of waiting on Halfcraft right now. Yeah, I mean, but when you get back into the game, you're going to have Halfcraft and Moopy coming all the way back out from that point B spawn. It's pretty far away from the point right now, and Harrisburg is already set up, about to cross that second corner. I feel like 9 times out of 10, we're going to get back into this pause and the game's going to be over in like 20 seconds. They're just going to round the corner. They're going to be able to take care of the charge in from Moopy and whoever else comes in. I feel like this is going to be a 2-0 Harrisburg lead pretty quickly when we get back into it.
Yeah, and so again, when we see them come back in, and actually we are going to go back in right now, both players look like they are back up and ready to go. The pause is out, and like you were saying, it's going to be tough for them to come back in. And only a couple of meters out, 4 more meters left to go, and in the blink of an eye, that will do it. The disconnect. Wow. I mean, like you were saying, I don't think they've got a chance to bring it all the way back. But in the end, Harrisburg able to take care of business early on, and they are up 2-0 here after Circuit Royale.
Shout out Blizzard servers, man. Shout out Blizzard servers. They elongated a game that was going to be over in 5 seconds anyways. But hey, College of St. Rose, you do have a couple of fight wins to hang your hat on there. You did push Harrisburg back a pretty decent amount. Almost took point A in that one. But, you know, we came into this game saying, you know, Harrisburg is one of the best teams in the country. It's going to be really tough for St. Rose to stand up to them. By the looks of it, by the time we have seen, you know, we're seeing Bastion Torb on both sides. I mean, I feel like both teams have kind of predetermined the outcome of this match, and they're just kind of playing it out. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I wish I could tell you, hey, I think College of St. Rose are going to be able to come back to this one. I feel like it's my job as the analyst here to set up the expectations for the match. I think both teams already have their sights set on their next matches. Harrisburg in the finals and St. Rose in the third place matchup.
Well, then as a play-by-play, let me play devil's advocate. We haven't seen a reverse sweep just yet, but hey, I mean, we've seen College of St. Rose, we've seen Dark Horses, we've seen CIU jump out of nowhere, like Columbia International, where they were coming out of nowhere and basically flipping Group D on its head. So we don't know what could happen throughout the rest of the weekend and throughout the rest of these games. I mean, hey, it's a tall task, but it could very well be it. Next map, though, coming coming up is going to be Push Map, the newest mode to come out to Overwatch 2. And for right now, I mean, back for both of these teams, didn't get to see Harrisburg, like we said, only one game that we saw on stream, but for the one team that we did see complete the map, and this would be St. Rose, who completed the map on New Queen Street over Pace University earlier on as well. So this was a good map for them, and I'm going to assume, hey, New Queen Street might be a possibility here.
If you are listening to this, St. Rose, I just ask, please take us to Esperanza. We haven't seen it yet. I want to see it. I want to see the new push map.
Is on competitive queue just yet. I don't think it.
No, I think it is. Isn't it in the map pool? Maybe it's not. It might just be the 2. But I mean, I thought it was in the map pool. We haven't seen it yet. I want to see it. Come on, just go. Yeah. If it is a doable map, you know, just take us to the map we haven't seen yet. Take us to the new Overwatch 2 map. I'd love to see it.
True,
that
but
being said,
the other map that we haven't seen yet at all in these streams is Paraíso. That's the only other map we haven't seen in these streams as well. So Paraíso and Esperanza. I don't think Esperanza is a map that is playable right now. I don't think. I think
I got the 2 mixed up. I might have gotten the 2 mixed up.
Yeah. So we're gonna see what these teams pull out. But like I said, Paraíso and Esperanza we haven't played just yet. But it will be New Queen Street that will. No, I'm sorry. This is I believe it's New Queen Street, or is this?
It's very difficult to tell. This is like a challenge now, just with it.
Yes,
it's New Queen Street.
New Queen
Street.
I did guess right. Hey,
you got it right.
Not too shabby for only seeing this game for 5 days.
Not only for seeing this game, only seeing the 1 health pack by a pretty bland, like pretty blank wall in front of it, you were able to get New Queen Street out of that. I had no clue. So hey, shout out. Clutch Key wins the challenge here.
To be fair, I had a 33% chance of getting this right.
Divio is back out on the Bastion this time around, and we do see a Genji coming up from Odos, a Nano Blade composition with Genji on us. So St. Rose going to be playing around those ultimates as much as possible. And Akawa's going to have to be very careful of this Sleep Dart.
Yeah, Sleep Dart already used, and Akawa would actually be off the map if not for the new tank passive, basically just giving them a little bit more weight on their shoulders, but still not being able to be knocked off the map all entirely. Although if you're the College of St. Rose, this ain't bad. It's 3 versus 2 for you, even if Moopy's out of mech. And another Sleep Dart onto Akawa as well, meaning Akawa can't really play for this point. They get 300ths of a meter for the College of St. Rose, in fact. They're able to push up, and right now it's Elk just playing ring around the Rosie with this baby diva. And College just, no, it's just going to be over right away. So they do get meterage in the end. It's 300ths of a meter, but then Harrisburg is back.
Man. Well, you know what, College of St. Rose, you did have the lead for a little bit. You could put that on your resume, saying, well, yeah, you got 0.3 meters off of Harrisburg there. But look at the damage that Akawa's been able to put in. Already 75% of the way to the Meteor Strike. With this new Doomfist tank, you don't do as much damage with the punches anymore. So being able to put in that much damage to be almost doubling everyone else in the lobby on ult percentage, that says a lot about how much Akawa is doing.
Yeah, with the Doomfist rework as well, people have needed time to kind of get used to him, but for right now, Akawa's doing pretty well on that. In fact, taking Moopy out of mech, and Noxus hitting 2 of the railgun shots is big for the Harrisburg team as well. Clutch going on close on the Ash right now, but it's still not going to matter. It's going to be the Storm that pushed up further.
Yep, they pushed up even more. They're going to push up almost a spawn already, even though they haven't even gotten the forward spawns yet. If you get picked off, you're going to take a while to get back into this situation. That's exactly what happens to Akawa. You're able to move pretty quickly with the movement abilities Doomfist has, but you're spawning all the way back at the start of the map. So you don't have a Doomfist, you don't have a tank for a little while, and that might allow St. Rose to get back into it.
Odos does kill Divio, so is this the push they want here? They do give up 52 meters, but not quite to the forward spawn checkpoint for Harrisburg. So right now they're just going to play this back at the neutral site. They're going around the wall here. Noxus with the disruptor shot, able to take Moopy out of mech, which is a big thing because now this allows Noxus and the rest of the team of Harrisburg to move on up. But Odos with the blade doesn't even need the nano for right now. Gets the dash reset onto Elk, onto Noxus. 2 kills for Odos. And right now, Odos is trying to put the team on the back and trying to bring this all the way back.
This is what we needed to see from St. Rose. Their star DPS player starting to wake up right when they needed him to. But Noxious is ready to answer the call. Swapped onto a Genji of his own. Chef Big Dog just used the nano, so you're not going to be able to use a nano blade anytime soon. But maybe we'll see some nice Genji 1v1s in the back. And don't look now, College of St. Rose is up to 40 meters. They're knocking on the door to try and take the lead.
Yeah, and they stalled, and Odos actually getting those picks early on, stalling out that Bastion, stalling out that Doomfish just a little more. And in fact, with 2 meters left to go, College of St. Rose is going to take the lead here with 54 meters and counting, as this Ana in so much trouble. Used the bio name to try to get out. Doesn't have a dash though, and Odos in just a lot of trouble. The bomb from Clutch also going outside of their control and basically dies very early on. It's a 3v5 situation in which Harrisburg should be able to win this very quickly, but nonetheless, the Golden Knights have the lead.
Yeah, Golden Knights really showing a lot of fight in the situation, you know, proving me wrong. I thought they all had a predetermined opinion. St. Rose don't want to let this go just yet. And they are going to be coming back into this fight with quite a few ultimates. They have the bomb from Moopy, the beat from Battle Fans, Odos right up close to that blade. You do have the ultimate advantage, especially if you are aggressive with it before Elk is able to get that last 15% to the Transcendence. You have a decent shot to take this back before Harrisburg gets the lead back from you.
Yeah, and a point as well. I believe they may have gotten forward spawn as well. 57.18 seems like the meterage for that forward spawn. There's a lot of damage being rained on by the artillery of the Bastion, but it's a 1v1 straight as the tanks get one of each. Unfortunately, though, for Harrisburg, you lose a lot of your healing because of that Ana being gone. So the only person left you have is Elk, who uses the Transcendence early on, but that should be enough for this team from Harrisburg to push on through. Moopy's still in mech, though, and takes Noxious out, so count your chickens before they hatch in this matchup here, as Kawa's just going to go right in, and this Doomfist can dive right in more and more, especially as a tank. But with that team play there, College of St. Rose looking like they've got the fight win.
They got the fight win, and they avoid giving up the lead to Harrisburg. Half the that time bank is gone, and this St. Rose team is looking pretty strong, pretty aggressive. They are taking the fight right to Harrisburg, and I don't think Harrisburg was expecting this amount of aggression out of St. Rose after taking 2 pretty tough map losses. They gotta really find a new gear right now, because as of right now, if the map ends right now, we're going to map 4.
Noxious has a blade. Back in control of the robot. CW1 is back in control of Harrisburg for right now, and Divio and Akawa getting their simultaneous kills will help that one out. Akawa getting a pair, Divio getting a pair, and right now it's back in the hands of Harrisburg, especially with that team kill. Not only that, though, no forward progress, no forward spawns coming up from St. Rose either, so Harrisburg maybe going up to that checkpoint and taking the lead.
There's a really good shot now. They should be able to get the bot to start pushing down. They have the blade. They have the coalescence to try and heal Noxious up. They also have those artillery shells from Divio coming up in just a moment. So I think they should have the ability to take the lead right now.
Well, they're at 57.18. One person on CW1. They're going to contest this. Still a possibility here of a tie. I mean, if this goes 3:45, if CSR can basically bring this one back, hey, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but with 2 kills already and a coalescence being used, that tie will be broken immediately, and Harrisburg continues to push on with a team kill.
And you only use the artillery shells and the coalescence. They're arguably the 2 least impactful ultimates of those 5. You are in a fantastic situation to keep this push going. But Odos stepping up once again, taking out Divio. It's a 4v4.
The Dragging Blade gets pulled out, though. Noxious doesn't have a nano boost to work with, so it's just going to slash and just dash away, really. And 95 meters and counting here, almost to the point, and Half Breath just has to watch as Akawa just punches and deals damage to him for his death. Moopy, though, in a little bit of a strange situation, was just spinning around, wants to get the self-destruct off, and finds Noxious. Noxious couldn't get behind a wall just in time. And so with 2 minutes and 45 seconds, it's looking like a defensive hold for the team out of St. Rose.
It almost certainly will be. It's going to go back towards Harrisburg now, as they have the Transcendence available, and St. Rose pushing it back towards midfield with the Bob available, with the nano boost coming up in just a second from Halfcraft. You're gonna have the they're gonna have the walls from Odos in just a second, but not if Chef Big Dog's able to get into the back and assassinate the Widowmaker. That is huge for Harrisburg.
Yeah, 2 more kills. They're gonna invest the nano boost onto the Ash right now, but it might be all for naught here. Both of your supports are down anyways, and this Ash can only wait for death right now. 106 meters left to go, and they're going to be able to push this up one more time, but it's not looking likely here that CSR might be able to stop them with 2 minutes left. I mean, they do have ultimates, but I don't know. Transcendence might be the big one.
going to be tough. Transcendence is going to be tough to push through. You're going to be able to get through the Bob with that. You really don't have any other ultimates to work through. You really got to be looking at Moopy and Odo to step up. It's actually Battle Pants that's able to get the final blow on Akawa this time around. So no tank on the side of St. Rose. You get a couple more, sorry, no tank on the side of Harrisburg. You get a couple more meters. But I don't know if you're going to be able to finish this without a tank.
Well, they back off for right now. Noxus does go down at the same token. That's not before the St. Rose team also getting a pick of their own. And Moopy now switching on over to the Roadhog as well. We see the Roadhog back on Circuit Royale. Coalescence being pulled out, and this is mainly going to be used for healing to bring Akawa back in. This could be final fight territory here as the bot approaches final checkpoint. But Ana in a lot of trouble. The other support in a lot of trouble as well. Battle Pants is trying to run for right now. Odos does go down in the final meters here. A complete map looking very likely. Elk pulling out the Transcendence, and right across, here comes Noxus with the Dragon Blade, and they will complete the map. All 3 maps taken up by Harrisburg in complete fashion, and Harrisburg sweeps and takes their spot in the championship.
We got the result that we were thinking, but I feel like I do got to apologize here. I feel like I disrespected St. Rose by saying that they were already giving up and thinking about the 3rd place map. That was absolutely not the case. This team came out with a lot of aggression, a lot of fight, and they made it a game for a pretty long time there. It took about 6 minutes before Harrisburg was really able to pull away. So shout out to the College of St. Rose there. You proved me wrong. I think you proved a lot of the people watching wrong. You guys are a team with a lot of fight, and you're going to show whoever ends up losing the other semifinal match. I think they've got a team to be scared of in that 3rd place match that's going to be happening off stream.
Yeah, so Harrisburg winning 3-0 over the College of St. Rose. They booked themselves a spot into the championship round. Not only that, they booked themselves one of the top 2 seeds going to Rutgers on November 5th and 6th, and will get themselves picks in their group stage, as well as be the top seed in that group stage when we get to the LAN in Rutgers. But College of St. Rose dropping down into the 3rd place game. Not the end of the world there. They will play against the loser of our next matchup, which comes up after this break. When we come back, it is the 2nd semifinal of the East qualifier. It is the team from Fisher taking on the team from Penn State. Don't miss it. You want to stick around for this one. We'll be right back.
Last really good chance at a fight, and they have gotten no ultimates this round so far, playing into a Primal Rage and the EMP.
I love Odos just sitting here waiting for, or somebody waiting just for that Translocator. Actually, it was Noxus that was waiting in the back line. EMP is big.
Follow up at all, especially with the Primal Rage from Akawa, making sure no one's going to be able to touch this point. That is 100-0.
Reinhardt get out of it. They cost the Mora's life, though. College of St. Rose will make sure that they get some percentage points on that, but it's canceled out the charge, and that's huge. Movie's down. And now Odo's going off the Sojourn, but he won't get a chance to play anymore after that. And the Lucid down with a disruptor shot in his backside, in his blind side. And right now for the Harrisburg team, the Storm looking just as good as ever. They've got
Divio and Elk are going to be up to their own ultimates pretty soon. With all those check marks available, you feel pretty confident in your ability to hold at the spawn door.
Oh, there's the spawn door. There's the Graviton Surge. The overclock's there as well. Coalescence trying to keep the team up, but there's just too much damage being poured courtesy of Divio, and this is looking really good for Harrisburg to take this map in convincing fashion, only giving up 15%. Nobody else is going to touch the point. And to start us off on the east side, 1 leads the 4 in a 1-0 series. All Harrisburg to start.
I like the idea from this College of St. Rose here. A really good way to try and counter these snipers is to get right in their faces, right? They like to play at long range, force them to play at close range, which is why you have Somber getting into the back. But, I mean, pretty much anyone on this squad other than Akawa, if you get hooked, that is a one-shot.
Oh, there is the one-shot right there. Oh, no, Moofy just sat there.
So, gonna be interested to see how he tries to take advantage of that one. And now you see the front line of Harrisburg just push.
And now it's just the team wipe coming up from Harrisburg. The Storm putting on a show right now with 1:30 left. Looks right over the wall. Roof. Otis does take him down with the headshot from the overclock. We've seen him hit a lot of these before. And now this is going to be the time where College of St. Rose is just going to back up Harrisburg. The first good fight for them But wow, I mean, that's just winning this. Unfortunately, if your name is Harrisburg, you got a good shot at pushing them right back. And Noxious with a jump shot out the clutch. Oh my goodness, Noxious, just disgusting the same. Oh boy, the overtime clock does run, and there's only one person left to go on the point. The Soldier and Avotus has no chance, and it's like you were saying, I don't think they've got a chance to bring it all the way back. But in the end, Harrisburg able to take care of business early. And another sleep guard onto Akawa as well, meaning Akawa can't really play for this point. They get 300ths of a meter for the College of St. Rose. In fact, they're able to push up, and right now it's Elk just playing Ring Around the Rosie with this baby diva. And Akawa's just, no, it's just going to be over right away. Noxious with the disruptor shot, able to take Moopy out of mech, which is a big thing because now this allows Noxious and the rest of the team of Harrisburg to move on up. And Odos with the blade doesn't even need the nano for right now. Gets the dash reset onto Elk, onto Noxious. 2 kills for Odos. And right now,
Noxious is ready to answer the call, swapped onto a Genji of his own. Chef Big Dog just used the nano, so you're not going to be able to use
a lot of trouble. The bomb from Clutch also going outside of their control and basically dies very early on. It's a 3v5 situation in which Harrisburg should be able to win this very quickly. But nonetheless, the Golden Knights have the lead. Loopy, though, in a little bit of a strange situation, was just spinning around. Wants to get the self-destruct off and finds Noxious. Noxious couldn't get behind a wall just in time. And so with 2 minutes and 45 seconds, it's looking like a defensive hold for the team out of St. Rose.
It almost certainly will be.
Yeah, 2 more kills. They're going to invest the nano boost onto the Ash right now, but it might be all for naught here. Both of your supports are down anyways. And this Ash trouble as well. Battle Patch is trying to run for right now. Odos does go down with the final meters here. A complete map looking very likely. Elk pulling out the Transcendence, and right across, here comes Noxious with the Dragon Blade, and they will complete the map. All 3 maps.
That's a really good chance at a fight, and they have gotten no ultimates this round so far, playing into a Primal Rage and the EMP.
I love Odos just sitting here waiting for, or somebody waiting just for that Translocator. Actually, it was Noxious that was waiting in the back line. EMP is big.
Follow up at all, especially with the Primal Rage from Akawa, making sure no one's going to be able to touch this point. That is 100-0.
Reinhardt get out of it. They cost the Mora's life, though. College of St. Rose will make sure that they get some percentage points on that, but it's canceled out the charge, and that's huge. Movie's down. And now Odo's showing off the Sojourn, but he won't get a chance to play anymore after that. And the Lucid down with the disruptor shot in his backside, in his blind side. And right now for the Harrisburg team, the Storm looking just as good as ever. They've got
Dibio and Elk are going to be up to their own ultimates pretty soon. With all those check marks available, you feel pretty confident in your ability.
And welcome back, everybody, here at Clutch G alongside dividing an interview for you guys here before we get to our next matchup between Fisher and Penn State. We welcome in Soames, and Soames, a good matchup there for your team with Harrisburg and against College St. Rose. You guys are in to pick your groups for the, and you're into the championship round, picking your groups at the LAN for your team as well. But waking up pretty early as well. The team's got to be feeling okay after waking up for a good win.
Oh yeah, you wake up early, it's a bit of a sacrifice, but we got the win, so I'd say it was worth it.
It was worth it getting yourself a spot in the finals. Now, I do have a question in that yesterday St. Rose was fairly impressive in the games that we saw on stream. Was there any scouting from you guys yesterday to try and figure out what St. Rose liked to play and how to counter it?
We didn't really do any scouting, to be honest. We're probably just gonna play our game, and I think that we're playing optimally. It is Overwatch 2, so like everything's new. Nobody really knows what the best comp is, but I think what we're doing right now should work pretty well against like anybody, and we're pretty adaptable. I think Elk is smart with comp changes, so if we need to adapt to a comp, then I'm sure we'll figure it out.
Speaking of playing optimally, let's talk about that Tor Bastion comp on Circuit Royale. How did you decide what DPS player played Bastion and who was Tor? Was there like a rock, paper, scissors game that happened for that, or what?
Divio just really wanted to play Bastion, and having like the builder comp synergy, I think works out better with the Torb and the Bastion. So we were really playing to set up our Bastion ult and like launch the mortars, because that's pretty funny. I think it's hilarious when they do instant and then the mortars just come from the sky.
Yeah, hey, I can't blame you. I love the new Bastion kid, so credit to Divio there for wanting to play that because it's pretty fun. But now, put in a high competitive mode. Hey, Bastion, always fun to play with. And thank you for your time as
Hmm.
well. So, the last one, last question for you here as we approach the LAN as well, and you guys are going to be able to get a pick onto for your group stage as well. Give me a sense of what the team is feeling like and some of the best teams that you've seen in this qualifier so far. If you guys get that first pick and who you might see in your group stage.
I think the only people we're probably worried about is Fisher because they're pretty good. They got Neb and the boys. So I think other than that, I'll take whatever. To be honest.
That sounds pretty confident. That sounds pretty confident. But when you're one of the top teams in the nation, hey, you can be as confident as you want. Soames from Harrisburg joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that again, Soames won from Harrisburg University, winning against College St. Rose 3-0 on their side, and advancing on into the finals. Like we said, the championship match coming up in a little while. They're taking on Fisher, or they're going to be taking on Fisher or Penn State in their next matchup here. Whoever wins that semifinal match, they'll play in the championship. Winner of that championship, obviously #1 seed in the Rutgers line, as well as gets the first pick in the group stage. So this becomes also important coming up in a little while.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting semifinal match between a team in Harrisburg that we only really saw in a situation where they were highly favored versus a Penn State team that we really haven't seen at all. So don't go anywhere. The second semifinal match will be coming up after this break. Last really good chance at a fight, and they have gotten no ultimates this round so far, playing into a Primal Rage and the EMP.
I love Odos just sitting here waiting for, or somebody waiting just for that translocator. Actually, it was Noxus that was waiting in the back line. EMP is big.
Follow up at all, especially with the Primal Rage from Akawa, making sure no one's going to be able to touch this point. That is 100-0.
Reinhardt get out of it. They cost the Mora's life, though. College of St. Rose will make sure that they get some percentage points on that, but it's canceled out the charge, and that's huge. Movie's down. And now Odo's showing off the Sojourn, but he won't get a chance to play anymore after that. And the Lucid down with the disruptor shot in his backside, in his blind side. And right now for the Harrisburg team, the Storm looking just as good as ever. They've got
Divio and Elk are going to be up to their own ultimates pretty soon. With all those check marks available, you feel pretty confident in your ability to hold at the spawn door.
Oh, there's the spawn door. There's the Graviton Surge. The overclock's there as well. Coalescence trying to keep the team up, but there's just too much damage being poured courtesy of Divio, and this is looking really good for Harrisburg to take this map in convincing fashion, only giving up 15%. Nobody else is going to touch the point. And to start us off on the east side, 1 leads the 4 in a 1-0 series. All Harrisburg to start.
I like the idea from this College of St. Rose here. A really good way to try and counter these snipers is to get right in their faces, right? They like to play at long range, force them to play at close range, which is why you have Somber getting into the back. But, I mean, pretty much anyone on this squad other than Akawa, if you get hooked, that is a one-shot.
Oh, there is the one shot right there. Oh, no, Mufi just sat there.
So, gonna be interested to see how he tries to take advantage of that one. And now you see the front line of Harrisburg just push.
And now it's just the team wipe coming up from Harrisburg. The Storm putting on a show right now with 1:30 left. Looks right over the wall, roof. Otis does take him down with the headshot from the overclock. We've seen him hit a lot of these before. And now this is going to be the time where College of St. Rose is just going to back up Harrisburg. The first good fight for them. But wow, I mean, that's just winning this. Unfortunately, if your name is Harrisburg, you got a good shot at pushing them right back. And Noxious with the jump shot out the clutch. Oh my goodness, Noxious, just disgusting the same. Oh boy, the overtime clock does run, and there's only one person left to go on the point. The Soldier and Avodas has no chance, and it's like you were saying, I don't think they've got a chance to bring it all the way back. But
man.
in the end, Harrisburg able to take care of business early. And another sleep guard onto Akawa as well, meaning Akawa can't really play for this point. They get 0.03 of a meter for the College of St. Rose. In fact, they're able to push up, and right now it's Elk just playing ring around the rosy with this baby diva. And Akawa's just, no, it's just going to be over right away. Noxious with the disruptor shot, able to take Rupi out of mech, which is a big thing because now this allows Noxious and the rest of the team of Harrisburg to move on up. But Odos with the blade doesn't even need the nano for right now. Gets the dash reset onto Elk, onto Noxious. 2 kills for Odos. And right now,
Noxious is ready to answer the call, swapped onto a Genji of his own. Chef Big Dog just used the Nano, so you're not going to be able to use
a lot of trouble. The bomb from Clutch also going outside of their control and basically dies very early on. It's a 3v5 situation in which Harrisburg should be able to win this very quickly, but nonetheless, the Golden Knights have the lead. Yeah, Loopy though in a little bit of a strange situation, was just spinning around. Let's get the self-destruct off and finds Noxious. Noxious couldn't get behind a wall just in time. And so with 2 minutes and 45 seconds, it's looking like a defensive hold for the team out of St. Rose.
It almost certainly will be.
Yeah, 2 more kills. They're going to invest the nano boost onto the Ash right now, but it might be all for naught here. Both of your supports are down anyways. And this Ash trouble as well. Battle Patch is trying to run for right now. Odos does go down with the final meters here. A complete map looking very likely. Elk pulling out the Transcendence and right across. Here comes Noxious with the Dragon Blade, and they will complete the map. All 3 maps.
Really good chance at a fight, and they have gotten no ultimates this round so far, playing into a Primal Rage and the EMP.
I love Odos just sitting here waiting for, or somebody waiting just for that Translocator. Actually, it was Noxious that was waiting in the back line. EMP is big.
Follow up at all, especially with the Primal Rage from Akawa, making sure no one's going to be able to touch this point. That is 100-0.
Reinhardt get out of it. They cost the Mora's life, though. Falling to St. Rose will make sure that they get some percentage points on that, but it's canceled off the charge, and that's huge. Movie's down. And now Odos going off the Sojourn, but he won't get a chance to play anymore after that. And the Lucid down with the Disruptor shot in his backside, in his blind side. And right now for the Harrisburg team, the Storm looking just as good as ever. They've got
Dibio and Elk are going to be up to their own ultimates pretty soon. With all those check marks available, you feel pretty confident in your ability to hold at the spawn door.
Oh. Welcome back, everybody, here to the CECC East qualifiers. Into the semifinals we go. Clutch King alongside dividing here. 2 teams lined up, the 2 versus 3 seed. Fisher is the 2, Penn State coming in as the 3. And for these 2 teams right now, we heard it in the interview with Soames. Fisher is the team to look out for this team from Harrisburg. So Harrisburg in the championship round already, and they're looking at Fisher after this game.
Mentioned before that Harrisburg is the number 2 team ranked in Overwatch right now. Fisher comes in as number 4. 2 top 5 programs in Overwatch right now. Fisher came onto the scene as Bay State last year. Really came onto the scene with some really solid tier 3 and tier 2 talent. They have been together for a long time. They've had the opportunity to build synergy with each other. It is a very, very strong program they have going on over there at Fisher. But if there's any team in this bracket that might be able to knock it off, it might just be Penn State.
Well, Penn State and Fisher are about to go down, and Penn State coming in as the number 3 seed. But let's introduce their teams first and foremost. We start off with the number 2 seed. This team from Boston, Massachusetts, known as the Fisher Falcons. And this comes up with Neb, Abs, Faded, Avani, and Forgotten. And, of course, one of the names mentioned by Soames in our interview was Neb.
Yeah, once again, shout out to Neb's mom. Sure, she's in chat right now. But all these players have so much tier 3, top tier 3, even tier 2 experience when it comes to Abs and Neb and Forgotten and Avani. And honestly, Faded as well. I think everyone on this team has had at least a little bit of Contenders experience at this point. It's what makes them so strong as a team. And again, this is the exact same team from Fisher College that was Bay State last year. These guys have been together, building synergy, understanding how to communicate with each other for a full year. That's why they're so strong.
Yep, and we'll see how strong they are against this Penn State team who hails from University Park, Pennsylvania. The Nittany Lions line up like this for them. DMT, Memory, and Jerry, Paz, and Lucianol. And for this team, lining up as a number 3 seed, not too shabby, but taking on a tough Fisher team.
And Penn State do come in with a lot going for them. They are headlined by Memory here, who was a Contenders China player back in the day. Cosmos at Veritas Gaming, I believe he was a flex support when he played for that team. Moves over to DPS here. A lot of the same aiming mechanics go over for this team. And Penn State, a very, very strong squad. You've got Paz, who has some really nice tier 3 experience with him. Lucianol, I don't know if he actually played in Tier 3, but I do recognize the name, worked for some Overwatch League squads as a translator for an amount of time. So, I think that, being around an Overwatch League squad, maybe some skills rubbed off on him.
Yeah, and maybe soon enough, Penn State could be taking over. But for right now, Fisher does take the higher seed so far in this matchup. The Falcons taking on the Nittany Lions here coming up in just a couple of moments. Teams are setting up for the game right now. Lijiang Tower, the map to play here for the next matchup to start. And this was a team, again, Fisher College, one of the highlights here for this when you were talking about the Oka rankings that you have on your end, where Fisher is one of the top ranked coming out from Bay State, but Harrisburg still the threat as well. Penn State, though, shouldn't say coming out of nowhere, but one of the teams that could upend said bracket here in the East side. Yeah. So this is going to be a great matchup and the closest one we have seed-wise because it is 2 versus 3 in this situation.
Penn State definitely has laid claim to be one of the best Overwatch teams overall in Pennsylvania, maybe only upended by Harrisburg. These guys are very strong. They have a lot of really nice roster players, and if they are taken lightly by Fisher today, they might be able to surprise some people.
Yeah, and of course, both of these teams going to make the land for Rutgers anyways. In the one game we did see... in the one game we did see for Fisher, that was in their group stage against the NJIT Shy Guys pretty easily for Fisher, only giving up 11% on Elios, giving up, it was basically a full hold on Circuit Royale, 84.56 meters given up, and then New Queen Street, another complete map there, finish for Fisher. So to say the least, the best teams completing New Queen Street, and that's going to be a topic at hand when we get to that push map. Push map will always be third anyway, so either way, whichever team plays Harrisburg, we will see push, and we'll see if another complete map becomes the meme here for the side of push when we get to that point. But Fisher and Penn State coming up for you in a little while. So a lot to talk about between these two teams once we get into the game. But for right now, just taking a look at what's looking at what's going on. Meanwhile, down in the third place game, it's not too shabby if you're the side, if you're on either losing side, really, because it's still another game that you can scout for. It's another game that you can look at, and another game for these teams that fall down there especially when you're the side of the College of St. Rose. Not too bad when you can land up in the top 4 situation. Even if you're falling down to the third place side, you're looking at a lot of teams putting a target on your back.
Yeah, pretty solid performance overall from the College of St. Rose. We just watched them, unfortunately, take an 0-3 loss to Harrisburg, but I think you've definitely put yourself on the map in this Eastern region as a team to respect. Now, of course, we are going to be starting off this series on Lijiang Tower, as we will be starting all of our series here, at least for the East region. It might be for the South region as well. I'm not super sure. But this Lijiang Tower, I think, is a really good opportunity to see what kind of compositions these teams try to default towards, especially Penn State, a team that I've never actually personally watched, but a team that I've heard a lot of good things about. I want to see what kinds of DPS heroes, especially Memory, is going to be going off of, because if Penn State is going to be able to pull off the upset here, it's most likely going to be coming off of the back of Memory popping off.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things to go through as well with Penn State, actually, for both teams as well. If you're taking a look at the lineups for both of these teams, 9 players for Fisher College, and for the side of Penn State, pretty much the same thing, 9 players on the side of Penn State too. So both teams really coming out with a bench suitable enough to try and bring this all in. In fact, 2 of the, or actually 8 players, excuse me, for Penn State as well. So plenty of opportunities for people to get their kicks in, as well as maybe some flexibility during the different maps. That could be why, that could be a reason why we see these teams advancing so far forward. Maybe the depth of the team and maybe the flexibility of these teams is at another part in itself. But coming up in a little while as well, after we're done here with the semifinals, after we're done with the championship as well, we go to the South region. We won't talk about it too much, but 4 teams we'll see there. University of Texas as Dallas is the number 1 seed. CIU comes out of that bracket as well in the semifinal. Then the second game, it'll be Kennesaw. And here's a shocker. Florida comes out of this bracket as well. Florida didn't look all too good in the group stage. They're in the semifinal as well, but we'll talk about more of that coming up in a little while. Still sticking on the East, though, as we get ready to go. Just awaiting still the lobby stuff to go, but again, Lijiang Tower first map here in a little while between the Falcons of Fisher and the Nittany Lions of Penn State. And why don't we talk about that South just really quickly here while we wait for the teams to set up, as again, the South region looking not too shabby here for this setup, especially in the semifinals.
Yeah, not looking too shabby at all. I mean, we've already talked at pretty high length about the kind of skills that we expect to see from Penn State, some contenders level players on this roster. But you're playing into a roster on Fisher who are all contenders level players and who have all had that experience, right? Had that high level competitive experience in contenders in that kind of high tier 3 open division sort of situation. Also a team that has a lot of experience in the CECC as a whole, right? These guys, when they were Bay State University, they ended up qualifying for the national championship 2022. They went to Atlanta. They came in the top 4. And as a result, they are ranked top 4 in the country right now. So a team that is very, very scary still really has yet to be denied if they are not going up against one of those top teams, whether that's Harrisburg, ISU, or Northwood is the third team. But we're going to take a short little break here as we wait for the teams to get set up in lobby here. So don't go anywhere. Penn State versus Fisher is coming up next.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying right from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing. At least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting. That at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with esports athletes, schools, programs in general. Because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing this space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think, thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that, so NIL I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically, when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, very not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, like great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events, and culminating in CECC, and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. That's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioners Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience. That they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats, and I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously, always seeing the collegiate esports space elevate when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Here beats Clutch Key and Dividing with you here for the CECC East qualifiers, and a little bit of an unfortunate situation coming in here, so we'll explain to you guys real quick. Penn State has decided to forfeit the match, so it will be Penn State dropping down into the lower bracket to take on the College St. Rose. Meanwhile, Fisher will be moving on up into the bracket, into the championship round against Harrisburg. So it'll be Harrisburg taking on Fisher College at about 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or noon Eastern Standard Time, I should say. So we do have the matchup, unfortunately, under bad circumstances, to say the very least.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Even though Fisher was heavily favored in this matchup, I was looking forward to watching Penn State. This was a team that I was really hoping we could get a better read on from this open qualifier, as a team that hasn't been on stream very much, a team that has been kind of considered for that top 20, but hasn't quite broken that barrier quite yet. But that being said, you do secure yourselves a top 4 spot overall when it comes to the regional land next month. So, forfeit or not, we will be seeing them in Rutgers, and they will most likely have another shot at one of these top 2 teams in a little bit.
Yeah, so we'll get Fisher and Harrisburg for you. The championship round comes up at about noon Eastern Standard Time, so stick around for that, or come back, go take a little bite, come back at about noon when we get started between Fisher and Harrisburg for the championship of the qualifiers to see who takes the number 1 seed of the Rutgers line coming up in November. We'll take a short break. We'll be back. Fisher, Harrisburg coming up soon.
Hey, what's up? It's Honix back at it again to bring you the sickest clips from ECAC. But listen guys, here's the thing. Overwatch 2 still isn't out, and it's been so long that I understand what's happening in the Valorant clips now. I don't know how I could have let this happen. Anyways, let's check out the action from week 2 of ECAC. First up, we've got Nico Baca, who's got a need for speed.
But they have to be careful here. That kick not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick to him, and Nico Baca, he's just soaring through the sky with way too much pace.
Yeah, you knew this was coming. When this one lingered up in the air for a bit too long from Janio's touch, Patrick tried to go up for this one, but Nico, like we said, he's been the fastest player in this lobby the entire...
Just a friendly reminder that fireworks always add pizzazz to your points.
Of this series. Good read there by Chalk, because if he didn't place down that block, that would have been a really early stock lead that he would have gotten. And wow, that nade.
Absolutely sniped out of midair.
Everyone is in flux when Mount St. Mary's is on the point.
That piece, and that is the bulk of your healing if you're Emery and Henry. Now you're coming in with both DPS ults and the Shatter, but again, a massive gravitic flux comes out from Mount St. Mary, stops it in their tracks before they can even get started.
Yeah, the Tac Visor gonna deal the final blows to several members of Emery and Henry.
Eve has got beef with BSU and wants everyone to know it.
One situation left to clutch it out.
No. I'm a little bit afraid here that the wide swing's gonna come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. Eve is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait there a little bit longer, Eve would not have been able to get that free.
Someone, not me, is going to have to tell Talo Halo that sharing isn't always caring.
Gonna feed it, because right now Talo is feeding into it 59% before they have been touched for even a point of a percent in this counting. There is Arsene, but he may disappear just as quickly as he has up here. Oh my goodness, Kilomiles, that is a 0 to death if I have ever seen one. Talo Halo.
Don't let your guard down. You never know when Rhino will come charging in.
Rhino is all the way back. That just goes to show how much they're not wanting to make it, but Rhino, with all the control, gets the one on the board.
Talk about getting one in there. That he actually picks it up initially from a mini pass to himself. That an expert is expecting an expert to do something expertly, right? That is just about as simple as it gets, right? Just literally boiling it down to more basic Rocket League right there. Oh my God! And again, Rhino does it twice in about 30 seconds after no scores.
We're bringing it around town with Chowan University.
Big
fights out short. Town, though, just gets the better of it. Great spray control, takes 2 down with him, and already Chowan is looking at a 2-0 right now. Gonna try an entry onto the site with quickness, not willing to take his foot off the pedal, and Town's got a third. The last 2 coming from CT, and Town wants to put the nail in the coffin right here, right now. One is there, he's gonna hear them both. He has a head in front of him, 4 before he goes down, and all it takes is just to finish this one off.
Last but certainly not least, Big J5 coming in hot with a big 5K.
And Kentucky, they may get the second point for free.
Oh,
great
that
shot from
headshot.
Big J.
The
Oh,
second
another
headshot.
one!
What?
He's got another dragon already.
The third.
Wait, he finds 3. Big J, he's looking for a 4th. Oh my God, he finds it! He is single-handedly destroying Kentucky right now. Oh my goodness! 4 eliminations, 1 Hanzo, and a brand new Dragons Online. The question.
Wow, I miss these awesome clips, and it's only week 2, so make sure to keep up with the action on Twitch at ECAC_esports, Mondays and Tuesdays at 8, and Wednesdays at 7. And make sure to follow their Twitter at ECAC_esports. And thank you to our partner eSportsU and to you for hanging out with me today. See you next time!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilins, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in the epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey. I was a little...
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. When I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you know, you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro. These kids can try to go pro while being in college. It's hand in hand instead of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right? They're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of EU United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. So I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it.
No, we got this. We got it. We got it.
Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
Come on. Let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird. Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're gonna have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja
Not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry. For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited. What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes. Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down. What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they are up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilence. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
My name's Jacob. I'm 21 and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering stuff.
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's all over the place.
So how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. You don't do it. Not everyone has it, and it's something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team, then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like, how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it, like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports, let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them. Since a lot of things have been remote recently, I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game, and do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche just to like inspire me to play a little bit more, you know. Do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess or just kind of spitball here, how many hours a week do you think you spend gaming?
Honestly, I've never thought about it. I'm on my computer almost every day. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Between playing with friends and kind of just doing stuff by myself, it's up there.
You spoke about burnout when it comes to playing, and you play every day. What do you do to kind of get yourself back into the zone, or what do you do when you're experiencing burnout?
It kind of goes back to like watching content creators, like the people I watch on YouTube. I'll see if they post anything new, or I'll just watch whatever they have, and I'll get inspired to do it, and I'll just be like, all right, what time to hop on. Even if I don't, not feeling it, I'll try to do something.
Would you say that there's anyone on your team that really stands out to you or kind of motivates you to play?
Yes. One kid on our team, his name's Alex. He is Diamond 2. Diamond 1 or Diamond 2 in Valorant. So he's up there. He only really plays with us. He plays on his own, but he plays with us during games and sometimes afterwards. Trying to be at his level, I think, would be very the goal. So it kind of like inspires you to kind of like keep going. Anyone really that's higher ranked than you kind of inspires you to like, all right, you want to push yourself to be where they are. And that's
Right.
kind of what I've been doing recently. There are
Nice.
people like that.
For you, since this is your first time being on a collegiate team, do you have any advice to people who may be looking to join a team or aren't sure if they should or not?
I say just go for it. When I saw the poster in the school, I was like, maybe they have like, Valorant team, whatever. At the time, I kind of doubted my ability, right? I kind of doubted my ability because like I was a low rank. I know I could hold my own in the game, but I didn't know how I would like compare. But I think you just have to go for it because if you don't, how would you know if you don't go for it?
Would you say that the people on your team helped you out?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who are higher ranked than you are like they teach you. You obviously learn on your own, but there's a lot of things that you can get taught from your teammates and just how they play.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win. Because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm.
How does
Community 0.
There's nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom. Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion, tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community on, let's just start with on campus.
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time those Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the third month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our lands, our club meetings, and everything from that.
Mm-hmm.
It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic, though. Like, we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like, there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like, we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club. And so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they're recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason. But what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories. And as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%.
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it. No one's really drilling down into it. No one's creating narrative content. So I think that that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll add one more thing before we end. The largest organizations on any university campus. This is a very blanket statement. Could be wrong for you. It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C. And usually it's I am A, B, C, and I'm also a gamer. Not everyone is a gamer first and foremost. And you're only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities. I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. Not for at scale. Not when 55% of the campus body at a Division One school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. You're probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5% at a Division One school. And so what you really need to do is build that community authentically by, as Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing, and do that. And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful? Do that. And then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too. And that's why we have a talent problem in Scholastic Esports. But I will wrap up and say for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative. But I'm not worried about that, because the only thing we need to build community nationwide is just time. We are 2 generations away from critical mass. And all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional workforce, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew. It's how basketball grew. It's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one. Kick back off stage though. Able to air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Falcon's able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection and go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great, 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Myranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's a 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Retire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with a triple off of that crucial Rocket Barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's down to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keen matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
No, one more lease on life. Lease on life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that Transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb. Down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen...
Blast packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that Stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind, a 4v2. But really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there, just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer. Will not stop until all are taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Leaves their own open, a little bit of high pass, you angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Close coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime, feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays, matches will be lighting off at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Wednesdays, it is going to be the doubleheader of Rocket League and Overwatch at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys are tuned in. And as for me and the rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production, but these highlight videos for you guys, we just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season. And we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been KTAD. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Ethan, another cancer survivor and esports enjoyer, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Ethan, of course, if you're comfortable, can you kind of walk us through what cancer you had and how long you were battling it for?
Of course. I have B-cell lymphoblastic lymphoma, which is a blood cancer. And I was diagnosed in March of 2017. And the day after, we started treatment. And we had daily, weekly, and monthly chemo treatment appointments for nearly 4 years.
Wow.
And then of June of 2020, I finally took my last dose of chemo meds and finished, and I was in remission.
That's wonderful. I mean, that's fantastic. And you and I were talking a lot about kind of how you have a really unique kind of connection to esports, right? We talked about this off camera, and how you aren't a streamer like Brenda was, and you're not a player, you're simply an observer, you're a spectator, and how even being outside of the game can still be so impactful. So during that difficult time, what video games or esports did you find yourself kind of magnetized towards, attracted to?
Esports have always been something that has been close to me, and video games have always been close to me. But it really shone and really attached to me during treatment, because I was isolated. I was in the hospital for nearly weeks at a time. And watching streams of esports, I was able to interact with other people that I couldn't do physically in the hospital. It brings people together. It's a great community. And with video games, I'm able to log on to Minecraft with friends.
Right.
go and screw around in a world.
Yeah.
When they got back home from school and we could talk and just enjoy each other's time, even while I'm in the hospital.
Absolutely. And you know, that's really interesting as well, because you and I had the chance to talk about how a lot of people are hesitant towards esports, right, and kind of video games as a whole, but you give such a unique kind of circumstance about what it can mean to somebody outside of the traditional life, outside of kind of what we've lived in. So if somebody were to kind of look at you and your connection to esports, how do you think you would kind of explain the impact it's had for you? Has it just kind of been that constant flow of positivity in such a dark time?
Yeah, I would explain that people are afraid because it's not traditional.
Right.
It's not something like football that's been here for dozens and a ton of years.
Yeah.
This is something new and something that's bloomed from the first computer ever made, and that esports is able to bring people together. It's a big community that reaches all around the world. And that's the most important part of it, that it could reach people that you cannot talk to physically.
Yeah.
You can all enjoy something together, even when you're apart.
Beautifully said. Very well said. And you know, before we kind of end our interview, I want to give you the opportunity, if there's anything that, I know you mentioned you don't stream, but if there's anybody you want to like shout out or just say thank you to, or anything you'd want to plug, I want to make sure you have that time.
I definitely want to plug LLS, and there's not really anything else I want to plug. Just LLS itself, it's so important, They work so hard.
Do you kind of want to explain something that we actually probably should have done earlier? Do you want to explain what that is and kind of how that brought you here?
LLS works really hard to fund top researchers and to find amazing things for blood cancer, to help prolong kids and adults with blood cancer's life. And they're really important.
Absolutely. Well, Ethan, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to like hold my keyboard like the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. Like, this guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at like a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. But this isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but like you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
I believe in you.
Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
Not them.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, alright. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place?
Certainly not last.
What about, like, 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land.
1 versus 2 coming up here. The championship of the CECC qualifiers is set. Who will leave here with the #1 seed when we get to the Rutgers land in November? Clutch G alongside, dividing here with you for the last match of the CECC East qualifiers. And this match goes between two of the top teams in the nation. Harrisburg, the Storm, taking on the Fisher Falcons in this game we've been looking forward to.
This is the matchup that I really have been looking forward to all weekend. The story, the overarching story throughout the entire weekend has been these two teams, Fisher and Harrisburg, as the two favorites far and away for coming away with the overall victory in this tournament. Could anyone knock it off and prevent this final from happening? Well, it turns out that was a big no. So this is the matchup that the entire weekend has been leading up to, a match between two of the best teams in the country, and I'm so excited that we get to bring it to you.
A match that we get to pin down and highlight for this one, the championship round, to see where these teams land up in the land. But first, we introduce the rosters, and we'll go quickly here. We start off with the team from from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. This is the team Akawa, Tap, Noxious, Soames, who we got to talk to earlier, and Elk. So the 5 people you see here lining up at Elk, one of the players of note, Noxious, was popping off as well. Again, this team, the Storm, out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. We move on to the Fisher Falcons now out of Boston, Massachusetts. We didn't get to see this team in the last one. Harrisburg 3-0 in College of St. Rose to get here. Fisher win by default over Penn State, but for Fisher, they line up as Neb, Abs, Faded, Avani, and Forgotten. Neb, one of the players as well of note, and of course, you have some of the contenders players in here as well, so should be both very exciting here. Those are your starting lineups here, and of course, we see any subs. We'll let you know about that as well, but for right now, as it stands, two very good teams, and again, two of the highest teams that you're going to see ranked here in the East side, maybe even the combination of the East and the South as well. Lijiang Tower will be the map that we see to start us off. Same format as always, 3 out of 5 to win it all, and of course, teams playing for a big stake here. If they win this, not only do they become the #1 seed of the entire line coming up on November 5th and 6th at Rutgers University in New Jersey, not only that, they will get the first pick in the group stage to pick out of the top 8, which includes the host Rutgers University as well. So lots to play for here when we get to that land. But first and foremost, we got to get through this match. It is Lijiang Tower, and the first map to play is Control Center.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams attack this closed-in sub-map of Lijiang Tower. We've seen some teams going for the Zarya. We've seen some teams going for the Reinhardt. Some teams playing the Reaper, others playing the Junkrat. It really is all about comfort picks right now. We're still in the very early stages of this 5v5 meta. Nothing is really locked down as the #1 comp to run. But when it comes to these two teams that are at the top of their games, I think people are going to take their word pretty heavily when it comes to what's meta, which is why it's super interesting to see a difference in tank starting off here. Akawa on Rhine, Avani on Zarya.
Yeah, and Cabe also in the game as well. Cabe is in for Faded, I believe, in this situation for Fisher right now. But Harrisburg and Fisher, 1 versus 2 seed underway. And we'll see which team gets the #1 seed already. This team from Harrisburg already on the point as a Reinhardt situation, but a trade on each side. But one of them is a support player. And now Forgotten's just going to pop off 2 kills with the Sojourn, and it's another trade fight. Both of the honors are gone, and Forgotten's just leaving blood all over the floor here. He's got already 3 kills with the Sojourn, could make it 4, and a 4th one coming up for this team, and Fisher off to the races.
Both teams actually decide to go for the Sojourn this time around. You would think that's the least likely to see, considering how close in this map is. It favors close-range characters, but if Noxious and Forgotten are both going to be playing these characters, I think a lot of these fights are going to come down to which Sojourn is able to get into the better position. This time around, it was Forgotten, and hey, shout out to Cabe, already 90% plus to that pulse bomb.
See if they can build a pulse bomb and see if they use it in this fight. Right now, the Sombra, they're just looking for Sombra right now. Cabe is just searching to make sure this Sombra doesn't get any value, as Divio's only at 50% to the way of the ultimate. Forgotten, 75%. We'll see if they can build up to an overclock. Right now, that pulse bomb does go wide, doesn't really find anything. Neb hacked for right now. Chef Big Dog has the nano boost and will put it right onto Akawa, who doesn't necessarily have the ground dot search. However, the bio nade from Chef Big Dog, even bigger, hitting 3 people, and that's going to force back this team from Fisher, and Harrisburg's got their first shot at percentage.
Huge shout out to Chef Big Dog there, coming in with a massive nano onto Akawa to buy so much space for the team, and then a really nice anti-nade as well. was able to get that done with just the nano boost as far as ultimates. So Harrisburg take the point, and they're going to have all 4 of their other ultimates available in just a moment. Fisher College, is going to be coming up on 4 ultimates of their own. It's going to be everything except the Pulse Bomb. I would say slight ult advantage to Fisher College. This will be flashy either way.
Yeah, and the overclock starts off this fight on the right end. Forgotten again with the 2K start, making a 3K right over the jump wall. Oh, Forgotten's got hops and Forgotten's got shots. It's back to Fisher.
My goodness, it was so quickly, and again, it's all about Forgotten. This is what we're going to be seeing. If we're going to continue to see Sojourn throughout this series, it really is just going to be all about which Sojourn player is going to be able to hit those railgun shots uncontested. Harrisburg, though, looking solid in this recontest, is going to have 4 ultimates, including the grab that comes out now.
The Graviton Surge hitting there in the EMP, good for Forgotten as well. They have the Sound Mirror out from Neb, but Neb's Sound Mirror canceled immediately from that EMP from Divio. Elk using the Sound Mirror to their advantage. Well, Noxus dying with the overclock. Should not matter, though. Akawa and Divio taking care of business, and it's right back to Harrisburg.
Right back to Harrisburg, and they do have another overclock from Noxious coming up as well as a nano boost, so you potentially see an already deadly overclock ultimate get even deadlier here to try and hold on to this point. Fisher College used absolutely everything they had in their bank to try and hold on to it. It doesn't happen, so their ult bank is looking pretty dire right now. It really is just on Cave to try and find a pick with the Pulse Bomb. Those are tough to hit.
Well, we've seen Abyss bring up, bring up a big nano boost in times of need, but Abs isn't going to be able to build it up as Noxious goes right at Abs, and it's pretty much all but over here. When you're on a dice, you are gone. Noxious gets another one, and Harrisburg in one fight. Territory.
Harrisburg's going to be able to take the lead off of that fight win, but they don't have any ultimates anymore. They used everything they had available to them in order to keep the points in their objective. They have the grab coming up from Akawa, but still about 15%, and Cave is lurking in the back here, trying to find a stick, finds it onto Elk, went out the challenge off the side, and Cave says, no, you do not do that to me.
Cave starts off with the right foot for Fisher College. That's a big pick for them. The Graviton Surge is there. Akawa gets a big Graviton Surge.
Akawa!
Inside of it. It's huge. Here comes the rest of the team from Harrisburg, and Akawa getting a 4K. All but spells the end for this map as Harrisburg that takes the 1-0 lead.
That was so huge. It was looking really rough there for Fisher. Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, really rough there for Harrisburg as Elk got picked off early, but Akawa steps up when they need him most with the Zarya grab. So charged up on those levels. Shows why you see so many teams playing Zarya right now. You're able to do a lot of protection with the bubbles, able to help out teammates that are in trouble, while also outputting a ridiculous amount of damage yourself. As long as you're able to get around the fact that you can't move around the map as fast as, say, a Diva or a Winston, Zarya really does look like a very strong tank right now. So, as we move on to, I think it was going to be Gardens up next.
Round 2. Capture the objective.
Open map, right? So this is going to favor maybe Forgotten, who is going to have a lot more long-range sight lines.
So Harrisburg going to dive right in. Same thing for Fisher College, though, but Fisher doesn't have that dive potential that Harris does. Okawa is hacked, but it's really not going to matter much when your Diva's already out of mech, and a lot of that damage soaked up is gone, and now they're just going to push them all the way forward, right past the door, and they're just going to make sure they can't even try to touch the point here. 4 kills on the side for Harrisburg, making a clean sweep, and Harrisburg's going to start off with the first percentages here, and wow, I mean, what a first fight there for them.
Yeah. That's how you got to play when you're playing against the Sojourn. If you're playing this close-range composition, you got to play like you are a close-range composition and put your DPS in the best opportunity to succeed. By doing that, you also get rid of a lot of Forgotten's opportunities.
Oh, the Reaper slept in the back line. Noxious can't play for a little while, but does get damaged, so he is woken up. But it doesn't matter when Neb can hit the shots onto Noxious. A big kill for the side of Fisher. This would be the time to go here because that's a big chunk of damage gone, and really the only person left for damage is this EMP, or rather from the Sommer especially. So here they go, pushing right in, 28% and rolling. Coalescence is used by Chef Big Dog to save away just a little bit of any pressure from Harrisburg. And now the Primal Wraith is being used by Cabo. There was a Bionate on him. Doesn't matter though. Chef Big Dog, with the help of the Coalescence, is able to take care of business on the Auto. But here's where Forgotten can come into play. Gets a secondary kill on the railgun shot. Divio uses the EMP, gets 4 people in, and that's everybody
Capes
so low. There is no shot that Fisher can come back. It's Harrisburg winning the defense.
And again, the aggression from Harrisburg comes up huge. Even though Fisher came up to a couple of ultimates of their own, they were on the back foot from the very start of that fight. They do have a good opportunity here with the overclock and the EMP available. But with 65% and counting for Harrisburg, it is looking really tough. Fisher already has a pretty significant hole they have to dig out of, even if this EMP is effective from Kate.
Well, they do have a sound barrier. I mean, if Elk decides to use that first, then EMP just becomes that much bigger, or even Noxus on that Death Blossom as well. But they find Cape right away, so Cape's going to have to back off, meaning they lose the Somber for just a little while here. But Forgotten with another headshot into Divio. So Divio, no more hacks available. Cape's going to use the EMP, which catches 3. That's through the support. Anagawa as well. And now it's going to run rapid. Elk does find a way to use the sound barrier just in time to save it, but it's not going to be before Akawa goes down. There's the Reaper going down, and it's going to be Fisher College looking to retake this. They will get it up to 99%, but for right now, it's Fisher College in dire straits to win the rest of this map.
And well done from Forgotten in that fight. The fact that you get an early pickoff on the Sojourn means you don't have to use the overclock yet. But uh-oh, don't look now. Akawa's back in this one. Takes down Forgotten before the overclock can come out. Harrisburg don't want to get rid of this just yet. Jeff Big Duck with the 2K with the Coalescence. So much damage, a surprising amount of damage from that Moira ultimate. And all of a sudden, Harrisburg might want to 100-0 this. That is exactly what's going to happen. The recontest from Harrisburg University. Fisher was not expecting them to go back into that one. Is 100-0 on Gardens and a 2-0 map win for Harrisburg.
Yeah, no, that's huge for Harrisburg. A big win for them, 2-0 and 177. Not to say that Fisher didn't come up big in some place. You saw Forgotten there getting a few of the shots up, but play the game you see right here. Okawa getting the 3K plus a few more, plus another one on Neb. So the 4K there for the team kill and basically securing their win on Control Center, and Garden was just so clean, 100-0 there as well. So a good win by Harrisburg. But Fisher, not to say that again, there wasn't any highlights there. They did get 77% off of Harrisburg. So, and then Harrisburg just decided to flip the switch and just go clean after that 77%. But the Storm starting off the right foot, up 1-0 here in the series, up 1-0 on their way to getting a #1 seed at the Rutgers line in November. And this is a Harrisburg team we expected to be one of the best, or we expected to come out here swinging. We talked to Soames earlier on saying that Fisher was the one they were looking out for, and kind of being confident about it, saying that they were the only team that they were looking at in terms of skill match, in terms of potential threats, but for right now, staving it off.
They're doing a fantastic job right now, and you know, Forgotten really put some pressure on them, hit some nice shots on the Sojourn throughout this match, but they understood how to play against the Sojourn, right? They played so incredibly fast. They never let Forgotten and the rest of Fisher get into the positions that they wanted to get into. They wanted to set up Forgotten into a good spot where he had long sight lines and was able to basically get off those railgun shots with no contest. There was always contest, and even when Forgotten got into position, by the time he was able to do that, a lot of the time, a couple other members of Fisher had already gone down. So the aggression, the high speed pace from Harrisburg is what ends up coming out on top on Gardens, yeah, Harrisburg go up 1-0, but it is going to be Fisher's map pick as we go into Escort. And if they really want to play behind the Sojourn of Forgotten, as it seemed like they do in that first map, I mean, the prediction here is probably Circuit Royale, but we'll see. I think Noxious is more than willing to take up that mirror.
Yeah, and you saw that replay just now earlier on with the Forgotten. They're just hitting a few of the shots. You would love to have that slow-mo replay of that last and third shot just going right above the wall there, right onto that second floor potentially to get that last shot off on the overclock. That was such a nice shot. But we move on into Escort coming up, still discussing the map here, and we were talking about map selection. Circuit Royale has been a popular pick here than one of the newer maps, and like you were saying, it's different every way you look at it. I mean, Dorado was in the potential bank as well. All the Escort maps, and I mean, all of it new. Or rather, I shouldn't say all of it new, but Circuit Royale, the newest one. So maybe a potential popular pick, I guess, because it seems to be more defensive sided, and especially if you're Fisher wanting to hold on and try to hold off Harrisburg, Circuit Royale tends to be a good pick here, and that's indeed what we are going to go to. So Fisher picking Circuit Royale, and most likely Harrisburg going to start off on the defensive side.
Almost certainly. I mean, I think the reason we're seeing Circuit Royale so much this weekend is that we have a lot of hitscan players in this group that are very confident in their ability on the Sojourn, the Widowmaker, the Hanzo, whatever it is they play. These hitscan DPS, even projectile DPS if you're playing Hanzo, you have to have a high level of confidence in every series that you go into, every map that you go into, saying, I can hit these shots, I can get these headshots and these 1 kills. So it's no surprise that, when it comes time to pick an escort map, those hitscan players say, hey, pick Circuit Royale, I'll lock down those corners, I got you.
Yeah, and it's not like Forgotten or some of the DPSs on the side of Fisher can't hit shots either. We've seen the shots being hit and no changes in terms of any substitutions or whatnot. So we will go in basically playing the same rosters on either side. But for right now, defensive side, going to start off with Harrisburg. And we've seen this before where it's been the Widowmaker battle, where it's been the Widowmaker Hanzo battle. We've seen some Genji, but mainly, I mean, like you were talking about with the his scans being oh so popular in this map, it's going to be the Widowmaker and the Hanzo to start.
Yeah, it's a mirror matchup this time around. In a situation in 5v5 where I think a lot of the meta hasn't quite been nailed down yet, this is one of those maps that teams feel like they've figured out pretty well. Now, we'll see in a couple weeks when Kiriko gets into the mix. Maybe she will shake things up a little bit. But as of right now, the flexible shield of the Sigma able to protect the Widowmaker and the Hanzo, and then the Zen Discord Orb able to help people out. Ooh, jump shot almost got punished for that really hard from Noxious, but they all stay alive right now. That's some nice ult charge for Elk and Jeff Big Dog for now.
Forgotten already 22% to an info site as well. They are just going right at each other. Forget the battle. Forget hitting anything else. They're going Widow v Widow. They're going mano y mano here in the first 30 seconds of play. And they're just pushing them up. This is a lot of space that Harrisburg is giving up. This is unlike their match against the College of St. Rosalind, where they were holding around the first corner. They're respecting the fact that Fisher can hit shots, and because of that, Avani's going to hit an increasing kill onto Akawa. So the mirror battle on the Sigmas won by Fisher to start.
Yeah, and now Fisher's going to be able to push forward, but this is where you start seeing the strongest high ground in the game, I would say right now. This massive hill that goes back and forth, it kind of sidewinds up the hill, and it gives a fantastic vantage point for the hit scans of the defending team. Noxious is going to have a fantastic opportunity to try and pick off really anyone on the side of Harrisburg. Can kind of take his pick right now with this long sightline.
Had the jump shot there. Noxious hits the shot up to Forgotten. That's big for them. That's going to force back this team from Harrisburg, and that's the confidence to make sure that they can push in without a care in the world. Divio gets 2 more shots, and this is just going to be Avani going back to the spawn room as fast as possible.
That's why Widowmaker is so popular on this map, because sometimes that's all you need. Forgotten's been hitting so many more shots than Noxious overall this map so far. Has 30%, 40% more ult charge on the tac visor. But the fact that you hit that headshot, that one headshot, the entire map just changes. And we see that again. Noxious with a headshot onto Neb completely destroys any momentum that Fisher College might have been building up for this next fight. They have to go right back to spawn, and that is going to allow Harrisburg to really push up, not allow Forgotten and Cave to take the angles they want.
So 2 kills right there as well, one of them coming from Divio. Divio will have the Dragon Strike available for this fight should they need it, but both of the support ults are going to be up for Harrisburg. Fisher College still trying to build that Transcendence, build the application matrix. Infrasight's going to be used by Forgotten to see if they can land any shots. Transcendence is used by by Chef Big Dog right away, but Avani still dying. Or Avani still gets the kill on to Akawa with the Gravitic Flux, Transcendence now used by Neb on the other side. Chef Big Dog getting a headshot onto Abs, which is huge. Needing to invest the Immortality field on either side, but for right now, shots being hit left and right by Divio, by Noxious, and this is all Harrisburg on the defensive end again.
Yeah, now all of a sudden, less than 90 seconds on the clock for Fisher College to try and push forward. Forgotten's going to switch onto the Sojourn to maybe try and put a little bit of extra pressure onto the shield of Akawa, but oh my goodness, when you're hitting these shots onto the supports like Noxious and Divio are right now, there's just not a lot that you can do. If you're Fisher College, you can't poke your head around the side before it gets taken off by a sniper shot or an arrow. And oh my goodness, now all of a sudden we're back down to under a minute left. All Fisher College is really working with is the Dragon Strike from Cave to try and maybe split the team apart. That might be all that you're kind of hoping for here.
Oh, Bonnie could build up a gravitic flux really quickly as well, but with only 30 seconds left, not looking very likely here. Dave's going to use the Dragon Strike immediately to the left, not going to find a single thing wherever they go there. Gravitic flux is going to be used, but Cade counters onto Noxus right away. A huge Storm Arrow kill for them. The Immortality Field falling down in the wrong place. And now the headshots being rolled here by Forgotten on the Sojourn. We've seen him in shots, and Forgotten's going to lead this team right off the hill. Tivio with a nice shot onto Forgotten, though, but it's going to be all for naught as Fisher able to add 2.5 to the bank.
But all of that high ground holding that Harrisburg was able to do at the start, they should be able to do it again, as long as they're able to force Fisher off of the high ground now. They're smartly taking forward positions, trying to keep Fisher away as long as possible. Trying to keep Harrisburg away as long as possible so that they don't get set up on those positions as much as they can, and they get as much push on the cart before that happens. But with the Dragon Strike coming up from Divio, it's probably going to be forcing them off in a second.
Gravitic Flux is available for Ovani. No Transcendence, but now Transcendence available. First step, Big Dog, that's going to use to be countered the Gravitic Flux right away. 2-minute warning left to go here for the side of Fisher College. They've had it once here before, but are they going to be able to push again? Akawa takes the kill on Forgotten, traded out immediately, but it's still a fight going on here for either side. And right now, Cave and Ab putting on the show for this team through the application matrix window, and that's going to be enough for this team from Fisher to advance the payload and add another 90, only needing one fight to do so.
That was a perfectly done fight from Fisher there. We've been talking all weekend long about how good this high ground is on Circuit Royale. So what does Fisher do? They take it away from Harrisburg. They push up so fast after taking point A, making sure that Harrisburg can't get set up on the high ground like they wanted to. And because of that, like you said, one fight, they're able to take the entirety of point B and get through one of the strongest defensive holds on point B holds in the entire game. Point C is going to be tough as well, just because there's some spawn advantage for the side of Harrisburg, but still a massive obstacle to beat it.
Yeah, but at least they got through point B, but you still got to get through point C. Usually the hardest of them all, although you could argue that point B, the second checkpoint rather, is harder to get through than the third one. But for right now, Fisher College has 2 minutes on the clock to push through this. Already halfway home to do so here. Has the Dragon Strike available for Cave. Just trying to find out where this team is and what angle that Dragon Strike wants to be thrown at. Forgotten having that overclock as well, and Neb's going to have that Transcendence. Probably going to be countering this Gravitic Flux that's coming up for Akawa. 2 minutes left to go, trying to fight right in. And Dragon Strike jumped down, trying to put it right down the middle of the lane. Akawa using that Gravitic Flux to avoid it at all costs. Transcendence there to counter out the Gravitic Flux. However, Immortality Field needed to be invested, so for the team for Harrisburg right now, this will be time to push. But when Forgotten's hitting shots, you cannot escape. Forgotten's got 3. Forgotten could get 4 here. It's in the home stretch. Ona can only wait for the death. Zenyatta, the last chance here. Transcendence is going to hold for right now. Is it enough? Not when Neb, not when Cave is hitting their shots. And the only person left to go on this point is this Zenyatta. Gravitic Flux there to counter any sort of other movement from the spawn room. And with that being said, 1:17 on the clock. Fisher College, uno, dos, adios, finishing the map.
What a beautiful attack from Fisher College after taking so long on point A, right? They were under a minute. I thought for a second we might be seeing a full hold here for Harrisburg and having a fantastic opportunity to go up 2-0 in the series. Instead, after Fisher takes point A, they play the aggression beautifully. So well done. Right here is really the turning point of the map when Fisher decides to go up top, deny the high ground positioning from Harrisburg, and give themselves all the way up to point B in one map. Once that was done, Fisher just could not be denied. What a well-done attack from Fisher. Now I see why they picked this map. That is clearly a play that they have really scouted out. They understand how to play the aggression. And now 1:17 on the clock after finishing the map. Very respectable for a map that, as we said, is pretty defensively favored. It's now up to Harrisburg to try and match it.
Yeah, and we only saw one map We only saw 1 point from Fisher, and this was against NJIT Shy Guys when they had Circuit Royale, the New Jersey Institute of Technology team picking Circuit Royale of their own, but Fisher full holding them to 84.56 meters. But we didn't really get to see Fisher try to complete the map. This time around, though, when we do see them complete the map, it's in convincing fashion. Despite the start, like you were saying, 1:17 on the clock, nothing to be, that's a super respectful time against a team like Harrisburg as well. So here we go, doors will open up. And we are underway, and same thing like Harrisburg was doing to teams earlier. They were just pushing around the corner now. Noxious, I think wanted to go for the huge jump shot, but doesn't get the hook up all the way up. But now you can see Fisher College. They know that they have the Widowmaker and the Hanzo, just respecting that space just a little bit more.
Yeah, and you see Fisher College again being very aggressive, trying to stop Harrisburg from being able to even turn that first corner, but they do manage to do it thanks to them.
Well, do you see the Sigma on top just trying to make space for this team to push up and really not give any sight lines here, knowing that now they really don't have a Widowmaker, so they could push up just a little bit more. With that being said, though, Cabe trying to hit any shots through the Sigma shields, and Avani and Akawa pretty much matching on ultimates for right now. But the one question then becomes the heals, and Application Matrix in this situation just so close. Could very well be the win con here if the first one to build it up, but not before Forgotten getting a headshot onto Divio. That's your lead-in, that's your push-up, and the Immortality field having to be invested right away. Distortion shot, or Disruption shot, excuse me, gets the final blow there for it as well, and a good defensive hold here from Fisher.
Yeah, nicely done there. Really taking advantage of that U-turn that you have to try and get past on this point A. It becomes very difficult for Harrisburg to get past these 2 coins, and what a right click from Neb does get traded out. And Noxious is going to get back into the fight quite before Neb does, so a 1-for-1 trade. I think Harrisburg, though, has the advantage, especially with the Amp Matrix from Elk online.
Yeah, you also invest the Immortality field super early just to save Avani from where they were at that position. Application Matrix in. There's the Storm Arrows going out as well. Divio almost up to a Dragon Strike. Cable almost up to a Dragon Strike as well. But the Application Matrix traded out. Basically, they're going to go all for naught on either side. Now the Transcendences, now the Gravitic Fluxes. Who's going to counter what here? This is basically the mirror fight to counter. Gravitic Flux is going to go up for Avani. He's not going to find anything because of that. And canceled. The Gravitic Flux for Akawa canceled by the Accretion. That is big for the side of Harrisburg. And that's a huge loss for them, and now Cave's going to use the Dragon Strike down the middle. Doesn't matter, when Noxious hits shots as well onto Neb, and Avani going down as well. This is looking like a good push for Harrisburg, and 2.5 in, they're going to add 2.5 back.
That is a huge play overall from Noxious. Again, playing in a situation where you do not have great sight lines. It is going to be Forgotten and Cave who are kind of looking down onto you, but Noxious still is able to find 2 or 3 final blows in that fight. Has the infra sight available, is going to be able to see where everyone is, and Harrisburg taking a little bit of a page out of Fisher's book here. You see Akawa pushing forward, Divio pushing forward. They don't want Fisher to be able to push out and take this high ground.
Well, they're pushing up very well, but for right now, just staving up just a little bit, making sure that they can round that turn, and right now they're just about to make that turn and come up the hill. Here's where the Application Matrixes got traded out last time on Fisher's attack. Now the Dragon Strike being used by Divio right away to kind of split up the team and zone them out. Akawa does get the kill onto Forgotten, so that's a lot of your damage gone, especially when Forgotten can hit shots. However, in the mirror battle, though, Cave hitting their shot onto Divio, and now this is looking better and better for Fisher because your healers are gone. The Application Matrix is wasted at this point, and it's a huge defensive hold for Fisher.
And this could be the turning point that we look back on this map and say this was the difference, right? Fisher pushes forward, is able to take point B in one fight. Harrisburg tries to do the same. They fail. They cannot do it, even with the ultimates that they invested. They have nothing at the moment. Akawa and Chef Big Dog 30% away from their ultimates, but you've got Forgotten, Abs, Avani, Neb, all closer. Cave up there as well. Fisher College in a fantastic position to hold this high ground for a while.
Oh man, if that headshot went on the jump shot! Speaking of which, Cave's just gonna walk right on top of the wall, and heads are gonna roll when Cave is in this game. Another good defensive hold on the heels of just a beautiful pair of shots.
My goodness, 2 quick headshots, and then Neb cleans up all the rest, which means they get to win that fight using no ultimates. That is an entire row of check marks available for Fisher Clutch Key. They have all the power in this one.
Well, here we go. The overclock start to use. However, without it being without any ultimates being used to start, Noxious and Divio hit the shot. So something's got to be big here. And Forgotten is the only one left to go here, except for the Baptiste. So they use the overclock all for naught here, and without using a single ultimate, Harrisburg is right back in this.
Fisher saw that they had all the ultimates and they got too confident. They tried to push off of the high ground and tried to push forward towards the spawn, but Akawa gets off a little bit too close. It takes too much damage. There isn't enough healing available from Elk to heal him up, and Fisher College takes a loss, but they will be able to recontest with 4 ults still.
Yeah, but Akawa caught right inside of the disruption shot here. Transcendence is going to be available to counter out the Gravitic Flux. Gravitic Flux for Avani as well. The Transcendence counters it. Application Matrix is out for Abs, but not for Elk, so the shots are going to go through this Matrix with a lot more damage. But with Akawa taking down Avani, that means no shield available for Fisher, and in the meantime, it's looking very good. So all the ultimates being used by Fisher, and they do not get anything out of it. It's another 90 for Harrisburg.
I can't mince words here. This was a fantastic opportunity for Fisher that unfortunately was just dropped. They had all 5 ultimates, 2 minutes on the clock. If they had played it a little more smart, they could have rationed that ult advantage out to a hold on point B. They could not do it, got a little bit too confident for themselves, and Harrisburg is going to take advantage. Now, they still have to play perfectly to try and match Fisher on the time bank, but still very possible. They now have the advantage with the Amp Matrix and the Overclock coming up.
Well, we'll see if they can. 30 seconds separating the time banks here for these two teams, and a potential second round of attacks looming on the horizon. Payload makes the final turn. Or Payload right around the corner, actually, but not going to make the final turn into the home stretch just yet. They will not match the time bank, so that's the biggest thing, because that Payload cannot reach there in the next 12 seconds. So for right now, Fisher will have the better time bank. Forgotten falls off the map, and I'm not too sure if that was... Probably, it wasn't intentional or anything, but I mean, Forgotten falls off the map. That's a huge chunk of your damage gone. And now, for Harrisburg, this is going to be big for them, although Neb getting Chef Big Dog might be an okay pick here, especially on a stagger fight.
Yeah, Harrisburg are all pretty low, and not having that Discord orb available means that your shots aren't quite as good.
Somebody's got a touch.
Does it happen? Yes, there is a touch. Okay. There is a touch. The spawn advantage is here for Fisher, and Harrisburg is going to back off for now. Again, this is an escort map. Even if they finish in overtime, they will have a second shot at this objective in extra rounds. They just gotta get the finish.
Well, Fisher College coming up on 3 ultimates here. Application Matrix used early on, but that Dragon Strike go right through the window and make sure that they have any opportunity. However, that canceled out by Immortality Field, and now you're going to have a Gravitic Flux that is big. That's going to lift everybody up. No Transcendence there to cancel it out. 23 seconds, potentially final fight territory. Chef Big Dog in so much trouble. The Hanzo in the side room in trouble as well. Getting hit up, and Elk gets 2 shots. Divio as well, and they complete the map. Nobody touches the point. That's it. Harrisburg gets a second chance at life. Uno, dos, adios. We play one more round.
That was just Elk and Divio. That was 5 headshots from the Hanzo and the Baptiste. I cannot believe that. Oh my gosh, here's the final play right here. It was looking so good for Fisher as well. It was such a big Gravitic Flux, sorry. And then when Avani went into that side room to try and finish off the kills, you were hit with a massive surprise.
Yeah, just Elk hitting the shot, Divio right on the head of Neb, and they just complete the map right on their own. And you can see the Soldier on the payload as well. They were trying to push them, and just nothing else happened. So additional time played here. We get extra Overwatch in an extra escort here in the second round, completing the map there. So they get a minute 17 finish for Fisher, but they get additional time as well, and that's an addition, and that is an additional 44 seconds on the clock, meaning that Harrisburg finishing with just 16 seconds on the clock.
And still, Fisher having double the time here is, I would say, bigger on Circuit Royale than it is on a lot of other maps. Just because of how slowly this map tends to play out, right? You want to take some time to make sure that your sniper characters are in good position, have the sight lines they need to get the picks. Harrisburg doesn't really have the time to make sure that can happen.
Well, a minute on the clock, a lot of pressure on. The time is doubled for the side of Fisher. Harrisburg has to make something happen here. Fisher's got more time, but we saw Fisher getting stopped earlier on, right around this corner as well. Fisher's going to respect the space one more time, like we were saying earlier on. And right now they're just giving up a few more space, but Harrisburg not playing that Widowmaker to start, will play that Sojourn, and it was working for them earlier on, but we'll see if it does. Trading out distortion shots right now, still just poking damage right at each other, throwing blows, but Akawa's knocked back for a little while. I mean, but they didn't push in. They're just saving up for right now, and I mean, really, this is just poke after poke here. Really, nothing going here, and this is going to be final fight territory as we see it right now. And Transcendent, or excuse me, not Transcendent, that was an application matrix used by Abs very early on, but that's going to get taken down by Chef Big Dog right away. They're just relenting space over and over here.
And
This
Matrix is about
just a
to
lot
come
of
out
damage.
from Abs.
Yeah,
Abs has the Ant Matrix right now, is going to be able to use it very well here to stop them from crossing this point.
And it's
that
huge.
is beautiful.
It's huge. 2 kills for Cave and Abs already. It's traded out because Chef Big Dog does get forgotten. And now with no shield, it does not matter right now. It's looking good for Fisher if you want them to hold here. 79.46 meters is all Harrisburg is going to get. Fisher College just has to push it right around that turn to tie up the series at 1 apiece.
Score.
2 minutes on the clock for 70 meters. You would think that's pretty easy, but I think there is a lot more to that. Because of how slow this map tends to be, Fisher College is going to have the opportunity. The way I see it, there are two massive turns that you've got to get through, right? You've got the 90-degree turn at the very beginning, and then the first half of that U-turn that's right before the end of point A. Those are two massive choke points that Fisher College can try and take advantage of. And if you can win one fight convincingly, I mean, considering how slow how much time it took for Harrisburg to get set up on the point for that one fight, winning one fight, already Fisher will be back down to maybe like a minute, 30 seconds. This could easily be, I mean, they should theoretically have enough time for 2 fights, but Fisher, I think, wants to make sure that they have time for Forgotten to get into position, for Cave to get into position. It really could be one shot here if it goes as slowly as it has in the past.
Yeah, and for Harrisburg, I mean, we've seen them, we saw them back on their last match against College of St. Rose, holding right around this corner, but I think this time around, they're not going to, I mean, they're going to try here, but the question is, are they going to be able to do it? Because College of St. Rose and Fisher College right now, two completely different stories, two completely different teams. You're Fisher right now, you're kind of liking your chances, especially doubling the time bank of a team like Harrisburg, so they're going to come right out. Here's Forgotten already having 100 charge on the railgun. Not going to find anything to start though, but again, this is mainly just poking out damage left and right, and Abs was the first one to get an application matrix, which was huge for them. And right now, Harrisburg falling back faster than Fisher did. I mean, this is an insane amount of damage being poured out from this team. And Forgotten, that's a big headshot onto Elf. Big amount of heals is gone. This could be it. Fisher looking good to push this one right in. The aggressiveness is there, and I don't know if Elk's gonna get back in time. In fact, it might not even matter. Cade's gonna get the shot onto Noxious, trying to win the battle between the Hanzos, but in a 2v5 situation, it's all but impossible for Harrisburg to come in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are tied up in 1 apiece.
That was so well played from Fisher as well. I was expecting them to try and play it slowly, try and set up their Widowmaker. I think that's what Harrisburg was expecting as well, but by going on to the Sojourn instead, you allow yourself a little bit more flexibility, the ability to play a little bit faster. That's exactly what Fisher does. They continue pushing forward, continue putting damage onto the side of Harrisburg. Akawa was under so much pressure the entire time. Elk had to use absolutely everything in his arsenal to try and keep the tank alive, and that was still not enough. Fisher College able to use that aggression, take the golden box of victory, and tie us up 1 apiece after 2 maps. This is the barn burner match that we were hoping to see at the CECC East Invitational qualifier finals.
Yeah, and this is an insane game again. It looked like Harrisburg was completely in command, especially right after that Lijiang Tower game, 177, 100-0, and then all of a sudden, when the map pick goes to Fisher, it is Circuit Royale they pick, and what a show they put on for us. We get a second round of attacks. Fisher doubles the time of Harrisburg, 2:01 to 1 minute left to go on the clock, and wins the map 4-3. And what more do you want here for this team? And the next map coming up is going to be a push map. Most popular maps so far has been New Queen Street, but don't be surprised if Coliseo gets pulled out as well.
Yeah, I think it is going to be New Queen Street. It is Harrisburg's map pick, and I think that makes tons of sense for how they like to play. They want to try and limit the long-range capabilities of Fisher as much as possible. New Queen Street is very dive-heavy. You want to play these fast-moving characters, the Winstons, the Divas, that allow you to traverse around all of the structures that New Queen Street has available to you as quickly as possible. I think that plays very well into Harrisburg's playstyle.
We'll see what the teams pull out here. Push the new game mode here. New Queen Streets, Coliseo, Esperanza, Paraíso, or excuse me, Esperanza. There's 3 maps actually: Esperanza, New Queen Street, and Coliseo. 3 of the maps for push, but the first one we're going to see here is, or the only one we're going to see here, I should say, is going to be New Queen Street in Canada. Very nice map actually, and for the team compositions, a little bit different on either side. I mean, it's going to match in terms of everybody but one DPS. It's a Sombra versus Tracer battle.
Divio is going to have a lot of pressure on him right now on the Sombra because he's the initiator, right? You want to get into the back, try and hack up either Avani or one of the supports, and then be able to finish the kill, either by yourself or with the help of your team. So, look out for Divio. Where is that Sombra positioned? Who are they trying to hack?
They're on the right side, right next to the statue here. And Cabe already in the back line, making sure that Noxus can get a word in on this fight in the back line. Elk's going to have to look right behind them because trying to knock Cabe off the map isn't going to happen. That Sombra also almost gets knocked off the map. Good thing Divio had a translocator there as well to cancel that out. But right now, the high ground fight still keeps on going here, 40 seconds in. And right now, Fisher just putting on the pressure, and they'll get first percentage.
I set up Divio as the initiator, but Cabe went, hey, don't forget about me. Was able to do a really good job getting up onto the high ground as Tracer, and Chef Big Dog was not expecting that at all. Fisher's going to take first control of the bot. It's going to be able to get at least 30 meters on there before Harrisburg's going to be able to get back into this. And Cabe, after doing such a good job in that first map, already 75% to a pulse bomb, try and open up the second fight as well.
Yep, also, Fisher College starting off with the right foot this time around, 34 meters to go right in, and basically getting a lot of free space as well. I mean, not a lot of pressure coming out from Harrisburg, but that's what you get here right before the checkpoint, right before forward spawns unlock. Cabe's almost going to be up to a pulse bomb. Ivani also up to a Graviton Surge. Neb does get hacked in the back line. How is Neb still alive? Cabe's going to be able to help out with the support, and that's 3 inside there without a sound barrier to help, and all they can do is wait for death, and they go back to the spawn room, and Fisher advances on.
This is the snowball effect that Push is starting to get known for. You win 1 fight, you win 2 fights. And Fisher College immediately pop out to a very big lead. It's going to be over 60 meters. And they still have that pulse run from Cabe that they're holding on to. That being said, Harrisburg should be able to push back into this one. 2 ults up already, 3 more up soon.
Well, we'll see. I mean, they take back control of TW1 for right now as Fisher College decides it's worth it to just back off for right now, regroup, and kind of make their way right around this team. In fact, they're not even going to play around TW1. They're going to play right around the fact that they can pinch them. However, when you got your speed boost gone and Neb can't handle there, that's not good for you. The EMP gets 2 people inside of it, which includes Avani, who goes down very early on. Forgotten's going to find a way to get out, but it's still not going to be enough as Harrisburg gets their first win on New Queen Street.
The fact that Divio used the EMP pretty late into the fight makes me think that maybe Harrisburg was hoping they wouldn't have to use that so early, but they end up doing it to make sure they can confirm a fight when they start getting some progress onto the bot of their own. And now look at Akawa right here trying to find Avani, but looks like the peel is there just in time, and it's actually Cave that goes down instead when he tries to heal, peel for his tank. So
yeah, and that was a sleep dart too. I mean, wow.
Yes. So well done from, I believe, yeah, Chef Big Dog there, getting the sleep onto the Tracer, and now Harrisburg pushes forward.
Graviton Surge is huge, but it does get canceled out by the sound barrier there with 3 people inside of it. The overclock used by, that is going to be Forgotten that uses it, but can't find anything out of it. In fact, Harrisburg's still pushing up in the meantime, and Cabe's trying to put the pressure on and trying to flip this back and get out in the process, which means this robot's going to go right back to Fisher as they keep the lead.
Yeah, they should do that again. Cabe coming up huge on this Tracer. That being said, on the bot itself, Akawa is doing really well. And okay, there's the grab from Avani. to really force the issue, and Fisher is going to take control of the bot. But that was looking a little bit iffy for a second. Avani forced to use the grab in a situation where I think Cabe was hoping they weren't going to have to do so. And in fact, it's actually just Cabe pushing the bot right now. Everyone else died on the side of Fisher or is going back to peel for the people who died. So they can't quite take control of the bot fully and get progress. All they can do is push it away and force Harrisburg to try and push it back towards midfield.
Well, let's see. The bot basically at mid-ground right now with 65 meters the difference, 20 meters, excuse me, in change right now between Fisher and Harrisburg, with Fisher in the lead. Pulse bomb goes, and it hits Noxious. That's huge, and actually, it missed, but because of the disruption shot coming out from Forgotten, that keeps them in there, and that Pulse bomb does stick, and it's a team wipe. Fisher's going to advance further.
The disruption field does have a slowing effect. If you're caught inside it, usually you're able to get out of it anyways, but not when there's a pulse bomb thrown in there. Maybe a cool little combo we've seen more teams taking advantage of in the future. And now Fisher College, they start getting some more bot progress. They're going to get up to 80%. Harrisburg, though, in a good spot here with the overclock and the EMP up soon from Divio.
Yeah, Neb is hacked though, so Neb's going to back off for right now. Team regroups here for Harrisburg. Noxious has the overclock. He's going to look for maybe a backline pick here for it, but it's not going to matter in the meantime. Avani with another kill and another disruptor shot assist. Here comes Noxious, but the sound barrier is used by Neb to make sure that even if they get a headshot, it's not going to matter, and it's canceled out right away. No more overclock, no more chances here for Harrisburg in this fight. It's Fisher that's going to get more distance.
And that was 3 ultimates used from Harrisburg in comparison to just 1 from Fisher. Fisher comes on top anyways. And they are looking so strong on this push map now. 85 meters and counting. The grab out from Avani. Same with the overclock. Fisher going to try and push for 100 meters plus.
And now Forgotten with the overclock, hitting shot after shot. That's 2, that's 3. And now it's just a roll here. We haven't seen we did see a completed map from Harrisburg back on New Queen Street, but right now the shoe is on the other foot as Fisher looks to advance even further. Now they just gotta group up.
This is so good for Fisher. Even if they don't finish it here, they've given themselves such a good opportunity with 4 minutes left on the clock. And Forgotten off on the side. No overclock. This is just straight up Sojourn gameplay. Off to the side, unbothered by Noxious, is hitting every single railgun shot. And now all of a sudden Fisher knocking on the door of a completed map.
3.5 minutes left to go as well. Elk investing the sound barrier very early on. That's going to force back Fisher College just a little bit, who don't have any support whatsoever. Forgotten solo, Avani solo. And Avani will go down by the hands of it, so it doesn't look like they're going to be able to complete unless something big happens here for Fisher where they can turn this fight right around. But with Noxious taking down Forgotten on the pulse bomb, it's a 3v1 on point, making a 2v1 now as Akawa kind of slept. But for right now, Harrisburg lives to see another fight.
They get the bot, they push it back towards the middle of the map, but still, look at that difference, an 80-meter advantage for Fisher College. And why is Akawa so far forward? Was trying to buy space for his team, but backfires horribly on Harrisburg. Now Fisher might just be able to get back into it.
Yeah, Noxious going down. That's a stagger fight here. Harrisburg is staggered. It's a 4v5 situation now, and now you're going to have the ultimate. Forgotten, another overclock on the horizon. Cave, a pulse bomb, Neb, a sound barrier, which they're going to use right away. And an EMP is huge. That's everybody inside of it. But Harrisburg somehow still can't find the follow-up. Now they do, taking down both of the Honest. It's the on-of-the-Honest trade. The pulse bomb lands a little bit wide, but it's still going to find Elk. And now both of the Lucio's gone. It's a 3v3 situation. It's still in turn, though. And again, both of the tanks now going down. It's a trade fight, but spawn room's in favor of Harrisburg. And again, they lived, but with 2 minutes left to go for how much longer?
This is just not good enough for Harrisburg. They need to string together a couple of fights to even have a shot here. 2 minutes left on the clock. I mean, they're going to have to win a fight at the middle of the map. They're going to have to win another fight when they get to the barrier. And then however many fights it takes to make up 80 meters on Fisher College here. It's such a tough ask, and Avani has the grab in just a second.
Yeah, 2% to that grab on search now online. Will Avani use it is the question. They will right away. 2 inside of that, and no sound barrier to cancel either. That's a Akawa, that's a Elk gone inside of that as well. And this fight might as well just be over. And it's back to the hands of Fisher with 90 in the bank.
Yeah, and at this point, Fisher can just play defense, right? You have the win condition already. You really just need to win one more fight, honestly. As long as you can just keep Harrisburg from getting a lot of progress, you get the forward spawns once again, you're in such a good spot to go up 2-1 in the series. Harrisburg has to be basically perfect for the rest of this map, not only for this minute, but also for the lengthy overtime that would have to follow for them to win this.
I would say at least 4 fights for them to win, but Forgotten, when you hit a shot into Elk, it's not looking that great for this. And that Doomfist, what a sleep dart from Abs. This Fisher team looking to complete the map. The Falcons looking strong here to try to push this all the way home. The Robot also close to the wall to push it the rest of the way in the final 3 meters. The contest is on. It's desperation mode now coming out from Harrisburg as they are being staggered left and right. The Tracer in a lot of trouble though, and the Honor goes down as well. And this is now a trade fight, but again, spawn room in favor of Harrisburg. 30 seconds left to go. Forgotten still hitting shots.
No
and this
way.
team of Fisher is looking great to finish the map. 2 meters left to go. The only person left that can stop this push is Elk, but Forgotten still hits shots, and it's over. Fisher completes the map. It's done. It's dusted. Fisher up 2-1.
What a dominant display from Fisher on push on Harrisburg's map pick. And while, I think the most highlight reel plays came out from Forgotten on the Sojourn, every single member of Fisher had their moments in this map. This was truly a team effort. The coordination from this squad, the way that they are able to, the way that every individual player of this team not only understands how to play with each other so well, but also everyone has the individual skill to be able to step up if someone else from their team is having trouble. If everyone on Harrisburg tried to counter Forgotten super hard, then that's when Cabe started popping off. If they spent all of the resources to focus on the DPS, Avani has the grab up by then and is able to lock up like 3 of them. And then of course the supports, Abs and Neb, doing such a good job at making sure everyone else is right, good, and healthy, and honestly had some nice pop-off plays of their own.
Yeah, and so Harrisburg down 1-2, down for the first time in a series here in this qualifiers at all in this tournament, and down 2-1 to Fisher, who have match point coming up for them in just a couple of moments. The next map being picked, though, is Hybrid, a little bit more familiar. Push may not just be as familiar to a lot of teams as Hybrid is, because Hybrid's been in the game since Overwatch 1. Push just comes out in Overwatch 2, so maybe this is the map that Harrisburg decides to flip the switch on, but with all the maps possible, and Fisher just starting to get the momentum going and looking for that third one right now. We'll see what Harrisburg decides to pick, but we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll see if Fisher can complete the round, complete the game, and end up with a 3-1 win, or if we go to Game 5 and Harrisburg wins this next map. We'll take a short break. See you on the other side. And it's another trade fight. Both of the honors are gone. And Forgotten's just leaving blood all over the floor here. He's got already... And it's another trade fight. Both of the honors are gone. And it's another trade fight. Both of the honors are gone. And Forgotten's just leaving blood all over the floor here. He's got already 3 kills with the Sojourn. Could make it 4. And the 4th one coming up for this team. And Fisher off to the races.
Both teams actually decide to go for the Sojourn this time around.
Doing overclock right now. That pulse bomb does go wide. Doesn't really find anything. Neb hacked for right now. Big Dog he has the nano boost that will put it right onto Okawa, who doesn't necessarily have the Graviton Search. However, the bio nade from Chef Big Dog, even bigger, hitting 3 people, and that's
up on 4 ultimates of their own. It's going to be everything except the Pulse Bomb. I would say slight ult advantage to Fisher College. This is like flashy either way.
Yeah, and the overclock starts off this fight on the right hand. Forgotten again with the 2K start, making a 3K.
McCullough, but still about 15%. And Cabe is lurking in the back here, trying to find a stick. Finds it onto Elk. Challenge off the side, and Cabe says, no, you do not do that to me.
Cabe starts off on the right foot for Fisher College. That's a big pick for them. The Graviton Surge is there. Akawa gets a big Graviton Surge.
Akawa!
3 people inside of it. It's huge. Here comes the rest of the team from Harrisburg. And doesn't have that dive potential that Harris does. Okawa is hacked, but it's not going to matter much when your D.Va's already out of mech. And a lot of that damage soaked up is gone. And now they're just going to push them all the way forward, right past the door. And they're just going to make sure they can't even try to touch the point here. 4 kills on the doesn't matter though. Chef Big Dog with the help of the Coalesce is able to take care of business on the Ottawa. Here's where Forgotten can come into play. Gets a secondary kill on the railgun shot. Divio uses the EMP, gets 4 people in, and that's everybody so low. There is no shot that Fisher could, but Forgotten with another headshot onto Divio. So Divio, no more hacks available. Cave's going to use the EMP, which catches 3. That's through the support. Anakawa as well. And now it's going to run rapid. Elk does find a way to use the sound barrier just in time to save it, but it's not going to be before Anakawa goes down. There's
Sojourn means you don't have to use the overclock yet. But uh-oh, don't look now. Akawa's back in this one. Takes down Forgotten before the overclock can come out. Harrisburg don't want to get rid of this just yet. Jeff Big Dog with the 2K with the Coalescence. So much damage, a surprising amount of damage from that Moira ultimate. And all of a sudden, side of Harrisburg can kind of take his pick right now with this long sightline.
Had the jump shot there. Noxious hits the shot onto Forgotten. That's big for them.
More ult charge on the tac visor. But the fact that you hit that headshot, that one headshot, the entire map.
And it's now used by Neb on the other side. Chef Big Dog getting a headshot onto Abs, which is huge. Needing to invest the immortality field on either side, but for right now, shots being hit left and right by Divio, by Noxious. And this is all Harrisburg on the defensive end again.
Yeah, now
with only 30 seconds left, not looking very likely here. Dave's going to use the Dragon Strike immediately to the left. Not going to find a single thing wherever they go there. Gravitic Flux is going to be used, but Cave counters onto Noxious right away. A huge Storm Arrow kill for them. The immortality field falling down in the wrong place. And now the headshot for this team from Fisher to advance the payload and add another 90, only needing 1 fight to do so. The field needed to be invested, so for the team from for Harrisburg right now, this will be a time to push. But when Forgotten's hitting shots, you cannot escape. Forgotten's got 3. Forgotten could get 4 here. It's in the home stretch. Ona can only wait for the death. Zenyatta the last, and the only person left to go on this point is this Zenyatta. Gravitic Flux there to counter any sort of other movement from the spawn. Then becomes the heals, and Application Matrix in this situation just so close. Could very well be the win con here if the first one to build it up, but not before Forgotten getting a headshot onto Divio. That's your lead-in, that's your push-up. And the immortality field having to be invested right away. Distortion shot or disruption shots Forgotten. So that's a lot of your damage gone, especially when Forgotten can hit shots. However, in the mirror battle though, Cave hitting their shot onto Divio, and now this is looking better and better for Fisher because your healers are gone. Speaking of which, Cave's just gonna walk right up top of the wall, and heads are gonna roll when Cave is in this game. Another good defensive hold on the heels.
This one.
Well, here we go. The overclock start to use. However, without it being without any ultimates being used to start, Noxious and Divio hit the shot. So something's got to be big here. And Forgotten is the only one left to go here, except for the Baptiste. So they use the overclock all for naught here. And without using a single ultimate, Harrisburg is right back in this.
Fisher's
counterfeit. Application Matrix is out for Abs, but not for Elk. So the shots are going to go through this Matrix with a lot more damage. But with the Kawa taking down Avani, that means no shield available for Fisher. And in the meantime, it's looking very good. So all the ultimates being used by Fisher. And that Dragon Strike go right through the window and make sure that they have any opportunity. However, that counted on by Immortality Field. Championship of the qualifier here in the CECC East, and right now it is Fisher College up 2-1. The Falcons in the lead on match point. Eichenwald coming up next for you, the hybrid map that we know that we haven't really seen all too often. In our day one, I should say, yesterday in the East, we saw one map for, and that was a College of St. Rose taking on Pace. That was Kings Row being seen. And Midtown and Kings Row were the 2 maps that we saw back on the south side for day number 1. But here in the East, haven't really seen anything of Eichenwald. So this is our first look at it here in day 2.
It's a very interesting map pick coming in from Harrisburg because Eichenwald is kind of, at least when Overwatch 1 came around, it was kind of seen as the silly map, right? You have a very open skyline when it comes to point A. You're able to maneuver around very quickly, especially vertically, which suggests to me that a flying DPS, if Harrisburg wants to go that way, might be in the cards. Also, you have the Eichenwald Bridge at the end of second point, which is very, very good for boops and environmental kills. A lot of crazy stuff tends to happen on this map. I think Harrisburg, more than anything, are looking to add that extra little bit of chaos to try and throw Fisher off their game.
Yeah, and right now Harrisburg needing to throw that chaos everywhere and all where possible, because Harrisburg needing to win this map in order to force a Game 5 again that we have not seen. And we have seen a lot of games here through 2 days of action, but the one thing we have not seen is Game 5. This would be the time to do it here if you're Harrisburg. Fisher on the defensive side to start. Harrisburg will be on attacking side here. And for Fisher, oh, is this Bastion going to stay? No. I had my hopes up for a second.
You've been baited. Yeah.
You know what? Let me have my Bastion pick. Let me have my Bastion hopium for just a little while, man.
You can't trust these teams out of spawn. I've been betrayed one too many times, and one day you will learn to.
All right, well, we take a look at Fisher's defensive side. Pulling up the Sojourn and the Tracer start here in for Harrisburg. If this holds true as well, instead of a Lucio, they're going to run a Zenyatta comp for their attacking side, try to melt any forward damage that's coming at them. But for right now, again, the difference for DPS, Divio on the Somber, Cave on the Tracer. That Tracer worked out really well for them on push.
Yeah, last time this happened, Cave got into the backline very quickly on New Queen Street and was able to take out one of the support lines, and this is looking pretty similar, potentially, as Elk and Jeff Big Dog can only do so much as a support line to get rid of a Tracer that's right in their face.
Yeah, and Akawa tried to get, or rather I should say Divio tried to hack Avani, but Avani to no avail there. Does get hacked. This Sojourn in so much trouble, and Cave's got the first pick. Noxus did not know what to look at there, and Cave's already got 2. Cave's got a 3rd, and it's already a 30-second hold from Fisher. Oh my gosh.
I mean, Overwatch has been out for 6 years now. A lot has changed over that time. One thing that has not changed is Tracer 1 clips are so satisfying to watch. Cave makes it look easy right there. And already 70% to the pulse bomb. This is looking pretty similar to New Queen Street as far as the ult makeups go from this point. Like, Elk has a slight advantage on apps and nano boost.
You were saying it's so nice to hear just that one clip for Tracer. Just it's not even just the one clip. It's just hearing all the dinks going on, right? Like all the headshot knocks going on. That sound effect is so satisfying on a clip. And right now, Nox is in so much trouble. Does not know where to look. Nox just heads on a swivel, but that swivel just turns loose. And Cave's got another kill in the back line. That's Nox just gone. This is going to be, oh no, but this is a comeback potential here for Fisher, or for Harrisburg here, but it's going to be off for not again. Fisher holding on to the lines. Avani used the Graviton Surge just for safekeeping, and it's going to be Fisher with a minute and a half already drained.
Yeah, I mean, you do force the grab out of Avani, which is pretty good, because Okala has a grab of their own, knows it's not going to be contested, and maybe if they're really good, they know that Neb is not quite up to the beat yet, so he's going to be able to get it off uncontested if they're quick about it.
Halfway done with the time back. There is ultimates online for Harrisburg to try to push in. Fisher having the same, though. Came halfway to another pulse bomb. Forgotten with the overclock, and we've seen Forgotten hit shots here before. And now in a situation where Harrisburg might have to start getting a little antsy to get in. They are on the point. They've already got a little bit of a percentage, but it's not going to hold. There's the Graviton Surge, which is available to them. And now you're going to have the sound barrier invested as well. Chef Big Dog using the Transcendence to counter. And for Noxious, that's a huge trade for the Genji there. The EMP is out. Catches Neb, catches Avani, which is big for this team. And there's everybody oh so low for Fisher. And Fisher's going to have to relent space. It's looking like Harrisburg is going to be able to live on for another 2.5.
Nicely done for Harrisburg. They do secure point A off of that fight. They should, unless Cave comes up with some crazy heroic. Will not do it. Actually ends up using the pulse bomb there. That was the only ult that Fisher had. Actually used 4 ultimates in that fight. Doesn't end up getting anything out of it, which is unfortunate, which means their ult bank is now pretty depleted as you head on to point B. That being said, getting them down to 90 seconds on point A, I think you take that if you're Fisher. That's a pretty solid point A defense. But now you have to play into the blade from Noxious and no defensive ultimate to try and counter.
Yeah, and Elk is also going to come up on a nano boost here too, making this even more deadly. I think the only thing you're going to have from Fisher to maybe stop this is maybe the Graviton Surge to cancel out everything. It's a 1-for-2 ult trade maybe, but we will see. Noxious has the blade. Graviton Surge is there, used early though, and it's going to be able to kill Kawa, and also Elk at the same token. And this is going to be a fight win, but Noxious and Elk don't use the nano boost, don't use the blade, and now Fisher College coming up with no ults.
This is such a good spot for Fisher as well, because now Harrisburg is stuck at this archway. It is such a good choke point for Fisher College to try and take advantage of. especially when they can get set up on this high ground, get forgotten up on top of the castle, be able to put pot shots down.
Well, there's the nano boost, there's the play. Noxious hack, dash, slash away. Akawa can only watch as his health starts to fade away. He will be able to get away, but not before Noxious gets 2 right now. And that's a third onto Avani and Harrisburg out of that tough spot.
I mean, yeah, it was only a matter of time until you had the Nano Blade available. Fisher really had no tools to try and counter it, so that's a fight win for Harrisburg to get past that choke point. But really no ults. They're going to have the Transcendence up in a second from Chef Big Dog, which is going to be good to try and counter some of these ults that are going to be coming up soon from Fisher. You're getting kind of close to the overclock, pretty close to the pulse bomb as well.
Oh, Nox is able to dash right in, and Abs can't build up to a nano boost right away. Transcendence used upstairs by Chef Big Dog to keep this team up for right now. Nev maybe looking for a cheeky boop. It's not going to happen, especially with a new tank passive. If they're in the middle, they're no longer as close as you think they would like to be. But right now, Nev just going right on the Elves. What a kill from Nev. And this is going to be a trade fight, but for right now, if you're Harrisburg, you got to back off because there's really no shot at this. I mean, you can keep pushing, but for right now, you don't have the man advantage.
I mean, Akawa's going to keep on trying to get something done, but with only a lone Zarya up on the point, it really is Harrisburg that has to take a soft reset here. But with the grab and the EMP available and Forgotten down, they're going to go right back into this.
Yeah, they're really going to go all the way around here. Harrisburg just trying to regroup now as they've got 5 on the point still. Forgotten does come back before this point does get to point D for right now, but a minute left to go. Dire straights here for Harrisburg. Akawa's going to go right in. Avani's the only one in there. The EMP using, and it's invested and catches Avani and Forgotten, but Avani so good with these ultimates here for Abs and Neb, who used the sound barrier, who used the nano boost to keep Avani alive, and it's going to work out in their favor. Harrisburg uses the bank, and it's going to go for naught.
That was such impressive peel from the supports of Fisher. Avani was doomed, was grabbed, was EMP'd, was hacked, had no abilities, had no health, had nothing. Except the help from Abs and Deb. Double support ultimates used to keep Zarya alive, keep Fisher in this one. And now they're going to have the overclock from Forgotten with 20 seconds left on the clock. If you can get that on the Noxious, take that down before the Nano Blade goes off, that could be the end of the map. But don't look now, there's someone on point.
Yeah,
it's contested, okay.
Yeah, they contested for right now. They tried to C9 him for a little while, but 4 seconds left to go. But somebody's got to touch for the overtime clock. I don't know if this is going to pop open, and it's not.
No!
Nobody touches the point. They had the chance to C9 them, which they back off from, and now nobody's going to be able to touch. No Nano Blade is going to give them a chance, and that's it for round 1. So in order for Fisher to take this home, it's basically 1 point, or basically 2 points to get it to the door, and that's it.
I mean, guys, I really want to be conservative when it comes to saying the letter number, because I think we as a community tend to say it's the letter number in situations when it's not actually a letter number situation. This is a letter number situation. They just forgot. They got onto the point to try and C9 it on the other side. And instead, they are the ones who are hit with the C9 bug. Harrisburg, that is such a consequential one as well. With Fisher on match point, all they need to do to win the qualifier, like you said, just take point A, get almost all the way to point B. They're in such a favorable spot. Now, Harrisburg is going to have several opportunities if they can full hold here, and they're also going to have the high grounds available to them on point B, sitting on top of the castle. But that isn't really how Harrisburg has wanted to play. They wanted to play more up close, which is what we see right now with Noxious on the Genji, Divio on the Sombra. They're going to try and get right up into Fisher's face. But Forgotten has not been denied so far. Forgotten and Cabe, as a DPS duo, have just been popping off so far this series. We've got to see something change out of the side of Harrisburg. Try and shut these guys down.
Akawa tries to get a few pot shots off right away. That's a sleep dart very early on, but woken up. And that was a good hit on the sleep dart by Elk, excuse me, to start that one off. Divio's in the back line, making sure that maybe they can get some damage off, and it does hack the Ana right away. But Divio in a lot of trouble, already has to back off, already down to half health, and Cabe finds Divio in the back line. That's huge for them. That means that Sombra is no longer available for them, and this is a push here for Fisher, especially when you're getting trade fights. It's advantage for the attackers, and now with Abs and Nebs getting simultaneous kills, it's going to be a fast point A.
That is so good for Fisher. The fact that they get it on the first try, point A, this is going to be nearly 6 minutes on the clock for Fisher to get 123 meters and win the qualifier. It is such a fantastic position. They have ult advantage across the board as well. No ults yet, but they're going to get them faster.
3 games that we've seen here before in both the East and the South regions. In games 4, 2 out of 3 of them, the first map was taken by the losing team. The rest of the maps taken by the winning team. Fisher looking to keep that trend going. 5 minutes and 10 seconds here, and they're still just touch-onning them around. But Noxious again, head on a swivel, but his head goes down. Cave is going to get Noxious in the back line, and now they are basically going to be halfway home from winning this entire thing. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide. Akawa's going to try to have to go right in and dogfight this immediately. Cave does go down, but the Graviton Surge there. Akawa can only wait for death as Fisher College keeps advancing.
They do keep advancing, but they have to invest a little bit more than they were hoping for. I think after getting the first pick on the Cave, they thought they'd be able to get in, but Jeff Big Dog is able to keep Harrisburg in the fight and force the grab out of Avani. So Fisher not quite with the ult advantage they were hoping for, but they do have both the support ultimates and the overclock ready to try and push this across the Eichenwald Bridge and win the qualifier. Neb! Oh my gosh, just the primary fire into the choke point, and the Zenyatta's down. There's no Transcendence!
There's no Transcendence at all. This could be it. 3 minutes left to go. The Sam area invested. That's it. Fisher gets the win. Fisher, your winners of the CECC East qualifier.
Neb, oh my gosh, his parents are in chat as well. They must be so proud, as Neb is the one who finds the opening kill that is able to secure the victory, the #1 seed, the group swaps, all of the perks that come with winning this qualifier tournament. It is Fisher College's, and what a reversal as well, because there is a little bit of history here. When we were in Overwatch 1, we were at Harrisburg, the Harrisburg Invitational that they held at their university. It was actually Harrisburg who placed above Fisher. I think Fisher was 4th place in that event. Harrisburg was 2nd. I don't know. I don't think they went up against each other directly, but still, Harrisburg were ranked higher at the time. Fisher now showing in Overwatch 2, maybe they're the better squad.
Those Ochre rankings, I feel like, are going to be changing here very soon. But again,
the gears are turning.
Yeah, gears are already turning. Fisher turning over a new leaf here for their win. They win 3-1. They get the #1 seed at the Rutgers LAN coming up next month, November 5th through 6th at Rutgers University in New Jersey. But Harrisburg goes down. Fisher wins 3-1, and that's going to do it for us here for the East side. We'll take a short break, and we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with an interview from the winning team of Fisher. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that interview. And it's another trade fight. Both of the honors are gone. And Forgotten's just leaving blood all over the floor here. He's got already 3 kills with the Sojourn. Could make it 4. And the 4th one coming up for this team. And Fisher off to the races.
Both teams actually decide to go for the Sojourn this time around.
Doing overclock right now. That Pulse Bomb does go wide. Doesn't really find anything. Neb hacked for right now. Jeff Big Dog, he has the nano boost that will put it right onto Akawa, who doesn't necessarily have the Graviton Search. However, the bio nade from Chef Big Dog, even bigger, hitting 3 people, and that's
up on 4 ultimates of their own. It's going to be everything except the Pulse Bomb. I would say slight ult advantage to Fisher College. This will be flashy either way.
Yeah, and the overclock starts off this fight on the right end. Forgotten again with the 2K start, making a 3K.
Makawa, but still about 15%. And Cave is lurking in the back here, trying to find a stick. Finds it onto Elk. Challenge off the side, and Cave says, no, you do not do that to me.
Cave starts off with the right foot for Fisher College. That's a big pick for them. The Graviton Surge is there. Akawa gets a big Graviton Surge.
Akawa!
3 people inside of it. It's huge. Here comes the rest of the team from Harrisburg, and doesn't have that dive potential that Harris does. Okawa is hacked, but it's not going to matter much when your Diva's already out of mech, and a lot of that damage soaked up is gone, and now they're just going to push them all the way forward, right past the door, and they're just going to make sure they can't even try to touch the point here. 4 kills on the doesn't matter, though. Chef Big Dog, with the help of the Coalesce, is able to take care of business on the Ottawa. Here's where Forgotten can come into play. Gets a secondary kill on the railgun shot. Divio uses the EMP, gets 4 people in, and that's everybody so low. There is no shot that Fisher, but Forgotten with another headshot onto Divio. So Divio, no more hacks available. Cade's going to use the EMP, which catches 3. That's through the support. Anakawa as well. And now it's going to run rapid. Elk does find a way to use the sound barrier just in time to save it, but it's not going to be before Akawa goes down. There's
Sojourn means you don't have to use the overclock yet. But uh-oh, don't look now. Akawa's back in this one. Takes down Forgotten before the overclock can come out. Harrisburg don't want to get rid of this just yet. Jeff Big Dog with the 2K with the Coalescence. So much damage, a surprising amount of damage from that Moira ultimate. And all of a sudden, Harrisburg...
Unerring precision.
Welcome back, everybody, here for the CECC East qualifiers. It is done. It is over. Number 1 seed Fisher after defeating Harrisburg 3-1. And we are going to have an interview right now. And who else would you like to bring in for the interview than the man we have mentioned the entire time, Neb?
Oh
with
my
the sunglasses
gosh.
on, with the swag, knowing that they are going to the Rutgers
Oh, I
Lattice,
love the
number 1 seed, and
sideburns.
the sideburns, the Elvis look. The king of rock, and as well as now Neb, you guys are now the kings of the East going into that regional and the qualifiers as well. How do you feel?
I'm feeling great right now. It's an easy dub. Harrisburg, we love playing against them, but they didn't have tap, so it was kind of free though.
Dang, that is a harsh statement to open up the interview, but we have been leading up to this match all weekend pretty much. You and Harrisburg were the 2 heavy favorites to make it to this point. I'm sure you knew that throughout the weekend. Was there any special preparation that you guys did to prepare for this Harrisburg matchup?
No, honestly, we just kind of came into the match. We did a little warm up, and then all the teams forfeited against us. They're too scared to get to the lobby. So, I mean, I respect it. I would be too. So, it's kind of nice, but also kind of annoying. But it's whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher, I guess, is just built a little bit different. I want to go back into the last moments of the match. You were the pivotal player who found that assassination kill onto Chef Big Dog with the Lucio's reboot. I want to go this like into the comms in that moment when you knew you got that kill. You guys knew all of a sudden you could win the qualifiers right here. What was that like? What were those comms like?
Oh, I accidentally killed Lucio. I just spammed him. Ab said he naded, so I just kind of shot one burst at the door. I killed him, and I just said go, and that was pretty much it.
It was pretty much it. It was over after that, and now, of course, you guys are the winners of, as far as I know, like the first major Overwatch 2 tournament. For a team to get it over a team like Harrisburg that has often been able to beat you in Overwatch 1, what is it like to finally be able to get one over them as we change into this new era of Overwatch?
I don't know about often beat us. We like during the like fall, we reverse swept them in NACE losers finals. That's still my favorite match of all time. But I think it's a weird matchup. I mean, I love playing Northwood the most. Harrisburg's probably number 2. So it's always fun to beat them and play against them. It's always a good competition.
And a good competition it was indeed. And thank you for your time so far. Ned, last question for you. Going about a month from now, November 5th and 6th, we'll be seeing you guys at the Rutgers LAN going on over there for the CECC side. We'll see you guys in New Jersey playing alongside some of the 8 other best teams, including Rutgers, including some of these other teams like Harrisburg will be there as well. For you guys, a month from now, what's going to be the plan going in before you guys get there?
Before we get there, first I have to talk to Iron Man. That's my day one from my old team. I got to give him a big hug, and really, we just show up to win. There's no special preparation needed. Just another day in the books.
And just win would be the model for you guys, and just win you guys did indeed. 3-1 over Harrisburg. Neb, thank you very much. Keep looking cool with that Elvis look, man.
All right, shout out my family in chat. I love them all. They're my biggest fans, and my friend Reese.
And we've seen them all weekend long. Neb, thank you for your time. All right, that was Nev from Fisher, and a great story overall for Fisher, beating Harrisburg 3-1 in the end, taking the number 1 seed, going into the group stage for next month's LAN a lot more confident. And you can tell Nev was not shook whatsoever, knowing that, I mean, there was a lot of confidence going in. We knew that Fisher was going to come out swinging against Harrisburg, and swing they did, 3-1, that final score line. But, I mean, what a game overall from Nev and the rest of the team there from Fisher.
Such a good overall game, and I can't wait. Hopefully we'll be able to see that again at the LAN next month. I'm sure Harrisburg are going to be coming in with a bit of a revenge streak. But now that the qualifier is over, we can, as far as the East region goes, look forward to that Rutgers LAN next month.
Yep.
It's going to be a fantastic time.
Yep, and we're going to see you all at Rutgers again November 5th and 6th when we get to the Rutgers LAN. It will be 8 teams settled down their group stage all the way up to the bracket. We'll keep it all here with Esports U and the CECC. But East is now over. That doesn't mean we're done just yet. We got one more region to play here in day 2, and that is for the South. The South semifinals, the South championships coming up very soon. We're back here at 2:30 Eastern time, so stick around. You don't want to miss any of the action. We'll be back here. It's the CECC qualifiers. We'll be back soon enough.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the storm.
How does
Community 0.
There's
Yeah.
nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom.
Mm-hmm.
Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient. In my opinion, tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and uh, all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, a billion impressions and a million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community on, let's just start with on campus?
I got the big one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the third month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that.
Mm-hmm.
It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic though. Like we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club. And so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason. But what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories. And as we start to build a longer history of collegiate esports, I actually truly believe that some of the CLOL storylines are more rich than what exists in Academy and
100%.
and the LCS, but no one's really covering it. No one's really drilling down into it. No one's creating narrative content. So I think that's the key to getting people to care about it. Like if there's a storyline, people attach themselves to it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll add one more thing before we end. The largest organizations on any university campus. This is a very blanket statement. Could be wrong for you. It's right for many. Campus ministry and Greek life are always the largest groups on campus. Why? It's because of the concept of family. Let me explain. With a club or a program, many people identify, oh, I am a gamer, but I am also A, B, C. And usually it's I am A, B, C, and I'm also a gamer. Not everyone is a gamer first and foremost. And you're only going to capture that population if you're promoting purely competitive and purely esports. And so I said food nights and social activities. I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. Not for at scale. Not when 55% of the campus body at a Division I school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. You're probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5% at a Division I school. And so what you really need to do is build that community authentically by, as Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing, and do that. And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful? Do that. And then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too. And that's why we have a talent problem in Scholastic Esports. But I will wrap up and say for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative. But I'm not worried about that, because the only thing we need to build community nationwide is just time. We are 2 generations away from critical mass. And all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional workforce, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew. It's how basketball grew. It's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one. Kick back off stage though. Able to air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Talk is able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection, go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great, 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Myranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's a 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Retire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with the triple off of that crucial Rocket Barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's time to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keen matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
No, one more lease on life. Lease on life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that Transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb, down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen...
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though. It's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that Stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind, a 4v2. But really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer, will not stop until all are taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Leaves their own open, a little bit of high pass, you angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Top of the goalpost coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime, feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays, matches will be lighting off at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Wednesdays, it is going to be the doubleheader of Rocket League and Overwatch at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys are tuned in. And as for me and the rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production, but these highlight videos for you guys, we just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season. And we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned, because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been KTAD. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Ethan, another cancer survivor and esports enjoyer, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Ethan, of course, if you're comfortable, can you kind of walk us through what cancer you had and how long you were battling it for?
Of course. I have B-cell lymphoblastic lymphoma, which is a blood cancer. And I was diagnosed in March of 2017, and the day after we started treatment. And we had daily, weekly, and monthly chemo treatment appointments for nearly 4 years.
Wow.
And then of June of 2020, I finally took my last dose of chemo meds and finished, and I was in remission.
That's wonderful. I mean, that's fantastic. And you and I were talking a lot about kind of how you have a really unique kind of connection to esports, right? We talked about this off camera, and how you aren't a streamer like Brenda was, and you're not a player, you're simply an observer, you're a spectator, and how even being outside of the game can still be so impactful. So during that difficult time, what video games or esports did you find yourself kind of magnetized towards, attracted to?
Esports have always been something that has been close to me, and video games have always been close to me. But it really shone and really attached to me during treatment, because I was isolated. I was in the hospital for nearly weeks at a time. And watching streams of esports, I was able to interact with other people that I couldn't do physically in the hospital. It brings people together. It's a great community. And with video games, I'm able to log on to Minecraft with friends.
Right.
Go and screw around in a world.
Yeah.
When they got back home from school and we could talk and just enjoy each other's time even while I'm in the hospital.
Absolutely. And you know, that's really interesting as well, because you and I had the chance to talk about how a lot of people are hesitant towards esports, right, and kind of video games as a whole, but you give such a unique kind of circumstance about what it can mean to somebody outside of the traditional life, outside of kind of what we've lived in. So if somebody were to kind of look at you and your connection to esports, how do you think you would kind of explain the impact it's had for you? Has it just kind of been that constant flow of positivity in such a dark time?
Yeah, I would explain that people are afraid because it's not traditional.
Right.
It's not something like football that's been here for dozens and a ton of years.
Yeah.
This is something new and something that's bloomed from the first computer ever made, and that esports is able to bring people together. It's a big community that reaches all around the world. And that's the most important part of it, that it could reach people that you cannot talk to physically.
Yeah.
You can all enjoy something together, even when you're apart.
Beautifully said. Very well said. And you know, before we kind of end our interview, I want to give you the opportunity, if there's anything that, I know you mentioned you don't stream, but if there's anybody you want to like shout out or just say thank you to, or anything you'd want to plug, I want to make sure you have that time.
I definitely want to plug LLS, and there's not really anything else I want to plug. Just LLS itself. It's so important, They work so hard.
Do you kind of want to explain something that we actually probably should have done earlier? Do you want to explain what that is and kind of how that brought you here?
LLS works really hard to fund top researchers and to find amazing things for blood cancer, to help prolong kids and adults with blood cancer's life. And they're really important.
Absolutely. Well, Ethan, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to like hold my keyboard like the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. Like, this guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at like a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but like you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is
No,
it them?
not them.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, alright. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over under.
What do you mean over under?
Like, do we think we're gonna podium? Do we think we're gonna come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable. That's winnable. 3rd place.
Third
That's where things get dicey.
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place. That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-snipe each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see
The
it.
Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah. It's maybe.
This is a death match. I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your KD?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's third, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do you think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You're one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco! Oh my god, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
How are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school. Tore my MCL, was out on an injury, and then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me than anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course, and turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last, lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually I made it on to some of the top teams. I was in co-ed teams, played in ESEA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu, that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill about in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up and coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Could those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournament? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at Valorant Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and Valorant Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for Xset versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming if that's something you love. And then my final comment is just a reminder that, you're going to be in games sometimes and people are going to say terrible things. I hope that ends someday, but just know that no matter what they say, you belong here. You deserve this. You deserve to play this game. You deserve to be in this competition. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait. I know there's going to be some superstars. I hope I see you one day at Valorant Champions kicking ass. Thank you so much for having me.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and welcome back to another ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. Now, normally I know we like to switch the hosts out every week, and I know there's a roster that we want to bring up to you guys, and don't worry, we've got that coming with some returning faces from last season, as well as hopefully some new ones this time out. But again, you guys got me for one more week. It'll be okay. I'll see you guys at the end anyways. Now, in any case, as per the usual, we've got a bunch of incredible collegiate esports action coming at you with some of the coverage brought to you in partnership by Esports U. So, huge shout out to them. But, I know you guys don't want to hear me talk about it anymore. It's okay. Let's just jump straight into the action. Here you go. Starting us off this week, we've got Gorilla as he power slams the ball into the net.
Don't have a goal to show for it. It means almost nothing, especially when Grand Valley has a response like that. Gorilla solo play, and how do they get this with power?
At number 7, it's a play of the game from Shiz that has him jumping fearlessly into the enemy team to secure the second map for Savannah College.
So rare to see these, especially in a map like this one, where there's a lot of potential opportunities, but that means willing to make a complete change if necessary, and we didn't really see that for the side of
Shh. We've got to be a bit sneaky here as Matthew's got the huge flank to get the 3K and secure the round.
That's a massive frag. They know Jet is heaven. Smokes are going to come down. Bomb is down in that corner of heaven. And now Nova's in a very tricky situation. She's going to ult out. Doesn't have a great amount of visibility as she plays back now. Oh, Matthew with a 3K. That round itself was on the brink of defeat for LC.
Don't get turned around here as Hispaniard pulls the will over Michael's eyes to send him right off the stage.
Although this is a very dangerous opportunity here. We're gonna see.
Looking for the guard, a beautiful side smash, and I mean, no, what a beautiful reflector! Stopping the recovery from being able to come back on, forcing this into one sock, and we've seen what it's been.
In our top half, it's Mr. Nene as he whips and does the dance with 3 different members of LIU to clutch up the round.
He's the last alive, granted. He's got a Vandal. He makes the trade. Now a one-on-one. Can he find it? Doesn't have the intel. If he does heaven, he might understand that he's hell. First shock dart will come out. He knows he's there now. First shot's coming out. He still doesn't have all the intel. He looks to peek.
He gets the kill.
Third kill, Mr. Nene. Gonna close out that round for LC.
You can never count out James Madison so long as Impulse is lurking in the wings with this crazy Death Blossom.
Going to deny the Deadeye. Unfortunately, they just missed the timing on that defense matrix. And now Georgia State once again in control here. Oh, but Impulse comes in
Beautiful
with the
ultimate
Death
from Reaper,
Blossom.
including the hack from Sombra to get a wrist.
In our runner-up, Bryce, in a disadvantage, finds a way to just dunk on pace to take St. Joseph's to the final series.
What a play there. Great usage of that corridor. We've seen it be so effective thus far. Bryce really wants to take this to game number 3. Great roll. Oh, great usage.
I can't even believe that we were not believing in this DDD.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, I take it all back.
This is exactly the pick they needed.
Oh man, huge. Oh my goodness, this is massive.
He could win this right here.
Oh my god! Oh! Bryce!
And at number 1, it's Captain Insano off the top rope to suplex Grand Valley onto the map.
I lost track of the amount of times he...
All right, and that is it. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the action this season is really heating up, and it has me super excited to see how these teams shape up come playoffs. Now, if you guys want to catch all of the action live, make sure to follow us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. We stream Monday through Wednesday, either on 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern. Or if you want to stay up to date with everything that's going on with collegiate esports, give us a follow on Twitter as well at ECAC_esports. Trust me, guys, we've been posting a lot more this season as to when we go live, what the matchup is, how we're looking, and all of that. You don't want to miss it. But if you also want to give our partner a shout out, if you want to show them some love, make sure to follow them on Twitch at twitch.tv/esportsu. As always, it's been a blast, but I'm sure we'll have even more to talk about next week with a new set of plays, a new host, and all of that that comes with these videos. But as I said, guys, I've been KTAD. Thanks for joining me, and we'll see you next time.
Well, my name is Darian Wheeler. I'm a junior at Cornell College, and I play for the Overwatch and Smash Ultimate team there. I also play football, and I enjoy playing Ultimate Frisbee as well.
Wow, how do you have time for all that?
I have no idea.
Just gotta prioritize, right?
Yeah.
So how long have you been playing Overwatch and Smash, you said?
Overwatch, I started playing the summer before I came to Cornell, which was in 2019. And since then, I've gone from bronze to master's ranking just by being on the team. And Smash, I started when the game first came out, but I haven't played the game competitively until around the end of last year.
And what made you want to start competing?
At the time, our esports coach, we just started getting into like big tournaments and stuff. And so we went to a tournament where one of the PGR, one of the top 50 players in the world, was appearing, and we played him, and it was not pretty. It was, we got stomped into the dirt. And so that I didn't like that. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna get better. I'm gonna play better, and I'm gonna figure out how to beat someone like that, because that was not fun.
And what have you done to get better at the game? Like, what kind of strategies do you use?
We have weekly practices. We have Monday, Thursday, and Friday. We practice. I play by myself, of course. I go to tournaments. And from these tournaments against good players, I take the film that I get and I VOD review it, learn what I could have done better, and figure out things like positioning, usage of abilities, that type of thing.
So, what do you think about your team? How does it feel to be a part of an esports team? And do you guys all get along? Are you guys friends?
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. We if we're all in the room together, we're just joking around. Which sometimes makes it hard to practice because it's very hard. It's hard to get serious when it's really goofy like that. But I love being on the team. It's like one of the reasons I stayed on the esports team, because we had a director change. Despite the director change was because I just love the team.
That's really good. You guys support each other and all that. That's awesome. You said you've gone to competitions and stuff. Well, how often do you think you game a week? How many hours do you think you play a week?
Maybe over 24, maybe 30 hours. It's a lot of time.
You play Smash and Overwatch. Which one do you like better and why?
I like Smash better. One, fighting games have always been my thing before shooters, so that's part of it. And I'm much better at Smash than I am at Overwatch. Overwatch is more of a team-based game, so your individual performance matters a lot less. But Smash, everything that you do, it's all on you, so you can always improve on that.
And I know you've been to competitions and stuff before, but do you still get nervous when you're about to compete, or are you pretty confident?
Oh man. Yeah, I get nervous still. It depends though. I usually have music playing, calm my nerves, but especially if I'm going against a player who I know is very high ranked, very well known, very good. In tense situations, I'll always I just get nervous, and it just doesn't go well if that happens. But yeah, I still get nervous.
Yeah, I think that's natural though. Are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of watches out for or that you really want to beat?
Iowa State, their team is crazy. So they have most of the top ranking players in Iowa. So those guys they have a big target on their backs.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
Currently, our team we're going over a massive overhaul because we're down a lot of players due to transfers and other things, but it's still possible. I think we can do it.
Okay, yeah, we hope to see you there. um, Backtracking a little bit, what are you studying in school? What's your major?
Biochemistry.
Okay. Jeez, you do it all. What the heck? What do you plan to do with biochemistry? And do you ever see any overlap between what you're learning in school and esports?
My initial plans were to possibly go into medicine, but I'm leaning more towards biochemical research. So I don't know if that overlaps somehow, but if it can, that'd be great.
Would you ever want to be an esports coach?
Of course. It's so fun. It's so fun.
Yeah, when you're not doing medicine and you find time between football and the ultimate frisbee, maybe you can be an esports coach.
I'll find time to do it all, I guess.
Yeah. Are there any players on your team that stick out to you, whether it be a success story, their growth, or even yourself that you want to talk about?
Let's see. Well, of course, myself is a good success story, I guess. Because when I joined the Smash and Overwatch team in 2019, I was garbage. Like it was bad. Like I said earlier, I was bronze rank in Overwatch, which lowest possible rank. It's terrible down there. And then from there, I went to Masters, which is the second highest rank, which is just ridiculous. And then in Smash, I was also bad. So, and now I'm one of the top ranking players in Iowa. So it's pretty good.
So, what has been your proudest moment or specific moment? I know you jumped ranks there, but has there been any specific moments in a game or tournament that really you're proud of?
It was last year during we had a Smash tournament, Smash Ultimate tournament. It was a Wi-Fi tournament. To qualify for the national part of it, we needed to beat this one school, and the school had some really good players. Like I think they had a Link player, and I forget the rest of them. But we were losing. I fumbled hard. I lost all 3 stocks, and I didn't take any. It was bad. And then my team rallied, and we beat them, and the whole room exploded. It was fantastic. Everyone was jumping all over the place. It was it
Yeah,
was a great time.
let me imagine the energy. That's really awesome. So, my last question for you is do you have any goals for the rest of this school year that you want to accomplish?
Well, for Overwatch, I do want to rank up again. I want to get GM, and for Smash Ultimate, I want to get a higher rank. I think so. In East Iowa, I'm ranked I think 4th or 3rd, but I want to be 1st. I want to be the top of the ranking. I don't like being under 2 other people. It doesn't feel right.
Well, I'm sure you can do it. Is there anything that you would like to add about your team or you before we go? Anything you want the world to know about you?
Join our team. We're great people. I don't know.
Good. That's good. Well, thank you again so much for your time and doing this interview with me and fitting me in your schedule of all the stuff you have going on. I really appreciate it.
No problem. No problem.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you.
You too.
That's so cute.
UCF, and it's really cute. So I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it.
No, we got this. We got it. We got it. Go Knights. Charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
Come on.
Oh, let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird. Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear it.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're going to have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. A Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds, maybe. What was it like? Probably bliss. I was signing a mouse pad, which is really cool. I've never done that before. Nobody's ever asked me for a signature, so I'm going to start blushing, but I'm really excited about that. And then he wants a picture. Can you take a picture of us? I said, is it bad? She went, no. I'm going to go ahead and take that as a yes.
Turns out I can't tie a tie sitting down.
What do you think is the appropriate face-to-screen ratio for a Valorant player?
Face to screen, like how close I sit?
Yeah, like how close should a player sit?
Personally, I play really, really close. I think it depends on your eyesight, but for me, I like playing close because it helps me focus on my crosshair.
Is the value of sitting close, the crosshair being the only thing in your line of sight?
Yeah, that's pretty much the main benefit of it.
It's so funny how close some of these guys sit. Oh my goodness. What do you think is the healthy face-to-screen distance for a Valorant player?
I think it's all kind of personal preference. I guess I would consider myself like pretty close when I play because I like to like zone in on my crosshair.
It is the second person to say that. It's all about the crosshair. And then what's up with the horizontal keyboard?
I don't know, like it just kind of fits like the form when I'm close to monitor. Like I don't know, it might sound cringy, but I like to like be one with my gun, you know?
No, bro, I feel it absolutely. What is going on, everybody? I am here with some UCF fans. How are we feeling about UCF? Let's go! Let's go! We've got a bunch of UCF fans in the crowd right now. UCF, they are up by a single game. They're looking to find their third and possibly final, secure a spot moving forward. Things looking great for them against Northwood here today. This guy's playing Minecraft right now. He keeps double building instead of placing the dirt. Pressure's on, man. Everybody's watching. Just kidding. Just me. Cameraman's not over here. Just kidding. He's behind you. There's actually always cameras on you if I'm around. Do you double build all of those? No excuses, bro. Your college esports Minecraft team absolutely rolled. L after L here. Let's hope UCF has a little better luck on stage, huh? What is going on, everybody? I am Septilence. I have the honor of welcoming you to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup here in Atlanta, Georgia. All right, that was good. That was good. Good content, good content.
Welcome to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. This is Rod, your favorite host, back at it again with more stellar plays from Collegiate Esports. Special thanks to our partners at Esports U for the additional coverage. Let's hop straight into it. Starting off this week at number 8, we have Torchy showing aerial dominance. They show that you're going to have to work a little bit harder if you want to get back on their stage.
Tiny bit here. Now you gotta mix up your timings getting back onto the stage. Toichi is looking for something, able to still find the jab, and the foil is going to be.
Next up, we have Cadmus, showing us what impact on a support player really looks like. With the timing of a Lucio God, they come in to claim the play of the game.
Player just going to deny anyone an attempt to hit the objective, and I mean, at this point in time, you gotta expect those rollouts to be as quick as they are.
Moving on to Rocket League, we have Swax, showing why they own the airspace with a nice self-follow-up, netting WSC the goal.
As we are going to try to find out that little nugget of information, Swax is going to drop this one down and give us a tie game here in game number 2. Gets that nice little touch over the defender, Peter.
As an Astra main myself, nothing brings me more joy than watching Zeno hold it down on the C site with a nice 4K to secure the second round of the half.
There's a 50-50 angle. They're checking a beautiful spray down onto 3. Players come in for the rotate from the rest of the map control. And a beautifully played round by FSE. Capped off by a nice little...
Now at the number 4 spot, we see that luck is a skill when Post gets 2 back-to-back kickoff goals. All it took was 6 seconds to go from a deficit to the lead. That is comeback potential.
Other ways.
I don't... What? Okay, so Warda actually messed up their kickoff. They 100% did not mean to land like that and then just happened to get a wave dash into it. Hey, listen, fortune favors the bold, and sometimes it's better to have dumb luck than to not be lucky at all. So we'll take it 100%, especially if they get another one. Kabuki to tally it on, and they're proving it isn't just luck.
Coming back into Smash, we have Bryce showing a ledge guard of the gods. It took a couple Gordos to nail it, but this clip truly ended in perfection.
Nope, not a footstool in sight, unfortunately.
I'm just going to be looking for some sort of an edge guard here now.
Oh!
That Gordo is right in the way, and Bryce going to be able to get the...
Conrad came into this round swinging. They really showed what happens when you combine the skill of a great player and the blessing of the RGX Vandal.
Over-aggression, it worked out so well. I mean, just a double kill already in their favor. Which so far the Sheriff, I mean, has been truly impressive. Unfortunately, he has not been there to follow up. Conrad now looking for the ace, already able to find 3, looking for 2 more. There's the 4th, and it's up to the tail to save the day. Conrad goes in deep. Oh, they're able to find it. Conrad.
Finally, at the number 1 spot this week, Frosty lays down the law with a stunning barrage. What a way to tell the enemy to get off my point.
Frosty to move in, unabated, unhindered. Here comes the rocket barrage, and it's lighting up the scene with 4.
Well, that wraps it up for me. This has been another fantastic week of ECAC Top Plays of the Week. As always, follow us on Twitter and catch us live on Twitch at ECAC_esports. You can find us live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. EST or Wednesdays at 7. Thanks again to our partners at Esports U for providing all the additional coverage for us to show you. This has been Rod, the best host of this season. I'm just saying, and I'm signing off.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis if I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. This isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game.
I believe in you.
Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
Not them.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, alright. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit
and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give away your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place?
Certainly not last.
What about, like, 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third place.
That's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my God. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my God. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. We just saw the East Online Regional Qualifier for Overwatch 2, and we saw Fisher beats Harrisburg 3-1 in the finals, and then it was Penn State defeating St. Rose for the 3rd place finish. Well done to these amazing Overwatch teams. Remember, this is the very first weekend for Overwatch 2. I've been playing it nonstop, I can't lie. I'm so excited, and I've been learning so much from actually watching these collegiate esports players in Overwatch 2. But without further ado, remember, we're doing 2 regional qualifiers this weekend for Overwatch 2 because we did push back that South region so that the teams can get as much practice and wait for Overwatch 2 and keep as much competitive integrity in-house as possible. So coming up next, we have UT Dallas. Again, this is the South region. We have UT Dallas taking on Columbia International University. And then we have KSU, Kennesaw State University, one of my favorites, taking on the University of Florida, another top Florida team. So without further ado, let's throw it over to Clutch Key and Dividing for some Overwatch 2 action. You guys have been doing great. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Paulie. Back here for the CECC South Regional, switching gears from the east to the south. And as he mentioned, first game up is going to be the University of Texas at Dallas. The Comets in the house taking on the Columbia International University Rams. And CIU Rams coming into this game as a team that kind of a dark horse here in the South region. Not much was given to them in credit for the seeding-wise in the group. But then Group D, the head started to turn to Group D because it got flipped on its head. Everything we knew about Group D, it basically turned into a group of death. And no matter where you saw it, a 4 seed in the group turned out to be the number 1 seed overall. And this is where the CIU Rams lead up into the semifinals of the East Regional Qualifiers.
It's a really interesting matchup, Clutch Key, because we've got the number 1 seed in the entire tournament, UT Dallas, the Comets, number 5 ranked overall. I think most people going into this weekend would assume that Dallas is the number 1 seed, the favorites to take it all. Going up against the biggest surprise of the tournament for me, CIU have shown up really, really well, especially with their Pharah-based gameplay, their Pharah DPS player, Zest at the helm of that one. But the UTD is a whole new caliber of roster. It's going to be a huge challenge for CIU.
And we'll take a look at the rosters right now, and we'll start off with that number 1 seed so far, that University of Texas at Dallas team. The Comets look like this to start, and a lot of players on this roster. In fact, we'll start off with Louis, Jukebox, Petal, Abdallah, and Derpy on the lineup right now. These 5 leading the way for the number 1 seed of the South region so far.
Yeah, Petal is the number 1 player that you think about when you think of this UTD squad. This is the guy who has had tons of contenders experience. He is that hard carry hit scan player that you need, especially when you're going up against a Pharah master on the other side. Also, they added on Abdallah this year to start to play some tank for them. That's a really good addition. Abdallah has been around the tier 2, high tier 3 scene for a while now. So adding that on with players like Louis, like Jukebox, like Derpy, who have been around for a pretty long time. I think that this is a really solid roster looking to take that #1 seed in the South Regional.
Yeah, and 6 more players besides that. You have Savior, Tinspire, Doyuan, Kashir Khan, Banthapudu, and Stasis all alongside them. And here's your 5 that were listed for starters. Now we head on over to the other side in South Carolina from the Columbia International University Rams. You're looking at the 5 players here, Mr. Winter, Zest, who was a good name yesterday on that Farah and Pharmacy combination. Zelos, how's your day? And Benji, how's your day? Part of that Pharmacy combination, but Zest looking to be one of the star players here for Columbia International.
And Zest is the person we're going to be calling out the most from this team. It tends to be the focal point of their compositions. Their win condition often focuses around Zest popping off. But part of the reason CIU got so much play yesterday, got to this top 4, is because the rest of the squad, how's your day, pocketing the Pharah all the time. Whoever's on tank on Zarya, make sure that Pharah gets bubbles. The entirety of CIU understands what their win condition is, and they are united as one in giving their win condition as many opportunities to succeed as possible. That is why CIU is so good. It's not just because Zest is good, because Zest is good, but everyone is really good at playing around him.
Yeah, and everyone's going to be good here for CIU. Again, one of the dark horses seeds-wise inside of this game. Now, for those that are wondering here, we have taken a look at CIU at the start. During one of their rounds, they were playing against the Clemson Tigers, and that was in their winners bracket match in Group D, the 4 versus the 3 seed. You got to remember, folks, in this Group D, they had Texas A&M and Florida at the same time, the 1 and 2 seeds respectively of that group. But when you take a look at CIU and Clemson, both coming into the winners bracket, they're at 4 and 3 seeded respectively there, and CIU coming out as the 4 seed, turning into the #1 ranked team in that group. And in fact, if you take a look at their record coming in here, they also took on another team relatively familiar with the rest of the audience here for the University of Texas at Arlington. Took them down 3-2 in that quarterfinal matchup. So it was not easy to get here, but they are here. Excuse me, I'm sorry. CIU took down UCF 3-1. UT Arlington gave UT Dallas a run for their money 3-2 in that sense. So this is going to be a good game overall. But yeah, CIU a team to watch out for, especially when you have Zest in that lineup, as well as how's your day on that Pharmacy combo. Now the question is, against a team like UT Dallas, is that going to be countered as easily as some might try to find out, especially with this #1 seed?
I think it's going to be a whole new set of challenges with the DPS that are on the side of UTD, especially if Petal ends up playing. There's so much talent in that guy. I have full confidence that he will be able to shut down Zest and be able to force CIU to swap off the swap off the Pharah onto. When we saw Zest swapped off the Pharah, it was often a Sombra, and they were still good, but the Pharah is clearly where they are the strongest. Unfortunately, when you have a really shut down hit scan player, it is really tough, no matter how many resources you pour into that Pharah player. Even if Petal doesn't end up playing today, there's still several really good DPS players here at UTD who I think will be able to, at the very least, challenge Zest in a way that we have not seen so far this weekend.
We'll see CIU again coming out 3-0 against Clemson in the game we saw there. 3-0 the rest of the way, except for that one game, 3-1 over their opponents in the brackets of UCF Knights. So the UCF Knights are still going to be in a good spot there for the regional, but still CIU taking them down 3-1 to get to this point. And UT Dallas, though, another team as well that we were saying, like you're saying, there's going to be different challenges coming towards the CIU Rams. So that's not to say that Dallas didn't have a challenge of their own. They did go 3-0 against the University of Texas A&M, the white team there for the Aggies. But when you take a look at their other counterparts there at the University of Texas at Arlington, yes, the University of Texas systems played at each other, and that was a close match in itself, and UTA was looking really good at that last point. Case in point, that game against South Florida where UTA swept them 3-0 in the run-back match during our time there. So right now, I mean, UTD having a little bit of trouble against UTA, now coming back here in day #2 to play against the CIU Rams. And for the Comets, I mean, yes, they look like the #1 seed right now, but how tough of a challenge do you think it is going up against the CIU Rams team, which we have seen one game, but now the #1 seed going to play against these dark horses?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I think that we have seen a lot from CIU. We've been talking about how this is a big test for them. In a similar manner, it's a pretty decent test for UTD as well. This is a team that, we're not really a part of the HUE Fest, the Harrisburg Invitational that happened earlier this year. This is the first real. They played in the NACE Last Stand tournament. They didn't do quite as well as they wanted to there. It was Northwood that ended up taking the win in that tournament. Now that we've kind of turned the page to Overwatch 2, I think these Comets are really hungry to establish themselves that they are still a top 5 team in collegiate Overwatch, like some seem to think, like some seem to rank them to be. And being able to shut down an upstart team like CIU would be a fantastic way to say that. But if CIU is putting up a good fight against UTD, or even if they end up taking the win, that would be a massive upset. And you'd have to really rethink where you place these Comets moving forward.
Well, moving forward now, we go here as first map going to come up here is going to be Ilios is going to be the very first map, and we have not seen this at all in the South region to start. In fact, the starting maps have always been Oasis, Lijiang Tower, or we did see one Ilios, though. That was back in the opening match between Houston and South Florida. Other than that, it has been nothing but Oasis and Lijiang Tower to start. So Ilios a little bit of a different change of pace here going into the semifinals.
And I love throwing a new starting map at these teams in the semifinals, see how they deal with it. Now, of course, the support players, the Lucio players out there, they love Ilios. It has the biggest opportunities for environmental kills of any control map out there. Will has that massive hole in the middle of the map, and then we have some really nice opportunities on Lighthouse as well. So I'm really excited to see how they try to attack Ilios at sunset now. And UTD, not quite the lineup we saw on screen there. We have Abdallah coming in on tank. It's going to be It's Good and Kashir. I'm not sure if It's Good is Petal or not. I might need to confirm if that's like an alternate account for him. And then Jukebox and Doi going in. Okay, we have gotten confirmed that is... Wait, sorry, is that a different player or is it Petal?
I believe we said it was Petal.
Okay.
Yes. So it's good. Will be Petal on that
Petal
side of the Symmetra right now. That's holding on. Columbia International University pretty much setting up the same way as they did before. Benji on the Symmetra. And this is where the challenge comes involved. Now, the question is whether or not the Comets saw what CIU was pulling out very early on. And Zest and How's Your Day on the Pharmacy combination this time around. And it's a very early pick there for Zest. And the Rams are off to a good start when you're taking care of your Pharah, pocketing her oh so well. And right now, even with Zelos hacked and Benji just going down oh so low for right now with that first pick, it's going to be the CIU Rams in control.
I mean, look at how high Zest is right now. Is able to get the maximum height out of Forest. Kid's so good at doing that. And even though It's Good was on the Sojourn at the time, it's still really difficult to hit a shot on a Pharah that is like 60 meters in the air ahead of you. As Zest is finally forced to go to the ground, It's Good will get the kill, but I think it might be too little too late for this first round. Zest already with the barrage.
Yeah, they're going to flip the point towards their favor. In fact, CIU is going to get the res up onto Zest. So Zest does not need to come back, and oh my god! Petal, I think this is Petal on the It's Good account, but right now taking down Benji very early on. It's a 45 situation. And this Ash hitting every single shot, missing only a couple up in the air. But other than that, anything on the ground right now is big. And that's another big headshot. The barrage is wasted. And no more res for this Pharmacy combo either. So Zest is grounded. And it's going to go back to the Comets here in the meantime.
Yeah, it's headshot after headshot for It's Good here. It's very good, the Ash play. And that is exactly what we needed to see from UTD. Set the tone early. Make sure that Zest knows that you're not going to be able to do everything that you want to do on this Pharah. You have a fantastic hit-scan DPS player here on the Comets who are going to be looking to shut that down. CIU, as they try and get back into this one, though, they do have every ultimate except the barrage coming up in just a little bit.
Oh, Mr. Winter might not be able to get that ultimate off in time. In fact, Valkyrie's not even going to be used at all because It's Good. Again, Petal taking down the air game of this Mercy, and this Pharah is just going to go right up, but not before Abdallah can say, not just before I can get you killed. And it's 35% in rolling. Dallas handling this Pharmacy combo very well.
And it's not just Petal either. Abdallah was doing a really good job putting in damage on the flying duo and trying to chase after the Pharah as she tried to retreat. We saw a couple of nice Ana shots come out from Doi that also put a lot of pressure on the Zest. They're not letting the Pharah get into position at all. Look, the second she puts her head out, there's so many people looking at her.
Oh, but Benji's taking care of the problem on the Ashen. Well, no mercy on the side of Dallas, so you can't res that up. favoring CIU for right now. Abdallah eats up Benji's pulse bomb to make it go all for nothing in that point. Really only have the D.Va in the area anyways, but for right now, that pulse bomb goes all for naught. They back up for right now because Benji's so low, Zelos is low at the same time. Self-destruct, able to find Zest up in the air. Somehow, some way, that does stick. Country Day has to use the res early on, but it might be too little too late. Petal back in the game. Zest is nano boosted by Mr. Winter, but it's not even going to matter for this fight. It's 85% and rolling. Talus looking very good right about now, and they're just trying to hold on. The Rocket Barrage is used by Zest only to get the mech out from Abdallah. It's looking like a fight win here, and it's going to be CIU holding on.
So you take that for UTD, you're up to 95%. You now have plenty of time to get some more ultimates on the board, and you force just about everything out of CIU in order to just take that 1 point, flip. Benji is pretty close to the pulse bomb. That's really all you're working with for CIU this next fight. Meanwhile, UTD, they have the beat already from Jukebox to try and use aggressively. You also have the EMP coming out in just a second. If you position that well, you might just get CIU Zest over the void.
Yeah, and right now it's good with that big pickoff again. The second kill on the Tracer with an immediate headshot gets the kill for the University of Texas at Dallas. But there it's Abdallah out of mech, and there's the hack to ground the rest of the pharmacy combo, and that's big for them. No pharmacy combo, no res available. It's just the Tracer trying to contest this point. It'll flip back to Dallas in the meantime. The Comet trying to hold on. There's the hack on to the D.Va. There is the overtime clock that will run, but Kashir and Jukebox making the kills happen on the D.Va, happening on the Tracer. That pharmacy combo does not get onto the point in time, and the Comet's off to a 173 first map win.
And by all means, 173 is not too bad for CIU, but it really did feel like UTD had control of the point ever since they got that first fight win. It felt like they were kind of dictating the pace of the match, right? They were able to pretty easily counter the Pharah from Zest, and you see here in round 2, if they decide to stick on it for the next 15 seconds, it is going to be a complete switch up from CIU. They're going to be running a 5-man rush composition with the Sombra Genji. So, you know, we'll see what Benji ends up going on. But both teams going to be running these kind of rush compositions, and in a mirror matchup, I feel like you got to give the advantage to UTD. That being said, we do see it's good on the Widow here. They got to be assuming the Pharah, but hey, if you're hitting shots like that, it doesn't even matter if the Pharah is there.
Yeah, Petal hit the headshot on the Moira, might be hitting the headshot on the Sombra, but the Sombra hacks really doesn't matter there. It gets slept, it gets sent away. And right now, that opening pick was so huge for them. And in fact, UTD is going to start up on the right foot with just a dink from the Widowmaker.
That is so good. Again, it's good wanted the Pharah matchup, right? That's why you choose the Widowmaker in that situation, is a Pharah counter. But hey, if you're going to hit shots on the Moira, that is just as good as it's good. Is going to just continue. I mean, look at this incredible vantage point that he's going to have over the entirety of the points. And even if you're super far away, I mean, there's no fall-off range. So if you're still hitting those shots, it's so effective for its good.
They're going to dive right in, but this Monkey is bionated in so much trouble. And already Petal's got 2 kills, making a third on the headshot onto this Lucio. Petal cannot miss. It's basically a team wipe here. Zest can only run away for their life, getting the D.Va out of mech, which would be big if there was a team with him.
Petal has been completely unstoppable so far. Has been able to just sit up on the high ground completely undisturbed this round. No one has ever tried to contest this Widowmaker until now, with Benji swapping onto a Widowmaker of his own. So you're going to have a Widow 1v1, but man, going up against Petal in a Widowmaker duel, that's not an enviable position for Benji.
Oh, and now they've got Petal hitting more shots, has the infra sight to do so now. Gonna try to take the battle as Benji tries to jump down. He can't escape with his life. It's gonna be heads rolling from courtesy of this Widowmaker. Self-destruct in the backline from Abdallah finds absolutely nothing, but now they're just stuck inside of this room right here, inside of the side area. But now with the EMP, it's gonna just secure them the fight with 1 fight territory.
And man, this has been a crazy round 2 from UTD. After what was a fairly close round 1, it's looking like this could very easily become a 100-0 matchup. That being said, UTD really only working with the support ultimates this time around into the EMP from Zest. So if you're able to get that onto the supports, make that support ultimate unable to come out, this could be winnable.
Abdallah, where did you come from? Abdallah just assassinates kills on the Widowmaker from on the back line. The EMP is out from Zest, and it does get one, I think, but I think that's about it. It does get Jukebox, but that's the only person on the point there. And it's looking like UTD's going to take this one clean. Because Sheeran's good, both getting kills. Petal gets the kills that they want. The Widowmaker strikes impeccably well, and UTD scores a clean Ruins, a 173 Lighthouse, and a 1-0 series lead.
What a fantastic round 2 coming out of UTD, and this was the focal point of it all. It's good, aka Petal, with shot after shot on the Ashe on round 1, on the Widowmaker on round 2, completely shutting down every long-range play that CIU tried to set up. So smooth. You can tell that this guy has so much experience at the highest tiers of Overwatch. It is so satisfying to watch Petal aim. The crosshair placement, the flicks, they are all on point, and you only get that by playing this game for years and years. So shout out to Petal, and shout out to the entire rest of the UTD squad who clearly did their homework, knew that this was going to be a Pharah-based composition, came out the gate ready to counter it.
And the next map coming up, our producer saying in our head, surprise, surprise, because the next map has already been picked. In fact, it's a pretty popular map pick, Circuit Royale. And if you go back all the way through days 1 all the way till now, from day 1 till now, I will count it for you. Circuit Royale has been picked once, been picked twice, been picked 3 times, and make it a 4th time. So this will be the 5th time that Circuit Royale gets picked here in 2 days of alone. Basically, in 9 matches, 5 times Circuit Royale has been picked, and it's basically a really popular map. It's a new map here in Overwatch 2, and it's for all intents and purposes defense sided. But unfortunately, if UTD, or rather CIU, is picking this, UTD is probably picking defense to start to try to choke them out.
First of all, gotta shout out the Count impression from Sesame Street there. 5 Circuit Royale picks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a really interesting pick here from CIU, because you know that they want to play long range, right? This is how they get their money. With Zest on the Pharah and the open skies of Circuit Royale up until map 3 does offer that for them. But we just saw in Ilios how UTD was very willing and able to counter it and go for a long-range composition of their own. Listen, I can understand here, when you look at round 1 when they played Pharah, you look at round 2 where they didn't play Pharah. CIU was completely shut down by UTD when they weren't playing Pharah. It was 100-0. They were almost spawn camping. I get it, CIU, you want to play to your strengths. I think this is a good choice. It is just a very tough situation for this team, because it seems like when they try to play to their strength, UTD still comes up ahead. Zest cannot be as aggressive as he has been in past series and in map 1, right?
Oh,
what the heck?
Oh my god, there ain't no way. Petal is just making heads roll, and the very start, I can hear it in my background watching this game right now. That headshot was nasty, and right now Petal's just hitting every shot you think is impossible to start, and they're just hiding. And like you were saying, they have to play passively, and they're using every wall desperately here right now. And Jukebox gets a kill onto Zest. This is the Zenyatta too that gets the kill. The jump shot protected by the bubble for right now. I mean, this bar is scared.
Oh my gosh, and this is exactly what you want to do from UTD. Again, set the tone early, make sure that CIU can't get set up in the sight lines and the positions that they want to be set up in. And Zest does it. Zest tries to get in position, gets shut down immediately. Every time that Pharah pokes his head out, gets taken down. Petal hits Benji again. Zest is gonna find it, but oh my gosh, the supports also. Jukebox takes down Zest once, Doi takes down Zest once. You have 2 snipers on support here, giving nice shots in on the Pharah, even when its good goes down.
Do you remember how long Zest took to get a rocket barrage in the very first map? Not too long. It's been a minute and a half, and Zest still doesn't have it. I mean, this is insane how passive they're playing right now. Abdallah gets taken down in the hands of Benji, so a good start for UTD on the defensive hold here. Still a couple of meters out, and Petal is back as well, so Petal's not Petals is going to be given a lot of space to try to get a shot. Now, Abdallah does go down, but we've seen Petal hit shots, and we've seen Petal turn a fight here before. You can tell that back on the side of Lighthouse on Elios when they have to try to flip a fight, but you can see this Mara playing so passively now that they have the Rocket Barrage coming out. Rocket Barrage taken out and takes out Jukebox in the meantime, and that should be enough space for CIU to get this first point and add another 2.5.
Nicely played there from Zest, playing passively, but knew when he had the opening to try and go for that Rocket Barrage. Was able to take out Jukebox, and even though Zest does go down eventually, How's Your Day seems to be always ready with that res to come back up into it. So honestly, CIU not playing this too terribly. Passive, yes, but not ineffective.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're playing passively here, I mean, you know that your win con has to be getting rid of the tank, obviously, and then making sure that you have enough space to take down this Widowmaker right here. They're going to use the Gravitative Flux right away. Tries to do an in-air accretion, really doesn't work out. It doesn't hit anything, goes in between the air and the Pharah. Meantime, Kashir with an EMP looking to kind of be a little bit of stealthy right now, trying to hit this pharmacy combination and hit basically really only one person gets caught up in that. And as I say that, though, Petal also gets a kill onto Zello, so that's 2 people going down. It was just too fast because Zello just got melted immediately as soon as that EMP came out, and it's a defensive hold, and this cart is in a tough spot.
It's in a very tough spot. CIU has no choice with the high ground that It's Good is going to be able to take on this point. They have to swap off. They have to try something other than the Pharah. The high ground, the sight lines are just too much to deal with. So Zest is going to go back onto that secondary Sombra. And hey, gets into the back, assassinates Jukebox. That is a huge opening pick for CIU to start this trek up the hill.
Yeah, that's such a great pick, especially the way Jukebox has been playing and getting the kills with that shot. And oh my god, there's almost another headshot. Benji's just making sure that his head doesn't get caught yet again. By this Widowmaker. Infrasight is being used by the UTD's Petal, and the Widowmaker really the only constant so far for the Comets here, and Infrasight will go down here in just a second. Jukebox having that Transcendence to use just in case Zelos wants to use that Graviton Surge available. Good discipline to hold on to it so far, but really hasn't had any threats to use it up till this point. Zest is hacked. Benji does have the blade ready to go, maybe waiting for a Mr. Winter nano boost here, but again, Jukebox holding on DK Chin with it, and now the Transcendence is popped. So Benji could actually save this blade for right now with a nano boost if they really wanted to dive in. There's the nano blade that's going to be used, but it's hacked immediately. Can't dash away. Immortality field taken out. Jukebox in a whole lot of trouble, and now Benji getting the reset. He's going to be able to dash away right now. The Sigma in trouble, the support's in trouble, and it's a fight win for the Rams.
Fantastic from CIU. It was such a long, slow push. They just kept on pushing forward slowly but surely, putting more and more pressure onto UTD. If I'm Petal at this point, I'm thinking about maybe trying to swap off the Widowmaker here, because I think CIU are doing a really good job of playing a much more slow approach, a lot more calculated, and Benji's able to get into the back, take Petal down. Yeah, you gotta swap off this Widow here and try and do some more damage up front.
Yeah, and it's not bad either. You're only losing about 20% on it because of the new refund system for an ultimate, so it's not too bad to switch off to maybe a Sojourn here, especially if you're hitting shots like that at the very beginning. You're gonna build him an overclock super fast now.
5-man EMP.
But there's a big EMP though for CIU. It might be too little too late here. Payload will go into the home stretch, and a huge EMP still on this Lucio and just hacking away at him, and it's just a reset here for UTD coming into the final stretch.
We have crossed the final corner. CIU looking to try and finish this map. We do have an EMP here for Kashir, and Abdallah manages to take down Benji before going down himself. So a 4v4 and the spawn advantage so in favor of UTD right now. Once the EMP comes out, that's the go button.
EMP is the go button, but is bubbled right away. The Lucio, the Zarya bubbles themselves with 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. The Genji from Benji trying to make their way back in time. Now It's Good still winning shots on the Sojourn. Gets the headshot kill on the How's Your Day, but right now Zealous running up the entire team. It's a trade fight. Spawn room in favor of the team of the Comets of UTD, slashing away at it, but it will not be enough of a push. And it's looking like UTD is going to hold on for right now.
That was a huge flank from Petal. Gets around to the back while everyone else was preoccupied with the point itself. Gets around before anyone realizes what's happening. Petal gets 2 kills. And that, along with Kashir's survivability with the passive healing and with the Wraith form, is enough for UTD to get back into this one. 90 seconds left on the clock, and now he has so many ults. Kashir recently swapped onto the Reaper, but you're going to have every other ult here. If you can survive this blade, you're in a fantastic spot.
Well, the blade is used by Benji, but he's not going to get in anything, really. No damage other than maybe one slash here or there. Grapplins are used inside of the side room, and that's only to catch the Zarya right now, and the Lucio in the side room as well. So it's a good ultimate trade here for the side of the UTD Comets, as they will hold on yet again, and this time with only 60 seconds in the bank.
60 seconds left. You only use the grab in that one as well, so you're still gonna have the overclock, you're still gonna have the beat, you're still gonna have the nano boost here that you could use on the Zarya or the Reaper. Honestly, are both good options. CIU, Zest is 20% away from the EMP, 15% now. Could get it, but has to get the rest of it really fast. So even when he does have it, Jukebox is going to be there with the EMP counter with the beat. So with 30 seconds left on the clock, this is the last fight for CIU to try and take this across the finish line. The ults are not in their favor.
Yeah, so 25 seconds left to go now. EMP 10% away, like you were saying. Could be the win con, but if Jukebox can get that sound barrier down in time, they find the Sombra right away. That Sombra's going to be out of the fight for just a couple of more moments here because that EMP still got a build. It's still 6% away, and Hauser Day falls solo. However, how does Mr. Winter get that kill on Kashira? That's so big for them. And now the overclock being used. And final push, 3 people down for CIU, 1 person down for UTD.
Oh, wow.
And it's going to be all for naught. It's good, a.k.a. Petal wipes the team with a 3K on the overclock, and the Comets hold on.
And Zest gets taken down when he was just 3% away from the EMP. What a clutch kill from UT Dallas. I'm not sure if they truly knew how clutch that kill was. I think they probably knew. They were a very good team. They probably knew that they were close to the EMP. No, I don't know if they knew they were that close. So CIU, pretty solid attack, and I do want to give a shout out to the team. You saw a pretty significant change in their strategy. They played a lot more slower, a lot more calculated. I don't want to say passive, because they did pick and choose their times to go aggressive very carefully, and they did a really good job when they did decide to go aggressive, but they do fall short of completing the map, which means UTD has an opportunity to get up to match point, to grand finals point, if they can outdo CIU on their attack.
Yeah, and you say slower, not passive, but it's slow, much slower than what we saw back on that game from this team of Columbia International against that team of Clemson. Remember, it was a rundown basically on Circuit Royale. Got 3 points with 16 seconds left to go on the clock on their attacking side. Doesn't do it this time, and then completes the map on New Queen Street. Who knows? New Queen Street might be coming up here in a little while as well. On the push side, Zest is staying right in front of the spawn room here, looking for a cheeky early hack or something here. But is the Junker Queen going to get pulled out to start?
That would be a very interesting pick here from the side of UTD. And yeah, Abdallah's going to be going out with the Junker Queen. You get some nice scouting here from Zest, so they know that the unorthodox pick is here. Junker Queen was very good in the last patch before Overwatch 2 got several nerfs, so it's not as good as it was before, and it really does require getting up close.
Yeah, well, you also leave your Ana behind as well, so the Ana from Zoe goes down. But right now, it's still Abdallah just walking right into this team, getting the picks here left and right, and it's going to be an early fight win for UTD. That's already 3K for Abdallah, and 26% to an ultimate compared to Zealous' 12.
Yeah, now that I think about it, this might have been a really interesting counter pick from UTD. I think they knew that CIU has kind of abandoned the Pharah play, right? They're going to go for this Genji, they're going to go for this Sombra, and now that you're playing up close, that's what allows Junker Queen to really output tons and tons of damage. This Junker Queen is the first tank in Overwatch 2 that was designed with 5v5 in mind. Every ability of hers is designed to just try and get tons of damage, a lot of secondary damage with the wounds as well, so this could actually work out pretty well if CIU stay on this composition.
Yeah, this is looking like a Jotes composition, if you will, just keeping Abdallah up as long as possible, even with her commanding shout going to go in. And the Junker Queen's just going to make some space here, and this Genji still is stuck in the side room because she has to wraith away from right now, going oh so low. You can see the space Abdallah's making, forcing this entire team back, and that bleed is just oh so big. When it comes down to it, Petal hits a shot with the secondary railgun fire shot onto Zelos. Traded out for Kashir though, but it's a tank for a DPS, which if you're UTD, you will take any day of the week there. And Benji going down is not a pretty sign for Columbia International to hold on to this, and it'll be 2.5, 4.5 to push this up for UTD.
Yeah, pretty steady here, and Abdallah is not going to stop the aggression here. There's a lot you have to keep in mind when you're playing Junker Queen. You have so many abilities to use here that you gotta make sure you remember to try and use the shouts, try and use the jagged blade, try and use the axe as well. You have so many weapons at your disposal, and the fact that Abdallah is able to keep them all straight is pretty dang impressive. CIU though, they're gonna be recontesting with 5 ults.
Oh, there's the Nano Blade. There's 2 of them coming out here. The Nano Blade gets 1 kill. The dash reset is on. And the Ana is also caught out as well by the hack from Zest. Zest does not need to use the EMP at all. The Dragon Blade gets it done. And they waste some time, but it's still 4 minutes to get it up the hill.
Yeah, nicely done to get halfway up around the first corner, but now CIU is going to have the opportunity to get set up here on this high ground, try and take some shots at UTD as they try to approach. There are going to be 4 ultimates for UTD, though, compared to 3 for CIU. The slight advantage, but CIU does have the grab, does have the EMP and the beat. 3 very impactful ultimates.
Well, the EMP is used first and foremost, and a good Bionade to follow up with that coming out from Mr. Winter, and yet it's going to be another quick win fight here for this team from the Columbia International, so it feels like they've got some defensive momentum, especially only having to invest the EMP there.
Yeah, I love the aggression from the Rams. Not only does this give you a fantastic vantage point of the other teams, but it lets you know when UTD is planning to go in for an aggressive push. When you do that, Zest was immediately there with the EMP, shut it down.
Yeah, they ran it right down here for UTD. However, the good Bionade there, it stops any healing from that nano boost to come off. So they were trying to save Abdallah, but a great Bionade from Mr. Winter cancels that out entirely. And so they use the nano boost, they use the Death Blossom. It's going to go all for naught.
And that is almost an entire cycle of ultimates used from UT Dallas with absolutely no result. The cart is still stuck at the exact same spot. In fact, it is moving backwards. And you only have the Rampage from Abdallah to work with in this next fight. Going up against the Nano Boost and the Beat. I mean, I know that you can anti-nade a bunch of people with that, but it is going to be tough.
It's already tough for them as they take down Zoya, but that's not before the Rampage is going to come out right now. The sound barrier there to cancel it out, but Jukebox does take down Mr. Winter, and that Nano Boost is only going to last for so long here. It is a trade fight, but if you're looking at spawn run advantages, it's kind of down the middle, especially with where the card position is for right now. But the way this composition works for UTD, it's meant to stay alive as long as possible, and the trades aren't bad either, especially when you can keep your Junker Queen alive. And now they're going to come up on a blade here soon for Petal, but Benji also having the blade at the same time. Gets rid of Jukebox. It's going to get rid of Doyi. Slashes away at the rest of the team, and CIU with another fence on this team from UTD with a minute half left.
It's so good. That was the best opportunity that UTD had so far, and they are not able to get it done thanks to a fantastic blade from Benji. Comes out just in time right before it comes out for Petal, and now with only a minute 20 left on the clock, CIU still holding strong on this high ground. They now have the grab and the EMP available against just right now a blade.
Well, the EMP is out, catches 2 inside of it. Kashir and Abdallah are both
what an anti.
Sound barrier is there, and now it's Petal that's going to swing and hack away here. It's a beautiful line of ultimates and a beautiful usage of ultimates for UTD as they're going to be able to advance.
Doyi comes up massive with a purple onto 3 members of Columbia International. Sets them up for Petal to knock them down. And this should be now UTD getting that advantage. Oh my gosh, Delo is slept. Can't use the grab, and you've lost Benji. That is huge. And you're just going to let it go.
They're going to be able to touch either. Yeah, nobody's going to be able to touch. So it's another 90 seconds added on for UTD. They keep themselves in this game and keep themselves a way to score another point and take it the match point. But for right now, I mean, CIU's going to have a Graviton Surge and probably comes up with a Nano here as well. With a minute 45, I'm not too sure here.
That is a massive play from Doyi. CIU were positioning to try and go back into that with the grab, but Telos now has to use it here. As long as you don't get it reflected from Petal, you should be in a pretty decent spot. That one does land.
Yeah, and that's a good land as well as a good bio nade. That's a Reaper ultimate used as well as the nano boost that's going to cause somebody to go off the map. And Kashir's got advantage here. He's just fighting with Zelos down on the line, and it's Petal and Kashir as a combo that's going to keep this fight alive, and they're going to go into the home stretch.
They are in the home stretch, but with only 1:20 on the clock, you have maybe 1 to 2 fights to try and finish this off, and UTD don't have any ultimates at the moment. The closest is Abdallah with the grab, but still needs to get a little bit further. Even when you get it, How's Your Day is ready with the bleed.
Here we go with the nano boost. And that's going to land up onto Benji, who's going to try to build up a Dragon Blade as fast as possible. And Zelos does get the kill onto Doyu, which is big. And now both your Ana and your Genji are gone. Even if the Ana's still far away from an ultimate on the nano boost, the Blade it won't be available here in 45 seconds left to go. It's a hard reset for UTD.
Yet, Petal not able to get a Blade of their own, so that's not going to be available to open. You're really looking at Abdallah to try and get a solid grab here, even through the beat from How's Your Day, which is surely going to come out. You still need to figure out get a kill from this.
That would be a time to go. That Graviton Surge is big. That's 3 people inside of it. But Benji in the back line. Gonna swing, hack, dash away. That's a 4K for Benji. It's an unbelievable combination here. And 10 seconds left to go. It's a team wipe courtesy of the Genji of CIU.
I don't know if anyone's even going to be able to make it back to point. 5 seconds left on the clock. People are going on the fast hero, trying to get back as quickly as possible. Abdallah booped away, but the touch does come in. So this is the last opportunity for UTD. Desperation mode.
It's not too bad, though. The Petal is on the Widowmaker, catches on off guard, so both main healers are basically down at this point, but Zelos and Benji, the combination is there. 2 Zarya kills, 1 for the Genji, and this Widowmaker can only watch the payload stop in his tracks, and a great defensive hold ties up this series at 1 apiece. CIU with the win on Circuit Royale.
So impressive from CIU, and showing us more and more how good this team is, how flexible they can be. Not only changing up their composition, but changing up their play style. And when they needed someone to come through, Benji with the blades, it wasn't necessarily Zest who was popping off this time around. It was Benji who they were trying to pocket, who they were trying to set up, showing that, hey, Zest isn't the only DPS threat on this CIU squad. Benji is looking good in map 2. CIU tie up the top seed in this tournament.
Yeah, and we were saying earlier on, Texas Dallas, it was hard for them to come back and win this one 3-2. They had a tough series against their counterparts of Texas Arlington. The Mavericks gave the Comets a run for their money, but the Comets would come out in the end 3-2. CIU Rams in their last match gave up a map as well. They went 3-1, so this was going to be a close game either way you look at it, and that showed there in Circuit Royale how close this was. Despite the start on Ilios for the Comets, Rams found a way to adapt and change up what they did, and right now they win 3-2 on Circuit Royale. We're tied up at 1 apiece. We get to go to push now, and I mean, New Queen Street seems to be a popular pick. We've seen Coliseo maybe once or twice, but you've got to assume that New Queen Street is going to be the next map.
I have to imagine UTD are going to be the map pick here. Again, they do have the hit scan ability to be able to take down this far. We did see Zest play Pharah on New Queen Street yesterday. It still worked very well against Clemson, but again, this is an entire new caliber of team of UTD. I think they can still take us to New Queen Street and still be comfortable with it. That being said, I wouldn't put it past UTD to try Coliseo as well, because that main middle area of that map is covered up, right? You have a big ceiling ahead of you. You have only a little bit of room to maneuver. But no, it is going to be what seems to be the default push map for these teams. It is going to be New Queen Street. So, again, this is a situation where I think both teams are feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and pretty comfortable. I mean, New Queen Street's been picked most of the time here through all of our matches. Only 1 time has New Queen Street not been picked, or rather, I should say 2 times, in both of them happening in the South. Coliseo was picked, but not going to be the case this time around. New Queen Street seems to be, like you said, seems to be the default. Esperanza not available just yet for these teams in the map pool, and haven't really had as much time as maybe they did in the beta or in their regular games. But yeah, Esperanza not available just quite yet. They're going to use the Symmetra to come out, and they are not going to keep the Symmetra. They're going to keep Benji on the Tracer, but for right now, Zest is going to come back on the Pharmacy combination.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're looking for from CIU, their bread and butter composition, and you've got to be looking for Petal on the other side to try and counter.
Petal's on the Sojourn right now, looking to aim right up top at this combination right now, giving them a run for their money. In fact, Zest goes really low, finds a way to get back into cover using that midway bridge. But it's a good headshot right as Zest is boosting up. Petal gets the headshot on him, and I don't know if How's Your Day wants to go for this res because it's oh so far away, and it's all too close for him to try to res, and it's going to be, in fact, UTD pushing up TW1.
Nicely done from Petal there. Understood that when Zest was going to be using those rocket boosters to go up into the air, that is a predictable flight pattern. You're just going straight up. But still, with how quickly it is, it requires a ton of skill to hit that headshot. It does exactly that. It's going to be 30 meters and counting for UTD before we get a recontest.
Kashir falls also low there, just so close to low. But again, the pharmacy combination is there, and Petal hits another one.
Oh my God.
Petal hits another railgun shot, and it's such a dangerous situation as well that the Mercy can't res it either. So the Mercy has to run away and hits another shot with the railgun. Petal is on fire right now, and this is going to advance to the forward checkpoint spawn.
States of Lijiang right now. UTD shutting down the far out with ease at the moment. And again, with how snowbally push can be, the fact that UTD is starting off with a 60-meter lead, already activating forward spawns, that has massive ramifications for the rest of the map. But CIU have a good opportunity to push back here. Pulse Bomb and Barrage online.
Pulse Bomb is used, but it's not going to find Petal. In fact, it's the opposite way around. Petal gets the headshot on Spenchi. Now the Rocket Barrage is used, and Petal can't get out of that. In fact, slides into a pillar and really can't find the movement to get away from there anyways. But it is forward spawns that are going to be used here for UTD when they get 71 meters, and CIU going to be able to push forward just a little bit.
Yeah, they're at least going to be able to get back to the middle of the map, but again, forward spawns for UTD mean they're going to be able to recontest pretty quick, and they're going to have all 5 ultimates. They're either there or 90% of the way to getting there, so expect UTD to be really flashy this time.
Up in the air, Justice trying to be rained upon, but now the overclock is there. The nano boost also on Zest. Put all your eggs into this one basket. Can Zest get anything as well? Now you have Kashir on the nano blade trying to dash upstairs, and it's so close to killing this Farah, and Abdallah finds the kill upstairs, and Petal just making sure that Mercy doesn't get anything else other than her life. Drawn back to the spawn room.
Well done for UTD. They're able to take the win with only using 3 ultimates, so you're still going to have the beat and the grab for this next one. And CIU, they concede once again. Zest is going to move over onto the Sombra now, try and hack up these support players, put some pressure on the back line.
Well, they do have the Graviton Search available from Abdallah. Robot's going to be able to push just a little bit more past the 800-meter mark. And this is such a tall task to try to come back from this now if you're CIU. You got to have everything working for you. And it's not going to work if Zest goes down very early on. Self-destruct is there. Abdallah doesn't bubble. I don't think Abdallah did have a bubble there, but it does die to the self-destruct. So losing a tank there is big. And for UTD, that's the signal to just back off and let this robot come back.
Yeah, Abdallah caught without a bubble there. It wasn't able to hide behind the bot, but Petal is going to keep UTD in this one with a nice headshot onto How's Your Day. So you don't have the speed boost anymore. You can't be as aggressive as you potentially want to be. And Nellis might be out a little bit too far here. Gonna try and get away so close, but is able to get a health pack just in time. But it's put enough doubt into the minds of CIU that it's going to stop the bot progress.
Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide. And there's a slept Sombra. Oh no, Zest is slept in the process. He's not having any fun right now here on New Queen Street. Jukebox able to get there, and now with the nano boost on to Zelos. Keep Zelos alive at all costs and maybe do some damage in the back line, but it's still going to be the scheme from Dallas. The Comets will advance this robot even further, and it's another good fight win for them.
And they have the opportunity to get some really good momentum on this bot, continue pushing forward towards the end of the map with every ultimate other than the overclock coming up in this next fight. Zest is 75% to the EMP, and that's the closest ult that CIU has. It's not there yet. It's taken Zest a little bit of time to get that EMP up.
Oh, but Benji finds Dory in the background. It's still Abdallah trading it out, and it's really Abdallah versus Benji right now. You can see in the kill feed there in the trade fights, but if it's a trade fight, not too shabby if you're CIU. But if you're Kashir on the other hand, this Genji, you're going to have a lot to work with, and they still push up.
Yeah, you're going to cross the 100-meter mark for UTD, but it really is only a couple of you. It's 3 members of UTD still around right now, while the rest of them try and come back from spawn. So this should be CIU able to push them back. They came in very quickly before they could fully reset with all 5. Well done, but here comes the Blade.
Oh, and the EMP gets canceled! The EMP does go off. It does hit Abdallah, but it doesn't really get anything else. And Kashir gets nano boosted and bladed, and is still gonna find 2 kills, and that's an entire team kill. Oh my gosh!
So aggressive from UTD, and that might just be it. Lechki, they're coming in towards the end. The CIU has no ultimates. They have the beat from How's Your Day and about 10%. That's gonna be all they have to try and sustain through this.
Well,
this might be it.
Well, target focusing is good so far, Dividing, but right now, as it stands, Jukebox getting the kill onto Benji is big. Benji was the closest one to an ultimate. Besides that, Lucio sound barrier, that doesn't happen. It goes down, the overclock is there, and with the last 3 meters, it's not gonna happen. Nobody else is gonna touch. It's a complete map for the University of Texas at Dallas, and a complete map on Queen Street leads the Comets into match point.
How's your day? Well, apparently not super well at the end of that map. Gets the beat available, but isn't able to get it off in time. And that is UTD right back on pace here. They shut down the Pharah. They forced CIU off of it. They looked uncomfortable throughout, even when they went back to that Sombra Genji composition that gave them a lot of luck, I don't want to say luck, gave them a lot of success on Circuit Royale. Even when that happened, it felt like all of the momentum was just too much in UTD's favor. They go up 2-1, go up to match point on the series, and CIU now have to pick the hybrid map.
Yeah, and hybrid coming up. I mean, we've seen Eichenwald once. I mean, we've only seen a couple of game 4s throughout our whole thing. Remember, haven't seen a game 5 just yet. But, I mean, in the South, and then UT Arlington game, UCF, Midtown was the pick. And really nothing else have happened in, or you saw Kings Row maybe once. And you saw Midtown once as well. So it's not a really given pick, much like it was back in the East region. For the South region, it's a little more mixed up. It's a little more mixed bag as to what we're going to get here. We saw Eichenwald back in the East during that game 4 in the championship round, and that was what won the team. The Fisher team their championship in the East qualifiers. But we are going to Kings Row is going to be the next map, and this one very open, but our Overwatch 2 gets even more open.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting here. Traditionally, you really don't see the Pharah played on Kings Row. It's a much more closed-in map. You have a lot of tight corridors, a lot of very sharp angles that the cart takes that's path down, so theoretically, the Pharah shouldn't have that much success. That being said, people have been trying some different things on Kings Row when we were coming near the end of Overwatch 1, but doesn't look like it will this time around, unless CIU does have about 30 seconds to change things up, as UTD is going to be starting on the defense. It will be the Genji Sombra composition that they had success with in Circuit Royale. I think if you start off with that, if you can start this, start the series, start this map off on a strong note, get your ultimates going, I think this is a really good play here from CIU. Meanwhile, some interesting tank compositions on both sides. Abdallah currently showing the Doomfist, while Zelos is going to be giving Junker Queen a try. Nope, never mind.
Got baited.
Dang it!
You got baited.
Why?
Yeah, see, I'm not the only one that gets baited here.
Oh,
Zelos switching on over from the Junker Queen to the
I had such a good record this tournament. I hadn't gotten baited once, and it didn't happen. I'm so mad.
I am not the only one this time, my friend. Zelos switches to the Zarya, but it's still the UTD Comets off to a good start with Kashir getting the kill onto Mr. Winter. That's already going to force back CIU. That's a lot of your healing gone. The quick fight win 30 seconds in. And right now, I mean, as it stands, this Sombra just causing a lot of problems in the back line for CIU. In fact, if Kashir is going to keep going here with 30% to an ult, Petal's on the Cowboy now, onto Cassidy, and Petal's so low, but Petal does go down in the process, and it's a trade fight, which, if you're CIU, you'll take any day, but Benji's still slashing away, using the shurikens to full advantage. And this is going to be a fight win and a quick point A for CIU.
High risk, high reward. The Doomfist pick from Abdallah wasn't quite able to get the punch off that he was hoping for. Ends up missing that one. So does not end up working out. Abdallah is going to go ahead and swap right back off to the Zarya. We do get some contests here. Now, this is going to be taking a couple extra seconds off the clock. Is Petal. And so after a couple of swaps here, you got Abdallah going on to the Zarya, and then Petal going on to the Tracer to try and match this high-tempo composition that CIU is putting out.
Well, we know that they are flexible in some ways, so with the Sojourner and with different picks here as well. So let's see if that works out in their favor here. 5 minutes left to go. Jukebox, such an aggressive Lucio here, taking down the front line tank of Zelos, and they're just going to push them beyond the archway. They're going to push them all the way back to the spawn room, and this is a game of touch the spawn room doors, and they're absolutely going to be able to do that, and they just run them over here for the Comets.
Beautiful from UTD, and now that they've set up this spawn door room, it's a surprisingly difficult spawn code to break out of.
Oh no, the EMP, the Graviton Surge, there's no hope for you there. Gets everybody inside of it, and only Mr. Winter watching from the spawn room.
Yeah.
That's just an impressive, like, 5-second fight.
I mean, look at these high ground positions that UTD is able to take. They're able to put so much damage onto UCIU as they try and get out of spawn. It's very strong. You don't see Kingtro spawn holes for very often, but when they do, they last for a while.
Yeah, and it is lasting for quite a long time. It's already a minute gone since that first fight underneath the archway to bring them back. It's Abdallah that gets nano boosted, but Benji also nano boosted as well in the back line. Slashing away, but he's traded out. Abdallah gets the kill, wins the nano boosted fight. And it's going to be a hold here for UTD despite what it looks like. I mean, spawn room's in favor of CIU. Got to back up eventually since that spawn room is so far, but UTD holding on.
I mean, at this point, you may as well just stay in the spawn and try and take as much time off the clock as possible. It was a very fast point A take for CIU, so as much time as you can get off of the clock here is huge. I mean, basically at this point, I mean, with 3.5 minutes on the clock, this is basically the equivalent of holding CIU at point A until they had a minute left on the clock, right? That is what you basically have, is you finally managed to push through the archway with 3 ultimates, but still, you basically just elongated the point A hold there for another 2 extra minutes for UTD. Fantastic defense.
Yeah, that's a great defensive hold there from UTD. The Comets looking to try to close this series out right here, but Petal taking out Translocator immediately, so that gives them a signal for CIU, and now you have the Sound Barrier along with the Graviton Surges there. EMP finds 3, but the Sound Barrier also catching all 3 that were caught inside of that Sound Barrier. Kashir, oh so low, how did he get out? And now the Pulse Bomb out from Mr. Winter to take care of business on the Ana, trading out everything, but for right now, it is the Comets that are in command of this fight.
And from one tough situation to another, I talked before yesterday about how strong this defensive position is for UTD. Being at the end of point B, some classy teabags there from Kashir. Being here at the end of point B means the spawn point is so far away now for CIU. Just to set up for the next fight, it's going to take them 30-40 seconds to get back into a situation, especially when they're playing up close like this.
Well, the EMP is out, and that's going to force them to be a little bit more aggressive here, especially when Kashir is just going to aim right for the core of the team. That's the Yana gone, that's the Zarya gone, and this is another win fight and another great aggressive push. I mean, look how far they're going up.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, again, another territorial.
I'm not going to call that one classy. I think we're getting significantly less classy the more it happens. But UTD definitely showing their dominance on this defense. No ults on either side right now, though. Petal's pretty close to the Pulse Bomb. You're pretty close to the Nano Boost as well, but nothing online at the moment.
Well, this is going to be pretty much a dry run unless Petal gets that Pulse Bomb off. Jukebox finds a way to get out using the speed boost, and a minute 20 on the clock. I mean, this was a lot of time wasted just for that spawn room. That Pulse Bomb goes low, and somehow finds Mr. Winter on the ground. How? How? He throws it all the way from the roof, from the 3rd floor, down on the ground, and Mr. Winter still gets caught up inside of it, and the Comets got a free win.
Kobe, I don't know. That's my
just
gosh.
Just raised from above? I mean...
yeah. Oh, man, that was wild from Petal. I don't think it even stuck. I think Mr. Winter just walked into it.
Yeah,
and now we have Spawn Camp Part 2.
This is insane. The Dallas Comets holding it on for them for right now. The Graviton Surge is there. No Pulse Bomb available for Petal, but it's not even going to matter. There's already 4 there, and it's touch the spawn room advantage, and it's a team kill. They're going to hold them right here yet again.
30 seconds on the clock. This I would say last fight territory, but if you're holding it with them in spawn, this might be 2-fight territory as they're so incredibly close. Benji's going to open it up with a pulse bomb. So with 20 seconds left on the clock, not only do you have to win this fight, you got to get back to the point.
And you still got to fight after that, too, with overtime clock leading if they're able to touch. 13 seconds left to go, though. The only person I think that can touch at this point is How's Your Day or Zest. But they're trying to get there. They are trying to journey their way there. With 5 seconds remaining on the clock, they will touch the payload, so we will have an overtime period. And CIU able to hold on for right now.
They've got an opportunity here. Zelos, with the grab up. Zest with the EMP. Kashir uses an EMP early in this little room, this little side room, and it's gonna get 2 kills. CIU has so many ults. Will they even be able to use them?
Well, CIU's got to be able to use them. The EMP goes down early on with that kill. They do now to boost something here, and that's going to be Zelos moving on right in. That's a big pick onto Doyi, which means that's a lot of good healing gone from the Comet side. And now the Graviton Surge gets 2 inside of it. No sound barrier there to counter either. Zelos might have just saved the game here for the University, or for CIU, excuse me. And in fact, it does. It's a 3K for Zelos on the heels of a Graviton Surge, and they're going to get another 90 in the bank.
That was a great grab from CIU, from Zelos, and really nice resolve from this team. The fact that you've been spawn camped for 5 minutes, you were getting teabagged, and you still managed to put together a solid fight there to take the second point and get yourself at least a shot at finishing this map. Hey, that is some great resolve, great mentality out of the CIU squad.
The EMP is out from Zest, finally gets to use it with really nobody having an ultimate to counter it for the side of the Comets. And Zelos going to take right advantage of that. Taking down Jukebox is going to force back this team from the Comets immediately. And like you were saying, we were saying the Widowmaker shots have to land here, especially in this enclosed area. And that's a shot onto the Lucio. Big heal gone, big speed boost gone. And Pedal can still hit shots in any area you give him.
Oh, Zest coming up on top, though, is going to try and get it. Oh, my gosh. Usually when you're up close like that, you give the advantage to the Sombra, but not when Pedal is the Widowmaker. Wow. 30 seconds on the clock now. CIU with 1 fight left. No ults around. Mr. Winter's the only one even close. Benji swaps over onto the Genji to try and contest Pedal on the high ground, but oh my gosh, the grab might just keep him off entirely.
Graviton Surge's bait gets 3 people inside of there. Now it's a dash for the cart here for CIU. Last opportunity, but it's a 3v2 trade. If you're Dallas, though, you'll take this because right now the spawn room in your favor, especially going all the way there. It is a team wipe, though. The only person left that can even touch is Mr. Winter, and nowhere near fast enough to get there. It's a hold for University of Texas at Dallas and needs 2 points, 40.20 meters to advance to the championship of the South.
Yep, UTD is in the driver's seat now. Has every opportunity to secure themselves a grand final slot, a top 2 seed in the South Regional competition by just outdoing CIU on their attack here. But still, I mean, for all of the showboating, the spawn camping, the teabagging that we saw from UTD, CIU made this a game. They made it a decent amount into point C. They did a pretty respectable attack, and they're going to have several opportunities here on point A and point B to try and make this a Map 5 affair. The first Map 5 affair that we would catch on stream this weekend, so personally, I'm rooting for it.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, you've got University of Texas, Dallas, trying to get match point here. But remember, I mean, if you go back to the map pick that CIU had, very first one was Circuit Royale. Now, CIU did get 2 points there as well, at 91.18 meters, and this was nowhere near it this time around. But for the team from out of Texas at Dallas, they got held by CIU as well. Is this going to be a trend here, or is this going to be the opposite in which UTD just kind of wins it out here? I mean, that's going to be the biggest thing. And for the defensives, are they going to pull off the Junkrat? Are they going to keep the Junkrat?
I mean, there's a lot of really good spam damage you can do on Junkrat on point A. I think it's very possible to roll out with it, even if it's just for this little bit. Pedal swaps over onto the Sojourn. Cashier is going to stick on the Junkrat. So, lots of spam.
Not a bait there as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Not a bait for the team from Junkrat out in this position, but now they have the Sojourn out from Pedal. It's a trade, though, but again, this situation, you're liking UTD's chances because you get rid of the Lucio. Sure, he gets back fast, but is it going to be fast enough to get the rest of the team going here? That's the Sojourn that's going to try to get away, or rather
so
the Genji, I
low.
should say. Genji is so low. Benji goes down. Mr. Winter goes down. A lot of your healing is out of play, and now it's just run away for CIU.
Nice measured first fight here for UTD. Kashir gets taken down early. It's actually coming back on the Torb here. A little bit of Sombra deterrent right now with that Torb turret. Zess is going to have to be very careful where he uncloaks in the future, because that turret is going to immediately lock onto him when he does. So, interesting picture from UTD. I like the counter.
Oh, there's the counter pick working out so far, so good for them here, just to make sure the Sombra, like you were saying, doesn't get in the back line. You're going to have kills from Pedo, and Pedo is still hitting shots. No matter what character you give Pedo, Pedo is absolutely hitting everything you can throw. And right now, throwing the Disruptor shot onto this Genji, 75 charge, hits the headshot, probably gets the kill, gets the body shot there, but look how far Pedo was pushed up.
Yeah, I know. Is there anyone even with Petal? Okay, the Lucio is there, and here comes the Ryan as well. I thought Petal was pushing up completely alone that far, and that would have been crazy. But now it has the overclock available for this next fight, playing into what is about to be a Nanoblade combo from CIU. Benji has had a lot of success with these in the past, so what can they do this time?
Well, now it's the overclock here. We'll see if Petal can hit the shots here and maybe not even let this Nanoblade happen. In fact, it won't happen at all this fight. The overclock gets Mr. Winter, and it's forcing them all the way back. And they're still only halfway home to this first point, and yet look how far they are. They can see the golden box of victory. Petal still hits shots, and this fight is just a reset now for CIU.
I mean, it is, but because they only have one person on the point, I mean, it's cool that they're pushing up so far, but you're still going to have the Nanoblade, you're going to have the grab, you're going to have the EMP to play into.
Well, the Nanoblade is there, but it gets charged.
Oh my gosh,
Abdallah, you can't do that. The man has a family. Charges right into Benji. The Nanoblade becomes all for nothing. As the charge comes in, they do get the point. It is 5 minutes to get it up to the point of victory, and look how far Abdallah is before they die. Oh my gosh.
I mean, how wild is that? Torb dancing on the point. UTD obviously confidence at an all-time high right now. 2 ultimates nullified immediately by 1 charge from Abdallah is crazy, but still 3 ultimates for CIU to grab the EMP.
The EMP causes Jukebox to fall off the map. Zess gets 3 in the meantime. It holds on for right now. Zello still has the Gravin's on Surge and the sound barrier available. Wow, I mean, what an EMP, though. I mean, that just stopped everything we were saying.
You know, fair play there, Zess. Nice EMP there. Catches Jukebox while they're wall riding, and that's the only ult that CIU needs in order to win this one. 4 minutes, 30 seconds to hold with a golden box victory right there. It's going to be tough, but not impossible.
Molten Core is there to hang out right around the payload. And now, again, you're going to have a nano boost. You're going to have a sound barrier. Are you going to want to use it? Here is the question onto who, because Benji doesn't have a blade. And that box is getting oh so close for the payload here. The Doomfist switch for Abdallah. It's a trade-off, but with Zello's gone, here's the overclock for Pedo, needing to be big now for the side of the Comets. And it's going to just get deflected. It's still a trade fight, but for CIU, you're willing to take this right now, especially with the spawn rooms also closed.
Yeah, but there's so much pressure on the CIU as well, with the cart inching closer and closer to the win condition. Once again, this is match point for UTD. If they're able to push this forward to the end, 1 minute 35, 139 meters, that could be just the end of the series.
Well, yeah, there's the Dragon Blade out as well, but Abdallah and Kashir finding kills. 1 on the Meteor Strike and Kashir on the Bastion. Could very well sign, seal, deliver this series. And the only person left to go is Zelos, and it will be the Comets shooting forward into the championship round. UTD beating the CIU Rams 3-1.
That was a pretty solid attempt there from CIU, but UTD, in their first time on stream, makes it clear that they are still the top dogs in this tournament. CIU threw a bunch of different strategies at the wall to try and knock UTD off their game, and in all fairness, they did manage to take a map off of them, but it is still UTD who come out on top. who secure themselves a grand final spot later today.
Yeah, the #1 seed staying alive at this point in time. We'll go to the championship round of the South region to take on the winner of our next matchup, Kennesaw and Florida, which we will have soon enough. But I mean, what a game overall from the Comets. Staying alive, and I thought this was going to go to Game 5. I'll be real. There was 3-2 back for UTD back on their side of the bracket, and then CIU coming in with a 3-1 victory as well. I thought this was going to be a lot closer, but in this case, it is not. The Comets come in overall, do not force Game 5 and win it in 3-1. The CIU Rams drop down to the third place game, awaits the loser of our next one. And speaking of our next one, we will take a short break. When we come back, we will go to the other side of the bracket. It is Kennesaw State taking on the University of Florida on the other side of the break. You're watching the CECC South Qualifiers. It's the semifinals. We'll be right back.
Distance is no obstacle to my Let them up. Objective lost.
Welcome back, everybody, here into the booth. Kennesaw State versus Florida coming up next to you. The second match of our semifinal bracket here. Winner taking on the UTD Comets in the championship. Loser taking on the CIU Rams in that third place game. And for us, dividing, we're taking a look at the one team here. University of Florida was the number 2 team coming out of Group D, except for the fact that they dropped down to the lower bracket to start before making that decider match and making the run back. But another team here, Kennesaw State, we had our eye on from the very beginning.
Yeah, this is going to be a really fascinating series to me just because these are two teams that we haven't actually seen on stream quite yet. We never really took a look into Kennesaw's bracket, and when it came to Florida, we were expecting to be able to see them in the winner's bracket final for Group D, but like we've mentioned a couple of times, CIU really turned things on their heads. That being said, Florida, that loss really seems to have awoken something in them because they have not lost since.
And Florida will take on a tough Kennesaw State team, and let's introduce them real quick. We start off with the Owls out of Kennesaw, Georgia, and this lineup here featuring the 5 players of Cam Sky, Nitro Galaxy, Kens, Prototype R, and Clash, and there's your starting 5 for our roster. You're also going to have 3 more players in Two Fish, Coach, and Wow.
This is a really solid squad. They really came onto the scene last year and really surprised a lot of people with just how good they are. Have gotten themselves a reputation for being in just about every competition that they can get their hands on and performing pretty well in all of them. No different year securing themselves at the very least a top 4 seed into the regional, has also cracked our top 20 in Okra. So definitely looking to try and climb a few ranks with a good victory today, especially with another top 20 recipient Converse going down early in the bracket. There's an opportunity for Kennesaw to climb a few spots.
Well, we'll see if they can climb up to the championship round. Meanwhile, their opponents coming out of Gainesville, Florida. This is the Gators out of the University of Florida, and you're taking a look at your first 5. This is Weirdo, Harmony, Zykranax, Deo, and Shun, and a lot of other players. In fact, 5 other ones on this roster on the side. Teslo, the Dark Swan, Fuchu, and Excel. Actually, 4 players there, but those are your 4 players on the side. But for now, the 5 players here setting up the University of Florida Gators.
Yeah, first time I heard about the University of Florida was actually during one of the Mayhem Invitationals, the Tier 2 tournaments that the Florida Mayhem put on. The University of Florida seemed to have gotten themselves into a partnership with that Overwatch League team, got themselves a spot in that tournament, had the opportunity to play against Tier 2 level rosters, didn't end up winning, but that kind of experience is invaluable to a young and growing team like this University of Florida roster. And again, this is, I believe, the only number 2 seed to make it out of the quarterfinals from groups. So they were the ones who pulled off the upset over Converse in the quarterfinals. So a huge win from them gets them to this point, gets them the opportunity to be on stream after losing out on that opportunity yesterday.
Yeah, Kennesaw having their win 3-0 over the Old Dominion Monarchs, and then a 3-0 victory over Blinn Esports as well. Not so much of an easy task for Florida. If you're looking at their progress, they take on James Madison on the Dukes, and then Florida taking on Converse. That game went 3-1. In that series of over Converse, which you would consider an upset at that point because Converse was one of the teams we were looking at as well.
Yeah.
So Florida makes their way here. Kennesaw State makes their way here, and a chance to head to the championship of the South region against the Comets of Texas at Dallas. And for Kennesaw State, I know we were talking about how interesting it is for both sides. We haven't really seen them on stream. And for Florida, I mean, getting that experience, especially in tournament style where you can, you're partnering partnering up with an Overwatch League team and you're partnering up and going into these sorts of tournaments, Florida's got maybe a better advantage tournament-wise, but maybe Kennesaw State also has more experience in that sense as well.
Yeah, I think both teams have got themselves a fair amount of experience over the last year. I think when it comes to Florida, they do have some really good experience against some very, very high tier teams. This is good experience. It's only good if you yourself are good enough to get as much as you can out of it, because Florida did lose those games. This is not necessarily a tier 2 level team, right? So they're very good, not quite that good. Hopefully they were able to see from that game what they could improve on. And based on this top 4 finish, they seem to be doing just that so far. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kennesaw, I would say probably have more of an advantage just because I've seen them play in much more collegiate-specific competition. I think they are so experienced in tournament play at this point, there are just no nerves anymore. I think this is just another day to them.
Well, let's see if it's another day and another chance to run for a championship here for the University of Florida in Gainesville. It's the Owls versus the Gators. Coming up right now, the Ruins are the very first map to start, and looking at this, pretty much no similarities at all other than a Genji. I mean, it's a Tracer, Diva, Zenyatta, and Ana on one side, and for the Gators, they're going for a little bit more fast composition with the Lucio and Moira.
Yeah, Florida is going to want to play super aggressive with this composition. Use the speed boost from Fuchu, push forward, try and get a lot of pressure onto the more fragile supports of Kennesaw.
And they're targeting this Genji right away. Target focusing, we know in other high tier tournaments becomes also important, especially in this higher tier. But for right now, the coin does unlock. Nobody really going for it because they're still trying to win a fight in the backline. But for the Gators, it's 3 kills immediately. Both of the supports down, as well as a DPS. Mech is taken out, and this is going to be the Gators getting first steps.
Yeah, well done there from Florida. They played it exactly how they wanted to play it. Nothing necessarily super flashy individually. They just take the space away from Kennesaw. They choke the opportunities away from them. Because again, with the supports that Kennesaw is playing, they really want to play a little bit slower. They want to set up Kamsuki into a nice position to heal off the tanks and the DPS. They want to get the Discord Orb set up. Not given the opportunity to do so just yet. And actually a couple support ultimates coming up in just a moment from both sides.
25% enrolling now for the Gators, a quarter of the way home. And this Zenyatta in so much trouble, but gets a kill on to the Sojourner. I mean, that's a big pick for you to get rid of that, but it's still Clash coming in with a dash on to Fuchu. And now the Coalescence being used very aggressively to get all the damage possible. And right now, whittling down this team from Kennesaw State, they're actually going to push them beyond this room here. And this Genji's going to go down very early on. Another stagger here if the Gators win.
Really loving the aggression from Florida. They put the grab down before Kennesaw can get set up once again. Silver lining to that, though, if you're a Kennesaw fan, is that you don't end up using any ultimates there. You knew you were losing that fight, you cut your losses, and now you're coming up on all 5 of your ultimates here. That being said, University of Florida at 60% counting have a significant advantage, even if Kennesaw are able to take this fight.
Well, Pulse Bomb is out. It lands a little wide. In fact, it might have just been faded away due to Harmony just going in. Now it's just the Genji versus the Tracer fight. Who's going to win this out? Because it's so low, and it's going to get interrupted immediately with Fuchu just running on in. But Clash does get 2 kills. In the meanwhile, here in Kennesaw State, looking not too shabby to win out this fight and get some percentages. The Zenyatta in a lot of trouble again, and this Genji really focusing down the Zenyatta. Unfortunately, that's just going to mean that Kennesaw State gets some percentages now.
I like what I saw from Clash there. 3 final blows, finishing off those low heroes on the side of Kennesaw, and is still able to hang on to that Nano Blade combo for this next fight.
If they use it, the Nano Blade out immediately, as you said, and that's going to go right down the middle with the Zarya, and the overclock hits Clash. Does get one traded out, because it also gets the Lucio down, but the way the Gators play here aggressively, it's going to land up in good spirits with them, but really now the only person you've got left is this Sojourn and the Moira, and right now that's not going to do all too much. It's going to be Kennesaw State holding on just for right now.
You get the win, and you force a lot of ultimates out of Florida. I think that's a pretty good win for Kennesaw. That being said, Florida swapped over onto a Wrecking Ball. A quick comp gets even quicker, even more aggressive, and Florida might just take this right back. There's a recontest just in time before Florida gets it over. That is going to allow Kennesaw to get up to 50% on the point, but 90 for Florida. They're crossing the 90% mark. Kennesaw has no ultimates available at the moment. Florida looked to be in the driver's seat.
95% and going here. Somebody's got to touch the point if you're KSU to want to stay in here. However, with all the damage being poured out, there is somebody on the point. But with the rest of your team dead, this is just going to be just a wait and a bleed on the overtime clock here. Prototyper is on the point, but that is going to do it for map number 1. It is the Gators that win it 100-50 on the Ruins to start.
Kennesaw, I think we're taken aback by the very quick and up-tempo pace that Florida set there. They were not running a very fast comp. It was kind of a little bit of a disconnect, actually, because you have the Diva Genji Tracer from Kennesaw to start, but then you had the Ana Zenyatta who want to play a little bit slower, right? So it's kind of a little bit of both. Kennesaw kind of tried to split the difference between fast and slow. Florida went all fast all the time, and it worked out extremely well for them. A couple of swaps as both teams get ready for well here. Watch out for any potential environmental kills from Fuchu, as you are going to be sticking on that Lucio. For all the criticism I've done for this support lineup for Kennesaw, props to them for sticking to their guns. It is still the Zenyatta Ana coming out from the Owls.
Yeah, still out for the Owls. Kennesaw, they're not going to change much of anything here. And maybe more or less just comfort picks in this case. Maybe just trying to play to their strengths. But as of right now, Cyclonax on that Sotra is going to take down 2 Fish. And that's a lot of healing, and that's your Discord orb down as well. So Florida just going to run rampant here. The Gators are just going to go right in to this walkway and make sure that there is no possibility KSU is going to backline them. But right now, it is the Gators to hold.
And again, the Gators are able to use this Lucio speed boost to just take away the space from Kennesaw. Even more important now that Kezin's going to be on the Sojourn. It's so important that Kezin has room to work, room to set up these railgun shots. It just hasn't happened yet.
Well, see if it can happen at any point right now. I mean, we haven't seen really any railgun secondary kills except for that overclock we saw in the last round. That's a great sleep dart. But it does find harmony in which case, but they still trade out fight. And right now, UF having more of the people, and in fact, it's going to be the Gators holding on. But Clash, hello, 7 health,
4 health. Oh my gosh, that was. I mean, it was. Clash almost clutched that. I think got 3 final blows in that fight, but the entire rest of the team was dead. There was nothing you could do. That said, you could try and get really quick on this. 2Fish is going to go back onto a Lucio, try and match the fast pace that Florida is setting now, and they are going to have the Nano Blade in this fight.
Well, we'll see when they decide to use it. It's almost immediately as soon as Kamsky gets the ult, and they will get a splash reset here. They will get a dash onto Weirdo. It's a 3K for Clash, and it's a team kill for the Kennesaw State Owls. They will flip it at about 58%.
And it wasn't just a Nano Blade. It was Clash winning 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1 in the series, in the fight beforehand. It was crazy how many picks you were able to get, and of course University of Florida in a very uncomfortable position where they had to try and rush back to point to take advantage of it. Now they are going to be back as a full 5 and many ults on the board.
Coalescence being used right away here. Sleep Dart misses off the market. Prototyper falls off the map. So Tesla now with a free range blade that they can use right here. This Ana is trapped. Tesla gets 1, and the rest of the team starts to fall. Florida flips it right back.
With something we haven't mentioned so far today in this map has been Harmony on this Moira. Has been playing a very aggressive, I think, damage-centric warrior. Has been doing a lot of healing as well, but has been putting in so much extra damage. Just another wrinkle that Kennesaw has to worry about.
Yeah, and Zykernax using the overclock, getting 3K there, and this is looking more dire and dire here for Kennesaw State because now it's just all green lights go right now. You're at 90%. They're trying to push up. They got to find some way to touch here within the next couple of seconds. 95%. They will get the Tracer on and back out, but not before he leaves with his life. Zykernax hits the railgun shot on. The overtime clock starts to run. The sound barrier is out, catching everyone in it for Fuchu. And this is going to allow this team from the Gators to just push right up. It's looking seemingly more like a 2-0 win for the Gators as they just try to hold on with only 3 people left to go on the point. There goes 1. There goes a second here with that Zarya going down. And 1 person left is the Tracer, who's trying to get out, trying to make anything happen, but it will not. And the University of Florida, the Gators, start off on the right foot. They lead the series 1-0.
And a breakneck pace that the University of Florida put on there in that first Ilios. They started with their feet all the way down on the gas. They did not let up the entire time. Even when Kennesaw took a fight or two from them, they came right back just as quickly. Again, this is a very fast meta in Overwatch right now. The team that's able to play at the higher tempo, that's able to jump on top of the other team before they're ready, tends to come out on top. This time around, it was the Gators who played faster and were able to take Kennesaw off guard more often than not.
Yeah, and it's looking good for Florida thus far, only giving them 74% in 2 rounds of Ilios. One was 50 exactly on the money, and then the other 24% back on the wall that you just saw. So not too bad for the Gators to start. Kennesaw State does have the pick of the map, though, and we've only seen them for one map thus far. I mean, we've seen them play to their comfort is basically what I've seen of the Genji and the Sojourn, as well as maybe the Zarya or the Diva there as well. But for Ilios, I mean, not much of a tell until we get to the next map. Now, in previous matches that we've seen, Circuit Royale has been the pick for a majority, but going back to the matches that we've streamed, Dorado seems to be the more popular pick. It's 3 maps on Dorado that we've seen so far compared to the 2 on Circuit Royale, but I mean, who knows at this point, what map should we see for Kennesaw State to try to even this one up?
I think I'd be surprised if we went back to Circuit Royale for this one, especially just considering what it seems like Kennesaw wants to play. They kind of want to play more close range comps that also aren't playing quite as fast. Like, it's not Brawl, it's really more of a dive composition where you have the Zarya kind of in the middle, putting the bubble onto who you want to be the focal point of the dive, making sure they stay alive, and try and play a little slower, but also it's kind of a balanced measure, I guess is what I'm trying to say, where you have some aggressive heroes and some more passive heroes. And in that case, Dorado really does stick out to me as what is most likely to be Kennesaw's map pick here, because that allows them to hang out on the high ground, send the Genji, the Tracer down to try and contest the cart, while also staying safe with the Zarya bubbles or whatever it is you want to play with. That would be my assumption based off of just one map of watching Kennesaw, though. So who knows what they have in mind.
Yeah, close up. I completely agree. You'd pick Dorado there, especially with the dive composition that they're having. You can also pick Gibraltar as well. I mean, Gibraltar, not a bad pick for a little bit more of a dive style. But for right now, we'll find out what the map pick is in just a couple of moments. Teams are still trying to decide sides and deciding to try maps and whatnot. And it is going to go Gibraltar. Watchpoint Gibraltar is going to be the map pick here. And it seems like for Kennesaw State, they want to try a little bit more fast-paced, a little more dive, and that's exactly what's going to happen, at least defensively here. And Florida, I believe, choosing sides. If this was the case, the winning side would choose their side. Florida wants to go first.
Yeah, again, I think this plays right into that aggressive mindset, right? They want to be the ones to set the pace. They want to put Kennesaw on the back foot immediately, play quick. If they can set a good time on this attack, that puts just that much more pressure onto Kennesaw to try and figure out a way to respond before they go down 0-2. So a little bit of a high-risk play from Florida could potentially have a ton of reward if this attack goes well. They are going to use the Symmetra teleporter to get to the other side, and Tesla right back onto the Genji. So it's the same deal, except Fuchu is on the Brigitte instead of the Lucio here.
Also, and you don't really, I mean, you don't need as much speed as you do on control just to try to fight for the first point, but Florida still sticking with their guns, basically, like you said, sticking with everything but the Lucio. 3.5 on the clock here, and already just Brigitte bionated, just needed to relax for a little while here. Sleep Guard finds nothing there, but Clash is, oh no, actually, I take that back. Clash is slept in the back line, but there's going to be no follow-up on Clash. In fact, they're just going to drop here, and this Diva from Weirdo is just going to push this forward already underneath this bridgeway, underneath the upper part. And for right now, I mean, this is just such a split-up fight. And finally, the first pick coming from the distortion shot of the Zychronax for right now, and that's a Tracer gone, and big-time pick there for UF. And like you were saying, setting the pace here, and that's not a bad pace to start with.
Yeah, very methodical fight there from Florida, trying to figure out where the opportunity could come in to get a pick, and it was Kezin who overstepped the boundaries as Tracer got caught out. That being said, Weirdo going down means that Florida doesn't have a tank at the moment. Diva will be back pretty quickly, but as of right now, Kennesaw's kind of being held back in the server room as the cart continues to come in. We do get a contest from Kezin, but is going to be taken down immediately. This might be a fast point A capture from Florida.
Yeah, they trade the honors very early on, but like you were saying, a very fast fight, and that's going to be 3 kills overall there from the University of Florida. And look at the ult percentages as well. This is going to be an ult fight. Blade is up. You're going to have a nano boost close up as well, and the disruptor shot again onto Kamsky. I mean, Kamsky has a nano blade, or rather a nano boost to use, but can't use it at all because he's trying to fight for his life.
Could use the Nano Blade this fight, though, as you said. Clash is about 20% up from a blade of their own, but Tesla has really been outclassing the Kennesaw State Genji from right now. Has a blade up already. Could be a dueling Nano Blade combo from both sides. And Zigronax saying, hey, don't forget about me. Railgun shot on the Ket shuts down the Tracer.
Yep, Zigronax hitting the shot, hitting the overclock, hitting the disruptor shot, and it's just run away for your life. The Florida Gators are looking to run rampant here already, just about 2/3 past the line to get to that second point. Fuchu does take down Kezin in the back line as well, and then Genji gets nothing out of it, but Kennesaw State, look at the ultimate lineups coming up in a little while.
Nano Blade out, Flash anti-nated.
Yeah, Nano Blade is out, as I said that. Nano Blade comes out, really doesn't find anything in the meantime. Self-destruct goes up and down from Weirdo. That's gonna find Prototyper Automatic and sits down on Kezin at the same time. Oh my goodness, now the self-destruct out from Prototyper. Before that happens, gets Weirdo's mech, but it's not even gonna matter here. It's basically a team wipe from Florida as they add another 90 to the bank with 5 minutes to push this all the way up to the ship.
You cannot ask for a better point B than that from Florida. They basically took that entire point, and because of the aggression, because of the early picks that Zigronax was able to get, they distilled it down into just one fight. They were able to win the fight. Kennesaw had a lot of trouble even entering the place where they could get to the point, and all of a sudden, 4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock for University of Florida. They wanted to set the pace. They're setting a blazing one.
Yeah, they're setting a good pace for right now, but 4.5 minutes left to go. Plenty of time for this defensive fold, or plenty of time for this attack. There's the Transcendence that's going to counter that blade right away, and Tesla is just going to go down. For right now, that just means that UF is going to back up. That's a great Bionate. 3 in the Bionate, courtesy of Kamsky, and that for sure forces back Florida.
Yep. I mean, the Transcendence there was good from Two Fish. Nice reaction time, making sure that no one goes down to that blade. You'll take that 1-for-1 trade, though, for Florida. You know you don't have the Transcendence to worry about anymore for a little bit. And as Weirdo is going to swap back over onto the Wrecking Ball, try and play even faster. We saw this for a minute on Ilios. Let's see how this Wrecking Ball pick changes the outcome of the match.
Well, the overclock gets the Genji, gets the Zenyatta, looking for a third, and won't find it just yet. And meanwhile, that Diva wants to make sure that that Sojourn doesn't get any value. Unfortunately, it already did get value, as Kamsky does get Tesla, though. That's a big chunk of damage gone. And now you're going to have a Nano Blade available to you as well. I mean, do you want to use it at this point? No, they're just going to back off for right now. So they saved the Nano Blade in the meantime, but for right now, University of Florida still got plenty of time.
Yeah, Kennesaw is in a fantastic situation, though, to continue holding on to this already. They've gotten almost 2 minutes off of this very sizable University of Florida clock, and you've got 4 ultimates available. Two Fish, who used a Transcendence last fight, over halfway to another one already, could potentially get that up in this next fight if you're able to hit a couple of those right-click volleys. So Kennesaw State looking very healthy from an economic point of view.
The rally's going to come out very early on, and Weirdo's going to come back for that. However, Clash just slept with the Nano Blade, but somebody wakes him up. He's woken up, and Clash gets 2 on one swing. That's both Fuchu and Zigronax, so it's an unfortunate situation where Clash was slept. That Nano Blade would have gotten nothing, but somebody woke him up.
Who did it? Who did it, Florida? You know, whoever it was, you know who you are, and you should be ashamed. You got the opportunity to just, you had in a fantastic highlight play from Harmony, completely wiped away because a stray bullet woke Clash up. That being said, Kennesaw used most of their ultimates. It's really just the Diva Bomb and the Transcendence now.
Well, the Transcendence is going to be pulled out very early on from Two Fish to keep this team up. And now it's a Nano Boost that's out as well from Harmony. Not going to be able to do anything. And Prototyper with a self-destruct kill. And for the second time, 1 on each side, it's a self-destruct and a remake kill simultaneously. And this time, it's Kennesaw State that's going to get it.
It brings me so much joy every time, Clutchkey. It's so fun. As Prototype R is going to keep the defense going a very effective pair of ultimates there. Kennesaw has used up their ultimate bank, though. University of Florida going to push back up with the overclock.
The overclock is up, the overclock is running, and the overclock is hitting. 2 kills already for the on the Genji and the Tracer, making a third onto 2Fish, and now Florida going into the home stretch, and this is a fight they want, but Florida coming up with nothing on the ultimate bank.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. They used everything they had in that fight. They're still about 70% on their closest ultimates there. Kennesaw State a little bit closer to their own Nanoblade from Clash and Kansky. That's probably their win condition. Just survive long enough to get that Nanoblade up. Old Clash almost goes down, but ends up getting saved. This should be the win condition now for Kennesaw.
Well, here comes the Nanoblade that's going to go right away. Clash is going to hack away at the Sojourn. That's going to get followed up by Prototyper in the backline. Clash is bio-nated, won't find a single final blow on there, but it doesn't matter because Prototyper is there to do the follow-up. And for right now, Kennesaw State holds on, but this is going to be final fight territory and 2 ultimates coming up for Florida.
Yeah, 40 seconds left on the clock. Florida has both support ultimates already, and the grab from Weirdo coming up in just a moment. 2Fish is going to be there with the Transcendence to potentially counter out this grab, but, I mean, then you still have everything else to deal with.
There's the
Transcendence. Oh, you baited it out. You baited it out.
They baited it out early with the Nano Boost, and now this is going to be huge for them. That Graviton Surge gets 2 inside of it, and Clash in so much trouble. Now it's a 2v5 situation, down to a 5v1. The only person left that can contest this to try to stall this out at any point is the Diva. That is a team kill for right now. They're going to try to hold him in the spawn, but for right now, Kevin onto the Tracer, trying to hold on to this point. The overtime clock will happen, and it won't even matter. The dash is there, the blade is out, and the University of Florida finds a way to complete the map with no time on the clock. They go uno, dos, adios. It's Kennesaw State's turn.
Switching sides.
And you love to see that 3rd-point defense of Kennesaw. They held on for such a long time, but whether 2Fish tried to anticipate the grab and just failed, or it was Weirdo putting a bunch of pressure on the Zenyatta to force the trans out early, that was a turning point in that fight. You had the opportunity to completely nullify the grab from Weirdo, was not able to do it. So, we mentioned at the beginning of the map, University of Florida wanted to set the pace, wasn't quite able to do it as blazing fast as they were hoping to when they crossed into point C, but still, finishing the map is going to put a lot of pressure onto Kennesaw State to try and equalize, because again, I mean, in a situation like this, semifinals against a really good team, being down 0-2, being forced to reverse sweep, it is so difficult against a team of Florida's caliber.
And right now, Kennesaw State needed to pull out all the stops and hopefully tying up the series at 1 apiece for them. But for right now, I mean, Florida completing that map must have been such a good momentum boost, especially, I mean, last fight, we were talking about it, right? Pulls out the Zenyatta ultimate super early on to allow that Graviton Surge just to do that much and allow them to win that team fight. That's the kind of mistakes or I shouldn't say mistakes, but that's kind of disadvantage to them when that happens. So Florida just took full advantage of it, and now Kennesaw State's turn. They're going to pull out the Symmetra and maybe doing the same thing that Florida did on their attack. That's exactly what's going to happen. Although the Genji's going to split up here. That's going to be Cycronax on the Sojourn now. And Tesla also low because of the bio-nade. But look at where this D.Va is, so far in front. And this D.Va's going to go out of mech. Unless the supports just help them out here and somehow stays up.
The support is there from Harmony and Fuchu to keep Weirdo up for now. So we're gonna reset now with the dive coming in. And while this is happening, keep an eye on that UI because the cart is moving.
The cart is moving underneath. It'll move underneath of the top, the roofway right now, right above this archway. And still Kansky now with a big pick on the bio-nade. That's gonna get Tesla out of play for right now, so that's going to allow this team from Kennesaw State to try to play a little more aggressively inside of server roam. But Zychronax hitting shots on the secondary fire. They really don't want to have to deal with this right now. Zychronax still hitting shots left and right. Fuchu there to take care of business. And with all the shots being hit on this so short right now from Zychronax, he is warmed up. Kennesaw State's going to be held.
And that was really good resilience there from Florida. It was looking rough for them, but they were able, at the very last moment, to pull out that anti-dive, thanks in a large part to Zychronax, having the most ult charge of anyone, of any DPS player in the lobby right now. And Harmony is up pretty close to the Nano Boost as well. It's actually going to be dueling Nano Boost from both sides. The difference, though, is the overclock from Zychronax. If you can hit a couple of those railgun shots, as we have seen, he's very capable of doing. Florida are in a good position to keep holding this.
2 minutes and 20 seconds. Nobody's touched the point. 1.44. Okay, you can breathe, Florida. You can breathe a little bit. Somebody contested, and Tesla with the kill onto Kamsky means that this fight is pretty much going to be over. They use the overclock here to take down Kezin, and more shots being hit anyways. But that was oh so close to being a letter number that we did not want to speak of. Florida does hold on, though.
They do manage to do it, and they only have to use the overclock. This is getting scary now for Kennesaw. You got 2 minutes left on the clock. You have 5 ultimates available, but Florida is going to have 4 of their own. And if you use all of your ultimates in this fight, you still don't do it, you may as well just start looking towards map 3, trying to get the reverse sweep.
Oh, here's the nano boost. Here's the blade coming out from Tesla, coming out from Clash. Transcendence is used from Two Fish, though. And Clash is still going to slash away here. So that Transcendence from Two Fish big, because now Tesla had nowhere to slash onto. And so Kennesaw State's going to just go ahead and start running away with this, and they will get first point.
Yeah, nicely done there from Clash and Two Fish. They knew that they had the Transcendence. Florida doesn't have a similar defensive ultimate to use, so they take point A. Not quite as fast as Florida was up to this point, but they are going to try and take those forward positions. Try to do the same thing Florida did to keep that time bank healthy. But you really are only working with the Diva Bomb here to keep them confined.
And right now, no ultimates. It's going to be pretty much a dry run, but Cycronax again through the thread of the windows there, gets a kill on to Kamsky. Clash goes down there as well. Cycronax just hitting all the shots, similar to what we saw back in the East with Odos. But I mean, right now, or I think it was the South where Odos was as well, but for right now, 3 minutes and 10 seconds left, Cycronax just warmed up.
Yeah, Cycronax is hitting shot after shot with this railgun, and now you're going to be able to get set up on this high ground of Gibraltar, be some of the strongest high ground in the entire game. Especially because look at those 4 little doorways that Kennesaw have to funnel themselves through. It is such a good opportunity for Cycronax to hit some shots.
It wasn't the East, Odos was, and we saw a similar Sojourn there as well, and the Genji working out in their favor, kind of balancing each other out for right now. Almost has self-destruct out, but Prototyper's going to opt not to use the self-destruct here. It does go on a mech by the hands of Harmony. Weirdo holds onto it, and for right now, Florida just holds yet again.
So now, with 2.5 minutes on the clock, Kennesaw have been very slow to build up these ultimates. You really only still have the Diva Bomb from Prototype R. Everyone else getting kind of close. Kamsky at 85%, but Florida doing a much better job at cycling these ultimates because they're just winning these fights. They're doing the damage.
Yeah, they're not really having to invest any ultimates at all. Case in point, Tesla just going right in, not even needing to, I mean, should he have the blade, really didn't need to anyways. Got the 3 kills there and forces back this team from Kennesaw again. The Owls just have no answers whatsoever, but that could be it coming up here if he got the nano blade, maybe 20% away.
Yeah, this is by far the best chance Kennesaw has had ever since they crossed point A. They're going to have at least 3 ultimates. They will most likely have all 5 over the course of this fight, as long as it doesn't end as quickly as it did before. But don't look now, Florida has up to 5 ultimates of their own. This one is going to be flashy.
Overclock is used for self-destruct at the same token. That's going to be dodged away here from their side. And Prototyper actually used self-destruct to get rid of Weirdo. Tesla, though, slashes away at Kamsky with the Dragon that they have even before that Nano Boost is available. So it's still a trade fight that is in favor of Kennesaw State due to the spawn room advantage. The rally is out for Fuchu to make this team hold on as long as possible. And now the Transcendence invested from Two Fish to make sure that this team can get in. And Fuchu is actually blocked off from the rest of the team. So that rally goes all for naught. In the meanwhile, that Nano Boost is on to Tesla to see if they can make a difference regardless of the blade. And the Nano Blade is slept up top. Oh my god, the Nano Blade is slept. Good catch there from our observer. So now Kennesaw State at a huge disadvantage, only having a false bomb to play with. And in a try fight like this and a trade fight, it's Florida's fight to win.
It's not just Florida's fight to win, it's Florida's map to win at this point. 30 seconds left on the clock. Only the pulse bomb to use for Kezin. You need to get a pick off with this pulse bomb, or else there's just no shot. Kennesaw State have not been able to win these neutral fights yet. They're just going to get shut down by Cycronax, who again is just sitting pretty on the spaceship, has such good vantage point over the entirety of Kennesaw State as they try and push in. All the pressure on this Tracer right now to try and open this up for Kennesaw State, give themselves a man advantage.
One fight territory. The overtime clock will start here in just a couple of moments. False bomb is out, not going to find anything. Doesn't find a stick. It goes wide, but On the meantime, Tank is being taken out, and the overtime clock starts to bleed. No one's going to touch. Oh, just touches just in time, but doesn't really matter when Tesla goes off for a 3K. No, it doesn't. The team are the only one there just to contest point, and it's just going to spin around, awaiting to get out of mech, awaiting the death, and awaiting the overtime clock to bleed. Florida Gators are going to go up to match point.
A really solid play from Florida throughout that series, and after playing such an aggressive, fast-paced composition in map 1, we got to see them slow it down a little bit in map 2. You know, it's not really a rush map, Gibraltar. You gotta be a little more deliberate with your pushes, with your dives, and Florida did exactly that. Not only were they very good at figuring out the timings for their own dives, they were very good at repelling Kennesaw State's dives. So Florida showing why they were able to get to the top 4, why they were ranked so highly going into this game, and Kennesaw State looking a little bit lost right now.
Yeah, Kennesaw State having absolutely no answers. I mean, only getting 2 maps on for Ilios, losing 150 on Ruins, 124 on Ilios. Then they get the map pick, and all of a sudden they pick Gibraltar, but Florida showing why they went attack first, setting the tone, like you said, very early on, getting the 3 points all the way through, even with no time on the clock. Didn't really matter until they got full held, and that's such a hard place to get held in as well, right in that point B of Gibraltar. That's one of the harder ones, I would say, to get out of, and as long as in the streets phase at the very least. But Gibraltar being held on by Florida, and right now Kennesaw State needs to bring out the reverse broom to book themselves a spot in the championship. Otherwise, Florida match point for the next 2 maps at maximum for right now. But for them, for the Owls right now, next map is going to be Push. Not too many to choose from. I mean, you have New Queen Street, Coliseo right now as your picks. I don't know if Esperanza probably not in the map pool right now, but as it stands, New Queen Street, Coliseo, I mean, is there a map that's going to give them a better advantage in this case?
I mean, when you're up against the wall, down 0-2, trying to go for the reverse sweep, I think you just stop thinking about how to try and counter what Florida is doing, and just think about what map gives you the best chance to win. If I had to take a guess, I would say it's probably New Queen Street, not just because it does fit the Kennesaw style of gameplay, but also because it seems to be the option that people have practiced the most, that they feel the most comfortable on in general. You have a lot of really good players here. Kezin, Clutch have come up big for the team. Prototype R has come up with some plays. So you just need to see some more from them. You need to be able to win these 1v1s, win these neutral fights. If you are having to commit 3 or more ultimates in every fight win you have in a map, you're just not going to win. I'm sorry, it just doesn't happen long enough. You need to be able to win some of these neutrals when you don't have as many ultimates to work with.
Yeah, and they're going to see if Kennesaw State can make their way up. But look at the aggressiveness here from Florida. They are pushing them all the way around the corner. And in fact, with Cycronax again hitting all the shots, and you want Cycronax to hit. Two Fish does get the kill onto Fuchu, but it's still a trade, a 4v2 trade. They're going to wipe them out. In fact, they're going to take them all the way back to not even their back checkpoint at this point in the game. The robot unlocked a couple seconds ago, but they still had a team wipe there.
We do need to mention there has been a swap in from Florida. Orca is in on tank for Weirdo and is going to be coming in, I have to assume, as the Orisa specialist. This is a very interesting composition, as it does allow you to go very aggressive. Orca does have the Javelin spin, which allows you to push forward very quickly. Just like that, look at how you're pushing back the entirety of Kennesaw, not letting them get set up.
29.78 meters, a good shot from Kezin, who pushes on over to the Sojourner, rather is on the Sojourner right now, and is going to get a good kill onto the Orisa as well. And now a little bit of a different fight look here for Kennesaw State. The Owls are going to flip it right back, and they're going to get themselves some meterage as well.
Several final blows there from Clash. You really needed to see that. You need to see these Genjis able to finish off these low heroes in order to get yourself into position to try and take the lead here. Both Genjis are actually very close to the Blades. There's no Anas on the field this time around, so it is just going to be up to these Dry Blades trying to get as much value as possible.
Now the Dragon Blade is out for Clash. No nano boost, but there's a Coalescence to follow up. Clash gets 2 on the kills, and Prototyper kills Tesla. Both of the Genjis actually go down before their Blades can even get anything else, but the Owls able to get a team kill, and they will take the lead.
Yep, they will be able to take the lead. I mean, the blade from Clash just got more value than Tesla's there. 2 kills to 1. That's the difference in that fight. Kennesaw gets the lead. They will most likely be able to push forward to at least get very close to getting the forward spawns, and they're still going to have 3 more ultimates available to them.
The overclock used by Zykernax has been hitting a lot of these overclock shots. The start of the sound barrier used. Two-Fish knowing that right away is going to just drop that and make sure even if it's a headshot, it's not going to do as much damage as they want it to do. There's the sound barrier also now for Fuchu. The Terra Surge is out from Orca, and Orca finds a kill before that with the Javelin onto Prototyper, and now Florida looking to take advantage of this downsized fight for the Kennesaw State University Owls, and in fact, it will be Florida flipping it back right for some push and maybe to get some meterage, maybe going to get close to that lead.
It did take quite a bit from the University of Florida to be able to do that, though. All they're looking for is the Coalescence from Harmony. That's really it. Going into a potential grab from Prototyper. Okay, no grab from Prototyper. Gets taken down immediately. This aggression from Florida. You jump on top of the Zarya before she's ready. There's no way Prototyper was ready for that one, and that is Florida taking the lead. My goodness, this team is so good at getting on top of Kennesaw before they're ready for them. This is like the 10th time they've been taken off guard.
Yeah, and right now they're going to get forward spawn progress as well, right at the 57.18 meter mark. Prototyper does have the Graviton Surge available, but where do they want to use it here? They're just going to speed boost right in and catches just the Sojourn for right now, but that's going to be good enough for them to get picked otherwise, as Harmony and Zykernax both going down simultaneously, and that is going to be a win for the Owls. It's going to be not a clean team wipe, but it is a team wipe indeed, but Florida still having that lead and forward spawn progress till we get to midfield.
I would say a pretty significant lead at this point. This is the kind of push map that swings back and forth, and having a 15-meter lead is going to give University of Florida just a little bit more time to get set up for this next fight. However, Kennesaw is looking a little bit better on that ult. Clash is a little bit ahead of Teslo on that blade charge.
And look, they're not even going to let them reset for the bot here. They're not even going to let that have any meters at all. Clash is going to try to dash right in, gets 1 swing, gets 2 swings onto the Moira before he dies to Fuchu, but it's not going to matter anyways. That's another team wipe for Kennesaw State, and a checkpoint coming up for them.
Yeah, they're going to get the checkpoint. They're going to take the lead as well, almost certainly. And they only have to use the blade to get it. A dry blade, nothing on top of it, which means you still have that overclock. You still have the Coalescence, the beat coming up soon as well. University of Florida, though, is going to be looking at Teslo to try and respond.
Well, Kezin's got the disruptor shot onto Zykernax already, so the Owls looking to take the lead right away here. Just trading blows, and it's not even going to be a trade fight. It's a 3-for-0 here for the Owls of Kennesaw State, and the Owls take the lead onto Florida. The 4th lead change here in this game.
So now Kennesaw is going to continue pushing forward. A huge play there from Kezin, taking out Zykernax while he had the overclock active. I mean, that is so huge. And a nice little showing of dominance. Again, we needed to see those DPS players of Kennesaw step up. That's the kind of play we need.
See if it continues on for Kennesaw State as they approach the 100-meter mark. That would kind of signify that they've got a good, significant lead of about 40 meters for right about now. Terra Surge available. Here comes Orca just charging right on. 3 people inside of that Terra Surge is going to wait for that sound barrier just to go away for a little while. And this soldier is just running for their lives. Kezin's in so much trouble. But Orca is in trouble too. Orca's going to go down. But it doesn't matter for right now. That's the Moira, that's the Sojourn gone, and the Florida Gators just hang on with the trade fight, and they're going to be able to push it back.
They push it back, but Kennesaw got so much mileage out of that. They're almost 50 meters ahead of University of Florida at this point. And with only 4 minutes left on the clock, Florida's opportunities to try and equalize this meter is very limited. It's going to take them so long just to get back to the middle of the map. They've got to win this one here with the grab available from Prototype R.
So right now, the Graviton Surge is out, doesn't really find anything, although with the assist of the overclock, that's going to help them get both of the supports at the same time, so the Graviton Surge is big, and in fact, they might even get more meterage out of this.
They just might. They're at least going to be able to take the bot back over to the barrier, force University of Florida to take them back in. And, oh man, Clash got all the way around the back to take down Teslo. A beautiful stagger kill, which is going to now allow Kennesaw to push forward even more.
109 meters, over 50 meters of a differential here. Clash is going to use the blade, leading up with the Coalescence as well, and Clash is going to get 2, looking for a third. In a little bit of trouble though. He's going to die by the hands of Orca's Javelin Spin. But right now, that's a 4-1 train, and Orca gone is huge for them. They're going to be able to advance further. 128 meters is what it takes to complete this map. They're also close for right now. Keep it here as they are still contesting it for right now, just outside of the 5-meter mark. It's still pushing into the final 5 meters, and the fight continues on, but losing a player would be big for either side for right now. Prototyper just trying to get right into the back line, but Cybernex now hit the shot on Two Fish, and this is just going to be a fight win for the University of Florida, just barely hanging on.
But with only 2 minutes on the clock, you really have to think realistically, how much of a chance does Florida have of bringing this back? They're going to have to be near perfect for the rest of this map in order to bring it back from the brink here. It is 57 meters to 123, almost a 70-meter lead. So even if they get it back to the barrier, they're still going to have to win 2-3 maps to take the lead back themselves. We got to see a pick, or at least an opening, come from this Terra Surge from Orca.
If you're Florida, you're happy that checkpoint had already got there, because I mean, you're not going to go into butt scratch mode. You're not going to have a delay on the robot in case you need that wall. But for right now, Zygernak still hitting shots onto Prototyper, and that's a big play for them, because that's going to be a fight win, and that's going to allow them for TW1 to push up to the wall and in fact give them more meterage with about 90 seconds left.
And that was a clean fight from Florida in that they didn't use any ultimates. No Terra Surge, no beat, no nothing. Which means they get to continue building up their ult bank for this next fight. So still quite a bit of a deficit they have to pull themselves out of, but they can at least start getting the barrier moving here. And they can open up with the overclock and a nice shot onto Kezin.
Beautiful shot onto Kezin to start with the overclock. That's 1 kill. Can he line up with another one? Won't find anything right now as the overclock runs out. But with a minute left to go, the lead just getting smaller and smaller down underneath 50 meters. Prototyper has the Graviton Surge. It's going to use it right on this pillar. The Sound Barrier is there to counter it right away. No other ultimates being countered out with it. They do have the Coalescence, but it's canceled out by the Terra Surge. And there is a fight win for University of Florida, and there is still life in the Gators.
There is life, not just that, but a potential comeback. We have not seen a comeback on push like this all weekend, but now they are lessening the gap. Less than 30 meters to go before they take the lead, and they have the blade from Teslo that might be able to take this all the way.
Coalescence there to lead. Tesla's going to go up as well. Sound Barrier there to cancel out any other damage coming from that blade, but Harmony getting a kill onto the Coalescence. That's big for this team from Florida. It's a 5v4 situation with a spawner. It is in favor of Kennesaw State. If you lose a player here for Florida, that could very well be it, even with the forward spawns. But for right now, it's such a close fight here. It's going to come down maybe to the first person that can get a support ultimate, maybe even a CPS ultimate. Cyclonax is coming up on a overclock as well. The overtime clock does run. This will be final fight no matter what happens. And there's the railgun shot that's going to trade out Orca and Kezin. But with Orca gone, that's a tank gone as well. And now Kennesaw State just trying to make sure that they can end this fight right here, right now. Cyclonax building up to another overclock. It does not matter. We extend the series. The Owls take it to game 4, winning on push.
And what a game from Kennesaw, back from the brink, and they are right back in this series, outdoing what was a late game rally from Florida in order to keep themselves in this one, keep themselves in play for that grand finals finish. It was these plays around here when you were almost at the end of the map. You got a couple of really nice wins in a row to really break open the lead. We went back and forth there for a little while, but once Kennesaw pulled away, it was just too much for Florida to come back from.
Yeah, it's just too much of a lead there. They had, over 70, 80, or they had over 70 meters, I think, on them at one point, at any given point, rather, for that last fight. However, such an impressive comeback, and that's got to be some momentum for Florida, regardless of if you lost that last map. I mean, you're still up 2-1, but that last fights there, besides the very final one, losing on the ultimates and losing basically on the kills there from Kennesaw State, that's got to feel not too shabby for Florida going into this next map. And their next map is their pick, and this is going to be a hybrid coming up next, which means, I mean, they've got a good pick here for there's a couple of maps you could actually pick here. Kings Row, probably a popular pick for them as well. It is known as Scrims Row. but it is going to be a Orca tank swap here. So this is going to be Weirdo coming back in for Orca in the meantime and trying to figure out where we're going to go for the next map. And it's going to be Kings Row. Like I said, Kings Row is going to be the next map.
Scrims Row is back. Just because we're on Overwatch 2 doesn't mean... Does that mean we call it Scrims Row 2 at this point? I mean, it's basically, it's the same thing, but with a fresh coat of paint, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, Sunrise... Scrims Row Sunrise. I don't know. Scrims Row 2 sounds better to me, anyways. It's like that game, like Saints Row 2, but like Scrims Row 2, right? Like, you know,
but this is going to play so well into Florida's play style, right? They like to play the Lucio speed boost. They like to just jump on top of the enemy, play close range comps that jump on top of Kennesaw before they're ready, and take fights and wins and map points and all of that. That is exactly what this Kings Row map is going to allow them to do. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just jumping around a corner, trying to take Kennesaw off guard before they can get set up themselves. For Kennesaw's sake, though, we do see them run a very similar composition. They're going to be running the Lucio as well. Going to be trying to match Florida. It's actually a mirror matchup right now. It's going to be a very fast-paced Kings Row matchup ahead of us, Clutchkey.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting enough for the defensive side here. Kennesaw State looking to see if they can hold on and extend the series. We have not seen a Game 5 in all of our matches that we have seen. Only a couple of teams have seen Game 5. We have not here on stream. Kennesaw State looking to be the first to extend the series. But for Florida, they want to end this match right here. They would have a date with Texas, Dallas. The Comets await the winner of this one. As we go on, 3 minutes and 40 seconds, 20 seconds into the map already. Tesla's got a shot on to Kezin, and that's going to force back this team from Kennesaw State super early on. You talk about aggressiveness. Here it is, and Florida's just going to have an immediate fight win and probably the point.
Tesla was able to get into the back line of Kennesaw pretty much uncontested, gets 2 final blows, and this is going to be an incredibly fast first point take from Florida. They actually managed to take the stagger onto 2 fish as well. The Lucio was positioning themselves for a late stagger. That's not going to happen anymore. 5.5 minutes on the clock from Florida, going all according to plan as of one fight.
Yeah, 5 minutes and 30 seconds. That is a lot of time on the tank, especially here in Kings Row. But that time might be whittled away just a little bit here with Kezin taking a shot on Cycronex, but not in time there as both of these Sojourns now traded out. And now it's just going to be a fight right underneath this archway. Kennesaw State trying to match the intensity of this Florida team, just trying to play them right at this archway for right now. Graviton Search gets everybody in there and really no support on it except for the Coalescence out from Kansky to save the rest of this team. And now a Graviton Surge almost available for a Prototyper, but it's not going to happen just yet. Still fighting on this point, but now Cycronex probably going to open up the door here with Prototyper going down, and it will be Florida advancing on.
And they use this Lucio speed boost to push up so quickly, and they do find the stagger kill onto Kezin. That is going to allow them so much extra space, so much extra room to push this cart. And are they gonna find Clash as well? No. The bubble is there just in time, so it is just going to be the one stagger fight. Florida is going to be pushing through towards the end of point B with 4 ultimates available, including the Blade, including the Overclock. Kennesaw really cannot hold a candle to that ult bank right now, even though they have the grab.
Well, the Graviton Surge is there. A lot of ultimates being used at the same time, too. Tesla is going to go right in with the Dragon Blade down in the back line. Kezin, one more swing would have had it, but Tesla now getting the dash reset. And this is still a push-up. Mind you, again, they are still pushing up the cart from point 1. It is not the point 2 just yet, and Florida's going to get the fight win, and they're going to have another 90 seconds. They're essentially going to have 5.5 to push to the last point.
So good from Florida. Again, going right to their plan, playing so quickly, not giving Kennesaw room to breathe. And they still have that overclock from Zikronax, was the person pushing up that point to the end of point B. So that's available. You're gonna have the grab available from Weirdo as well.
Weirdo will have the grab, but choosing where to use it right now. Graviton Surge is up there, and now the overclock being used by Kezin. 2 ultimates used up, 1 on each side, and for right now, it's going to be Kezin that starts that off on the right foot, and Kennesaw State wins the fight. Florida investing 2 of them there.
That was both overclocks used very quickly, and Kezin was able to get the better of Zikronax in that one. That is going to allow Kennesaw State to stabilize here on this point. You're going now both support ultimates of 2 Fish and Kamsky if you're feeling like you're in a little bit of trouble. So Kennesaw might be able to hold a little bit more.
Wait a minute, I just realized our producer was saying something. Yeah, Tesla actually, or rather it was a deflected Graviton Surge there. Weirdo got his Graviton Surge deflected, so Flash actually made a big play for them. That's what happened there. And
I
now
was
you have
wondering what
a
happened.
Prototyper. Yeah, that's what happened there. It wasn't a fast Prototyper Graviton Surge buildup. It was Weirdo stuff all getting deflected there. So 4:14 left to go on the clock now, and a Graviton Surge now for Prototyper here. There's what happened, and they're gonna get pushed back just a little bit more, but Tesla also low. And now if they want to push this, they can. Graviton Surge available. Do they want to use it? Yes, they will. One person inside of that Graviton Surge, and right now it's just that Reinhardt. Great Bionate. 2 people in it. That's going to force out the Coalescence. That's going to force out the Sound Barrier. And Florida still finding a way to win this fight right now as they force them back into the home stretch. It's going to be ultimate after ultimate being forced, but for right now, it's going to be Florida marching their way forward.
The supports of Florida come up huge there, using the Coalescence and the Sound Barrier to make sure that Florida could stay nice and healthy through the Graviton Surge of Prototype R as they now approach the end of the map with the Overclock and the Blade ready. That's 2 massive threats that you can only really block one of if you're Kezin with that Overclock of your own.
Well, the Overclock not really hitting anything up until that shot right there onto Kezin, and now the Blade is out right afterwards. The threats just continue to roll on, and Florida with absolutely no trouble getting it all the way to the end. 3:12 on the clock. Florida, uno, dos, adios.
That is an incredibly fast first attack for University of Florida. Once again, by the way, this side has attacking first, just like they were on Gibraltar, trying to set the pace. And what a pace they have set. Kennesaw State now trying to claw their way back into this series, has to finish the map with time in order to even have a shot at winning this map, keeping themselves in this series. Man, Florida has set quite the time to beat, though. Playing so quick, so aggressively, forcing Kennesaw back more and more and more. And University of Florida, they seem to really like this Orisa pick. It's not Okra this time around. Weirdo is going to be taking it out. They seem to really like playing it in these kind of up-close compositions where you can maybe get a lot of value out of those javelins throws and javelin spins.
Yeah, the Gators being very aggressive with what they're playing at right now, especially in the fact that 3 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock. I mean, you didn't lose any time there at all, basically. I mean, you're going through the entire map sequence, right? You had 4 minutes to push. Essentially, they only used up 5 minutes to get there. I mean, that's an impressive feat in itself just to get there. It was a 4-minute and 48-second push for Florida overall, and that's fast. That is insanely fast to finish a map. Now Kennesaw State's turn, and they got to basically be perfect here as they get released out of the doors. And a different story here. Florida was aggressive on Kennesaw State. This time, though, Florida's going to get that first shot. Cybernex just can't miss. That's a great Bionade, though, from Kapski. That's 3 people on it, and Cybernex does go down. However, the trades are just going to work out too much in Florida's favor, and they will hold on.
It was a nice anti-nade, but the damage was already done there. The University of Florida win at that first skirmish, and it is going to cause Prototype R to use that, try and get back on that. Zarya is going to have to lose all of the energy that you built up. But still, the closest to an ult is Harmony at 50% to the Coalescence. So this is still kind of the same situation, neutral fight, no ults.
3 minutes on the clock here. Kezin with a good opening shot onto Harmony, and that's a great Bionade as well onto the University of Florida team. But right now, Clash is going to be able to get 2 more kills in the meanwhile, and this is looking good for Kennesaw State Cap here as they get are going to get at least a free tick. But knowing Florida, they might want to. They are aggressive enough to come back into this. The question is, will they?
Sojourn are just really dictating the pace of the match right now. First fight, it was Zikrinax with the opening pick. This time around, it was Kezin. Just who can get that railgun shot off first as of right now, and then it's the Genji that goes in that tries to clean it up. Kennesaw State, though, very close to a Nanoblade from Clash and Kamski to try and get past this this archway. Not if Clash is down, though.
Tesla out there early on. They do get the 2.5 bang, but they're going to be holding up onto the spawn point. We saw this in the last match between the Comets and the Rams, where it was all basically just Texas of Dallas just holding in CIU in their spawn run for quite a long time. It's going to be Florida's turn this time.
It is going to be Florida's turn, but Kennesaw does have the Nanoblade now, so if Clash and Kemsky play this right, they should be able to break out pretty quickly.
Here's the Nano Blade coming out to flex to lead them right in. Dashes right in Harmony and gets the dash reset overall. Fuchu goes down, another swing right to the hands of Tesla. And this Orisa will go down as well. That's a 4K for Clash. And that's going to be advancement on 4 minutes on the clock. But they will get some payload movement.
They get payload movement in Florida, you know, played that smart. They take a little bit of time off of Kennesaw State's clock. You know the Nano Blade is up, so you just take the L there, and you go back in for the next fight with all 5 ultimates available, as strong as you possibly could be. And Synchronex opens it up.
Oh my god, that's everybody in the grab search. Not going to have to be the sound barrier invested, but that grab search was all for naught there with Synchronex using the sound, or using the overclock as well, and Fuchu using the sound barrier. Despite it being a 4-man grab, it goes all for nothing.
Yeah, Prototype Bar was a little bit too far up. Even if the beat didn't come through, I didn't see much of a follow-up from the grab from the rest of Kennesaw State, especially since Kezin went down before the grab even came out. So a great ultimate from Prototype Bar, doesn't really get much to it. Twofish is forced to use an early beat, and look at Florida, they're just gonna back up, try and stop the line of sight. All these ultimates committed from Kennesaw not getting much value.
3 minutes left to go. Terrastar just going to bring in 2 people, going to be immediately drops right away, but that does take care of Kezin with the Javelin. And again, it's going to be another defensive hold here for Florida. So far, so good. If you're the University of Florida, you're basically whittling down the time bank, and there's no way that Kennesaw State can match.
Basically, yeah, I mean, at this point, even if they're perfect, there's no way they're finishing the map with 3 minutes. Kennesaw State are going to be moving forward with really not much on the as far as ults right now. Twofish swapped off of the Lucio, went to the Zenyatta. So you've got you really need a little bit of extra time to try and get the Transcendence up. Not enough time before Tesla has the blade.
And it's the blade is slept. Oh my god, Tesla won't get a blade off in time. And so now it's a fight advantage here for Kennesaw State to try to get out of this. It's a Coalescence that's going to be traded out, though. Weirdo is going to get a kill. And so far, again, even if that blade is slept, it's going to be the University of Florida doing what they usually do and just making sure they stave off the damage and they hold on.
They continue holding on. 2 minutes left on the clock now for Florida to end the series right here, right now. With the Nano Blade from Clash, Kennesaw doesn't want to end this right yet.
Yeah, Nano Blade is out for Clash. There's 1, there's 2, looking for a 3rd, and the Lucio doesn't go down, but Tesla does take down Clash, but it's not before 3 kills come up for the side of the Owls, so Kennesaw State will get more progress on the card. But there's going to be another fight with 1:35 left, absolutely.
Yeah, they're 100% will. We're only about halfway there. Weirdo's going to make another swap onto the Wrecking Ball just to make sure you get back there in time. I think you see the Zenyatta Ana support line for Kennesaw, and you as Weirdo think, I can get into the back and take out one of these myself.
Well, how about an overclock? How about 1 kill? There's the Gravitons Surge that's going to come out, and Prototype Bar shuts down the overclock immediately. So advantage in people goes to Kennesaw. Now Prototype Bar just running over this team. That Wrecking Ball gets absolutely nothing out of it, and Kennesaw State is going to be able to see another point, another 90 seconds in the bank. And for right now, they can't kill this Lucio at all. They finally do. And this Genji down in the back line as well. But yeah, it's going to be another 90 on the clock.
A little under 2 minutes on the clock for Kennesaw to try and finish. Oh,
wait a minute, not just yet. We keep going here. The Wrecking Ball is there. They want to contest this. The Soldier goes down again. And now the Wrecking Ball out of it, meaning that if University of Florida, I don't think they want to try to invest in this at all because, I mean, it is close enough, but who's taking down Clash? Maybe this is an opportunity. Prototype are so close there to dying. With Kezin taking down Fuchu, that's them healing down. They still want to contest.
No way, right? Weirdo has
unbelievable. Weirdo has mines at the same time too. The Transcendence is out. This is down to final fight territory at this point. I mean, this is an insane comeback if they do this for Florida. They only had 1 more person on point, and they decided to play. And now with both of the supports gone, I'm flabbergasted at this point to try to figure out here if they're going to win this one right now. The comeback is there. The only person left is Genji, and the comeback on that fight is unreal. Florida's going to win this and advance on into the championship round. What a final fight for them. The stall fight wins it, and they advance on 3-1 to take on the Comets in the final round.
We've been talking this entire series about how fast Florida plays, and in that context, it was used to talk about how good they are at taking fights early, but how about their stagger game? Like, my goodness, Weirdo died, got back to spawn, died again and got back to the cart a third time in that fight to be able to use the mines and zone Kennesaw away from the cart, force them to either take a lot of damage or lose the match, basically. It was an awful situation from Kennesaw, and Florida, with a fantastic recontest, secure their grand final spot, secure themselves a top 2 seed in the regional qualifier.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, as it stands, if the Texas-Dallas team from the comments are watching this, I mean, they got some good notes being taken if somebody was watching this stream from their team, because right now, they're going to play fast, they're going to play aggressive. Florida looking for the championship win. It is going to be Texas of Dallas taking on Florida, the third-place matchup. Kennesaw State drops down to play the CIU Rams in that third-place matchup to determine seedings for the qualifier here. But yeah, that was such an insane fight. We are going to take a short break. Championship coming up very soon on the other side of the break. It is going to be Florida taking on the University of Texas at Dallas Comets. Stick around, folks. Gators Comets Championship up next. Much trouble, but gets a kill on to the Sojourner. I mean, that's a big dig for you to get rid of that, but it's still Clash coming in with a dash on to Fuchu, and now the Coalescence being used very aggressively to get all the damage possible, and right now, whittling down this team from Kennesaw State.
No ultimates available at the moment. Florida looks to be in the driver's seat.
95% and going here. Somebody's got to touch the point if you're KSU to want to stay in here. However, with all the damage being poured out, there is somebody on the point, but with the rest of your team dead, this is just going to be a...
And they are going to have the Nano Blade in this fight.
Well, we'll see when they decide to use it. It's almost immediately as soon as Kamsky gets the ult, and they will get a splash reset here. They will get a dash onto Weirdo. It's a 3K for Clash, and it's a team kill for the Kennesaw State Owls.
Snap has been Harmony on this Moira, has been playing a very aggressive, I think, damage-centric warrior. Has been doing a lot of healing as well, but has been putting in so much extra damage. Just another wrinkle that Kennesaw has to worry about.
Down, and one person left is the Tracer, who's trying to get out, trying to make anything happen, but it will not. And the unit up in a little while.
Nanoblade out from Clash, anti-nated.
Yeah, Nanoblade is out. As I said that, Nanoblade comes out, really doesn't find anything in the meantime. Self-destruct goes up and down from Weirdo. That's going to find Prototyper Automatic and sits down on Kezin at the same time.
University of Florida going to push back up with the overclock.
The overclock is up, the overclock is running, and the overclock is hitting. 2 kills already for the Genji, and the Tracer making a third onto 2 Fish, and now Florida going into the home stretch, and this is a fight. They've been in the spawn, but for right now, Kezin onto the Tracer, trying to hold on to this point. The overtime clock will happen, and it will eat. That rally goes all for naught. In the meanwhile, that Nano Boost is on to Tesla to see if they can make a difference regardless of the blade. And the Nano Blade is slept up top. Oh my god, the Nano Blade is slept. Good catch there from our observer. So now Kennesaw State at a huge disadvantage. Goes off for a 3K. No, it doesn't. The team are the only one there just to contest point. And it's just going to spin around, awaiting to get out of Echo, awaiting the death, and awaiting the overtime clock to bleed. Florida Gators are going to go up to match point. Checkpoint at this point in the game. The robot unlocked a couple seconds ago, but they still had a team wipe there.
We do need to mention there has been a...
Now the Dragon Blade is out for Clash. No Nano Boost, but there's a Coalescence to follow up. Clash gets 2 on the kills, and Prototyper kills Tesla. Both of the Genjis actually go down before their blades can even get anything else. But the Owls able to get a team kill, and they will. This soldier is just running for their lives. Kenzin's in so much trouble, but Orca is in trouble too. Orca's gonna go down, but it doesn't matter for right now. That's the Moira, that's the soldier gone, and the Florida Gators just hang on with the trade fight, and they're going to be able to push it back. 109 meters, over 50 meters of a differential here. Clash is going to use the blade, leading up with the Coalescence as well, and Clash is going to get 2. Looking for a third, in a little bit of trouble, though. He's going to die by the hands of Orca's Javelin Spin. But right now, that's a 4-to-1 trade. Waller down underneath 50 meters. Prototyper has the Graviton Surge. Is going to use it right on this pillar. The South There to counter it right away. No other ultimates being countered out with it. They do have the Coalescence, but it's canceled out by the Terror Surge, and there is a fight win for University of Florida, and there is still life in the Gators. The railgun shot that's going to trade out Orca and Kessin, but with Orca gone, that's a tank gone as well. And now Kennesaw State just trying to make sure that they can end this fight right here, right now. Cycronax building up to another overclock. It does not matter. We extend the series. The Owls back this team from Kennesaw State super early on. You talk about aggressiveness. Here it is, and Florida's just going to have an immediate fight win and probably the point.
Candle to that ult bank right now, even though they have the grab.
Well, the Graviton Surge is there. A lot of ultimates being used at the same time, too. Tesla is going to go right in with the Dragon Blade down in the back line. Kessin, oh, one more swing would have had it, but Tesla now getting the dash reset. And this is still a push-up, mind you.
So that's available. You're going to have the grab available from Weirdo as well.
Weirdo will have the grab, but choosing where to use it right now. Graviton Surge is up there. And now the overclock being used by Kessin. 2 ultimates used up. 1 on each side, and for right now, it's going to be out the Coalescence that's going to force out the sound barrier, and Florida still finding a way to win this fight right now as they force them back into the home stretch. It's going to be ultimate after ultimate being forced, but for right now, it's going to be Florida marching their way forward.
The supports of Florida come up.
Shot right there onto Kessin, and now the blade is out right afterwards. The threats just continue to roll on, and Florida with
Archway. Not if Clash is down, though.
Tesla out there early on. They do get the 2.5 bangs, but they're going to be holding up onto the spawn point. We saw this in the last match between the Comets and the Rams, where welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. Clutchkey and Dividing here with you. Championship round coming up in just a couple of moments. But first, we have an interview from the winning team there, the Florida Gators. And this is Weirdo here with us. And first of all, welcome into the booth. Second of all, it feels kind of, and we were talking about this behind the scenes as well. It's kind of interesting to be calling you Weirdo behind the scenes as well, even though that's your tag. But do you get that a lot from people when they're trying to call you out by your name, by your gamer tag?
I do. People have gotten used to it on my team, but like if we're ever like playing with people, like for pugs in the server, it's like no one's gonna call me Weirdo because they don't want to. it sounds a little weird.
Yeah, it is interesting, it was a little interesting to call you that throughout the series, but hey, your play absolutely outlived the username right there. Super well done from you guys. My first question is that I'm curious because the first I had really heard of the University of Florida Overwatch team was with the partnership that you guys have with the Florida Mayhem. You guys had the opportunity to participate in their collegiate and tier 2 invitationals. What was it like to compete in those experiences, and how did that prepare you for tournaments like this?
So unfortunately, I was on main roster, or I think even attending the school at the time that we were still collaborating with Florida Mayhem. So I don't think I've ever played in the Florida Mayhem tournament. But from what I heard, it was pretty fun because back then we had just like a ball and a Roadhog player, and we would just play hog and ball all day. So.
Yeah, it really gave you it really gave the team some interesting experience, and but when we get into this game. What was really impressive to me was just how fast you guys were able to play. You guys jumped on top of Kennesaw so many times before they were expecting it. You took them off guard. How are you guys able to play so incredibly up-tempo? Who's coordinating all that?
I think I'm the main shot caller for the team, and when I just see something, I'm like, all right, guys, let's go. And we all just kind of like follow my lead. We all just try to collapse on something. We saw a lot of Ana Zen. Kennesaw was running a lot of Ana Zen. Because of the mobility, we were like, all right, they can't move. We just jump on them when we see them being a little out of position, and we just kept on doing that. Yeah, I think that really allowed us to play fast. So.
Yeah, and that's a good strategy from you guys.
I do have one more quick bonus question, really fast. I do see the Detroit Lions sign in the background. Are you okay?
I'm not, bro. I'm not okay at all.
Yeah, we won't mention the score that happened earlier between the Patriots and the Lions, so we'll stay away from that. But let's put it this way: you have a better record in this tournament than the Detroit Lions have had all season long. So you guys are being successful right now. Weirdo, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, good luck in the next one. And they are playing against the Texas Dallas Comets. You just have to mention Detroit. I mean, the Lions.
I mean, they got shut out by the Patriots. I couldn't not bring it up, man.
Well, we didn't have to bring it up. Yeah, the Patriots lost. The Patriots
No, it
beat
was
the Lions
funny. It was
29-0.
content. I'm a man of content.
That's a clip that's a clip we're gonna be saving for later. Anyways, we'll take a short break. When we come back, championship round. It's gonna be Florida. It's gonna be Texas, Dallas, and we will see you on the other side. Championship round up next. Welcome back, everybody, in here. The championship round coming up right now with you. It is the University of Florida taking on the University of Texas at Dallas. The Comets and the Gators about to go down here. Klutchke and dividing with you one last time. And it's been a long ride here. We've seen the East Championship go down. Now we're going to see the South Championship go down. It's been a long day, but we got one more match, and this is going to be a good one.
Oh man, it's been a fantastic weekend, and I think we have a really good match to end it off for you all. University of Florida and University of Texas Dallas have proven themselves as the two best teams in the Southern region, at least of those 16 that entered. And now we are going to find the #1 seed in the regional qualifier for the national land that's going on later this month.
Yep, teams are ready to go as well, and let's go ahead and introduce our lineups very quickly. We'll start off with the University of Texas at Dallas. The Comets we'll start off with very first, and right now your starting five are going to be Louis, Jukebox, Petal, who we saw earlier on the account known as It's Good, so just a heads up for those. Abdallah was the tank, and Derpy was there as well. But other ones, Doyi was in that game earlier as well, so Doyi, Doyi, a name you're going to see here as well.
And Kashir instead of Louis.
Yep, and Kashir instead of Louis. But other than that, the other players, Savior, Tinspire, Bantha Pudu, and Stasis, all on this lineup. A lot of players on for the University of Texas at Dallas, but some of the names you're going to recognize. Petal in the It's Good position, and yeah, basically a lot of switches up for UT at Dallas. We move on over to the Gainesville, Florida team. This is the University of Florida Gators lining up who we just saw, Weirdo, who we just interviewed, Andrew Sawyer, Harmony, Zychronex, Dio, and Shun as well in this game, although some rotations out for the last two. Instead of Dio and Shun, Teslo is in this game as well as Fuchu in for those two. So that was the start for the Florida side, but that is it for their lineups. And right now, as it stands, two very good teams, both winning their matches in a 3-1 fashion, although albeit very differently for the Comets. They did win Ilios. They did not win Circuit Royale, but then would win the last two maps. For Kennesaw State, an entirely different scenario for Florida, an entirely different scenario. Wins on Ilios, wins on Gibraltar, gets a little bit held up on New Queen Street, and finally moves on over to Kings Row and wins that one in convincing fashion, 3-1 as well. So lots to talk about with these teams, but going right in, Ilios is going to be the first map up here between these two teams, and what a series we're going to have here.
It's going to be an incredible series, and priority number one for Florida is going to be figuring out a way to shut down Petal, aka get It's Good, in this first Ilios map. You want to get out early in this one, try and put some pressure onto Petal, make sure that that's whatever he's playing, whether it's a Sojourn, whether it's maybe a Cassidy or a Tracer, loves to play those hit-scan players, super good at them. If you can force him to play a little more passively, make sure you're not just able to run around and do whatever you want on there, put some pressure on that Contenders player, limit how much he has to do, and then force some other players from UTD to try and step up to sort of fill in that void. Petal really took over the game against Columbia International in the semifinals, and you really don't want to see a repeat of that, or else we could be done with this stream a lot earlier than we want.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting, too, because for Florida, they didn't really run that pharmacy combination that we saw with the CIU Rams, and that was taken care of right away by Petal, and most of the game was taken care of by Petal, especially on the DPS side back on Ilios when we saw them on the Ruins afterwards on that Widowmaker, and just making so much impact on Circuit Royale, even though they did lose that map to CIU Rams. So either way right now, it's looking like these two teams are just going to be very evenly matched as we go into this game. And Ilios, again, the map of play. And first off, we're going to go to the Lighthouse. And for right now, for Dallas, you would think with the number one seed, they have the advantage. But Florida, with the way they play aggressively, I feel like this is going to be a lot more even than people realize.
And you're coming right off of a win, right? You have all that adrenaline pumping through you after that win over Kennesaw. You have an opportunity to play against one of the best teams in the country, according to popular opinion. You're coming in hot, you're warm. UTD has been on break for about an hour or so maybe they've cooled off a little bit. So University of Florida, there's an opportunity here to get off with a quick start here over UTD. Synchronax versus It's Good, aka Petal, on the Sojourn. It's going to be a match that I'm watching.
Well, here we go, underway, and the aggressiveness for Florida does not beat out Dallas for right now. Keeps them in the little side room, but now this Genji is right behind them. Teslo is sitting right behind and just waiting for a chance to strike, but with Zychronex hitting Kashir already, Florida's aggressiveness is just going to push the number one seed right against the wall, and in fact, is going to get them a lot of clean fights. This is what happened on Ilios before. Did not see the Lighthouse, but what happened on Ruins, a very aggressive start for Florida, and that's exactly what happens here.
Well done from Zychronex, finding Kashir. That Reaper has a pretty big hitbox for a DPS, so you're able to find that headshot, you're able to take him out. It's actually going to force Kashir onto the Genji very quickly here. So now all of a sudden we've got mirror matchups from both sides. And still, again, we're in this neutral situation. No ults for either side quite yet.
Yeah, and it's not too bad if you're Dallas to switch off very early on either, because you're not losing too much ult percentage, but you are giving Florida a little bit more of an advantage in that case. But Tazbul getting the kill onto Jukebox is a very early part in this fight, because you lose to Lucio, you lose your advantage to try to speed right in the rest of the way, and the aggressiveness from Florida is just going to overwhelm you right now, and that's going to be another fight win for Florida.
37, 38% and counting for Florida, and with 2 fight wins, you have a significant advantage in ult charge, right? Weirdo was about 10% ahead of Abdallah when it comes to that grab ult charge. Zikranax has a pretty decent advantage over Petal. Tesla was pretty good over Kashir. You could potentially get this all the way to 100% on Lighthouse using the snowball from these ults.
Well, Weirdo's going to use the Graviton Surge. Is only going to catch the Zarya of Abdallah here, and that's going to be good enough anyways, because the Coalescence, and look how many assists there are, and you have the Sojourn Disruptor shot in there, and Florida's won 3 straight fights, and this is 1-fight territory already.
Yeah, and you do that with just the grab Coalescence, which means you still have the beat, you still have the blade, you still have the overclock to work with, as long as you can get around this grab from Abdallah, but it does get a couple.
Yeah, Graviton Surge gets 3 in there, and a great sound barrier there to counter as well. And Zikranax is going to activate the overclock, and this is just all but over. Florida's aggressiveness is just too much to handle for Dallas. There is no Coalescence that's going to be used in time. There's no sound barrier that's going to be used in time. Dallas is not going to use a single ultimate here, and that is it. It's a clean 100-0, not a speck of dust on the point coming from Florida.
Wow, that is not how you expect things to go. Based off of the seeding of this tournament to start, you would expect, you know, a lot of people going into this, including me, I think, said, okay, University of Florida, they are very aggressive, they play very quickly as a team, but UTD is surely a different beast. They'll be able to repel it, right? No, UTD is not immune to this either, and they are looking to, they're behind the 8 ball immediately here on Ilios as we move over to Well now. The only change is going to be Doi, who is going to be moving on to the Baptiste instead of the Moira. So a little bit more damage is going to be able to come out of that DPS player, support player, and you're going to be able to hang out a little bit further back to get those healing grenades down on the rest of the team.
And the Ab Matrix through for Sojourn as well. That could hit a lot of shots, especially if Petal is in a great situation to be behind that wall. And now that's a good start for them. Immortality Field is going to be really used well as well, because they were stuck in a situation where they can be in that room, and unless they kill that Immortality Field, they can be aggressive as they want, and that's going to be a fight win for Dallas. So that one Baptiste switch is good enough for them to win their first fight.
Fantastically done from UTD. A nice adjustment from them. Seems to work out in their favor to start off. Jukebox is down, though. It's going to take just a second to respawn and get back into the fight. Lucio does have the speed boost, but Florida, with how quickly they play, might be able to make this a 5v4 anyways.
Well, let's see if it is a 5v4 situation, but right now, still in a 5v5 slot. Petal able to take down Harmony very early on, and that's a big chunk of healing down for the side of the University of Florida. And now with Lucio gone, you have no supports to play whatsoever. So this is the second clean fight in a row, back-to-back wins for the Comets.
And now you start to see the snowball going the other direction, right? Petal is pretty close to that overclock, significantly ahead of Zikranax. You also have a pretty decent lead when it comes to the grab, Abdallah versus Weirdo. Jukebox has a very big lead over Fuchu for that beat as well. So just like I said on the last time, we see the other way around, where we could very easily see a snowball here when the grab comes up and all the other ones.
Oh, Petal dies with the overclock. Not going to be able to use it. There's the Graviton Surge out with 2 people in it. This could be the counterplay here coming out from University of Texas at Dallas. And yes, the Comets will hold on despite losing Petal early on. And this is pretty much approaching 1-fight territory.
Actually a blessing in disguise here for UTD. The fact that Petal goes down early means that the overclock isn't used. You have it now to potentially end out round 2, and who better to put this round in than in the hands of your most experienced player in Petal. You also have both support ultimates, so potentially an Amp Matrix to shoot through with the overclock as well. University of Florida is going to have several ultimates of their own, including the Graph Blade.
Overclock is there. The blade comes out. The blade will swing. The blade will be done for as Petal takes down Tesla. However, the Coalescence is there. That's going to take care of the Immortality field as well as Doye himself. It's still a trade fight, but the point's still in favor of Dallas. Going to be needing to flip it in this favor. And that's a grab to take down the Lucio at the same time. Just got to get this Sojourn off the point, which is taken care of. And a deflected
Oh my
Overclock shot as
gosh,
well.
Kashir.
Oh, Kashir, you can't do that. Oh my gosh. Deflects the Overclock shot. It's still a fight that goes on. Switching on over to the Orisa, Weirdo does. And for right now, the fight continues on. It's still winnable here for Dallas as they bring out the blade. Kashir is knocked away for a little while. The Sound Barrier also coming out simultaneously. That blade's going to get absolutely nothing. And it's good counterplay by Florida there to make sure that they can keep alive. However, Abdallah switching on over to the Wrecking Ball. It's working out in their favor so far. And now it's just the kill feed lining up in blue. Dallas is going to win this fight. It's clean for Dallas. It's 100-0 for Florida, 100-0 for Dallas. We're headed to the ruins.
And it has all come down so far to that first fight, right? The team that wins the first fight on both Lighthouse and Well. Sorry, no, yeah, it was Lighthouse and Well, yeah. The team that won first was able to snowball that first fight win into a 100-0 victory. So I'm really looking at this first fight here when it comes to Ruins to be particularly impactful. Petal currently showing the Widowmaker could very well switch off it in the next 10 seconds, but we saw a ton of value come out of it in that matchup against UCI. And sorry, CIU. And you have a lot of really long sight lines you can take advantage of if you are confident in your aim. Petal is very confident in his aim.
Yeah, both of these teams winning on their control maps, both playing the Ruins. And for Florida, they won the Ruins against Kennesaw State 100-50. It was a clean Ruins for the UTD Comets. Let's see who gets the better of the other. That's a great headshot. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the kill because I think that was on the Zarya there in the meanwhile. But for right now, it's just a Widowmaker fight that gets Petal with a shot. We saw Petal hit these shots earlier back on the Ruins in their match against CIU. It's a good start, but it's still going to be Florida that gets the first flip. And for right now, I mean, they're still pushing him to the brink here. That Genshi's going to try to dive right in, not getting anything either. And that's another good headshot. They might be able to flip this. What a shot from Petal again onto Fuchu. And just because they got 12%, it's back to the Comets.
I mean, the reaction time from Petal is insane. The fact that the Lucio just jumped in his face, no warning at all, was still able to find the shot to kill. That is so good from Petal. So Florida takes the initial point capture. UTD, though, takes the first fight. And Petal's about to have that Empress site available already. You just got to hit one or two more shots, and that's going to be up. You're going to have your positions revealed, and that's the last thing you want to give up to a Widowmaker.
Well, giving up a lot of lines and giving up a lot of space here is this University of Florida team. Dallas is getting some momentum already here. No ultimates online. Abdallah is close to one. Do an ultimate on that grab on Search. Uses it, and that's 4 people in there. The follow-up, though, was the question. They do get one on the follow-up from Kashir, but the rest start to fall in favor of Florida. They're all so low, but Weirdo somehow still stays alive. And Zycrodax hitting 2 of the shots on the railgun, meaning Florida's going to flip this right back.
Abdallah just went in too far. It's as simple as that. Tried to go in for an aggressive grab, but didn't quite get it up in time. By the time the grab came up, and he was able to use it, was already about like at 100 health or so. So now UTD has the Infra site available, but Zikronax finds the railgun shot onto Petal, shuts it down immediately, and UTD is going to go back to the drawing board here. You really want to take a fight of 6.
Yeah, it's not looking good here. The fight's still continuing on, though. The blade used by Tesla, and that's going to come out and get a kill onto Kashir. Does not have the dash reset just yet through the application matrix, though. Doye's going to get the kill, and that's a great application matrix. That's the goal signal if you're Dallas, because now you have Petal back. You've got your shots back in time as well. Weirdo's going to use the Gramcon Surge to make sure that they are kept in check, and in fact, against Jukebox, Zycrodax somehow finds a shot at the Petal through all the chaos there with the overclock, and Florida's going to be able to hold on here, even with the blade out from Kashir. And Fuchu does invest the Sound Barrier into this to make sure they can hold on. And that Dragon Blade basically really going off for nothing.
Such an expensive fight for both teams, using every ultimate they had in their bank just to pretty much stay at the status quo. University of Florida still have control of the point, going to cross the 70% mark. UTD under a lot of pressure to flip it over right here, right now, or else this could be last fight.
It's not too bad, though. They used the Graviton Surge to catch the Wrecking Ball out in turn, out of rotation for them, and that's a good fight win. And this is as close as you're going to get it right now. 59% to 79%. Dallas back in command.
No ults on either side, and here are a couple of swaps here from Florida. The Junker Queen from Weirdo, the Moira from Harmony. So, again, you want to play fast, you want to play aggressive. This is going all in from Florida on these early fights. You gotta get an early pick with the damage from Junker Queen, or else mid to late fight, UTD will have a huge advantage.
They have the overturn clock away, about 25% away. Same thing with the ultimate for the sound barrier as well. Florida really coming up only a halfway to a lot of their ultimate, but could be differential here. No one's going to touch the point. It goes back to Florida. They give them so much space. They respect the space, but in the meantime, Battle's going to go off here with a railgun shot onto Tesla, only 6% away from an overclock. And now if you can keep him up, he's got a chance to make a difference here. Sheer slashes onto Cycronax, and it's still in Florida's favor, but now the overclock is used. Gets 2 shots immediately on the head of Dallas, or from Florida rather, and now just trying to keep them out of point. 5% and rolling. Can they defend this out? 97, 98, 99. No one's going to touch, and it's going to be Dallas that wins the closest game of Ilios. 100-0 in favor of Florida, 100-0 in favor of Dallas, but on the ruins where it mattered in game 3, in map number 3 of Ilios, it's the Comets that win 197 to take the lead in the series.
We were talking before the game started saying, hey, University of Florida, they're a good team. They're a fast-paced team. But the talent on this UT Dallas squad should be enough to win this pretty handedly. There is... That's out the window now, right? With how close that Ilios map was, it is clear that the University of Texas at Dallas is not at all immune to this fast-paced gameplay from Florida. Not even that, but also the players from Florida are at times able to stand up to and even outclass some of the members of the Comets, right? They take some quick fights. They are able to take advantage of some of the mistakes that the UT Dallas Comets make when they get a little too aggressive. They do a fantastic job there at keeping themselves in this game, and even though UTD do end up getting the win, it was by no means an easy fight for the #1 seed.
Yeah, and just such a close game. And you figure that, I mean, it was 100-0 on Florida for Florida to win Lighthouse, and then a 100-0 flip to Dallas. You were going to assume this was going to be close here on Ruins. They were going to fight all out. It's exactly what that was. 100-97 on the Ruins. Couldn't ask for a much closer game there on Ilios. And now you're going to have substitutions. Here's where strategy can come into play, and different map picks as well. Is for University of Texas at Dallas coming into the next map of Escort. They're going to have a switch. Tin Spire going to go in for Doye here, and because it's now Florida's pick, Florida's map pick last time, and they did not have a map pick here in the semifinals from against Kennesaw State. In fact, it was Gibraltar, but from what we know of, the map that has been most popular is Circuit Royale, and that's probably, I mean, our producer is saying it in the back line. Want to take a guess?
I mean, if you're saying it like that, all sarcastically, it might just be the map that we see more often than not. It is going to be the University of Florida's map pick, so I don't know if Circuit Royale is actually the best pick for them, considering how aggressive they like to play all the time. They really would be better going for a Dorado or a Gibraltar based on their play style, but if Circuit Royale is where they want to go, they really are going to have to play face first into a monster whose name is Petal.
Yeah, and that monster of Petal just hitting shots over and over, and you saw that in that last round for Texas Dallas. Again, that huge, we saw the huge reaction time from Petal to get the Lucio, to get the Moira there on the headshot, and even moving on over to that Sojourn as well when it came down to it, hitting the shots left and right there for the Comets. That's such a big play from them. So overall, not a bad series of events to happen for the Comets, but Florida, again, not too bad, but let's take a look at what's happening here inside of the map and what map Florida has chosen. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It is Circuit Royale.
Again, I just don't feel like... I think you're putting a lot of faith in the Zikronex to be able to take these 1v1s with Petal. that is a tough ask for any collegiate hit scan to do, right? It's gonna be really, really tough. You see the double sniper composition come out immediately from UTD, who's gonna be starting off on the defense. Nothing special here. I think they definitely, after that first map, they are respecting University of Florida. They're not going to play any games. They want to try and get this 3-0 and secure themselves as the #1 team in this region. And they're well on their way to doing just that. University of Florida, though, when it comes to, they can still change it up in the next 10 seconds or so. It's a little more of a Florida-ified version of that meta comp, right? The Hanzo Genji will allow them to play a little bit more flexibly, at least a little bit faster. The challenge will be closing the distance on these snipers.
Well, let's see. Petal's been hitting shots all day long. Petal's been hitting shots back on that Circuit Royale game. They didn't complete the map. In fact, they lost the Columbia International 3-2, but I remember a very nice pickoff shot very early on a Genji here. With the Genji playing a little more safer this time around. No shots being hit so far by Petal. In fact, only 7%. And I remember very clearly the ult percentage going up super fast for Petal early on as well. But Abdallah getting a kill onto the Sigma. That's going to be huge, and that's big in trying to close this distance like you were saying. I mean, with the Sigma gone, that's a big close distance. That's a distance that you're not going to have anymore, especially with Weirdo.
And you'd think that with the Genji, Weirdo would have a little bit of extra support close up to try and win this frontline battle with Abdallah, but my goodness, if there's any character that's really popping off right now, it is the Sigma of the Comets, already up to 85% to that Gravity Flux.
Yeah, and there's the shot we were talking about, the headshot onto a Genji looking for a jump shot. They're only going to pot a shot a Baptiste for right now. And Harmony's halfway to a Transcendence for right now, but they're starting to push up just a little bit more. Dallas starting to respect the space that Florida is making. Abdallah does have a Gravitic Flux available. Florida will have the Immortality field to bring out. There's the Gravitic Flux, gets nothing. The Gravitic Flux comes up empty. Everybody's spreading out to make sure that Grav Flux gets absolutely nobody up in the air. And so now an Immortality field isn't even needed for this fight. And now the App Matrix is just going to be brought out here. Cyclonax with the Hanzo Storm Arrows. Ooh. And a great shot from Harmony. Taking down the Widowmaker, and something happens here.
No, Blizzard servers in the finals. Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh.
That is
wow.
That is so unfortunate.
Wow.
Blizzard server closed due to an unexpected error. That is so sad. We got so far, we made it all the way to the last series of the day before something like that happened, but I don't know. I guess we were due. Clutch Key. I mean, what do you even do from an administration standpoint now? Do you just start over?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if we were due, I would have rather taken the sacrifice myself at that point, just to be taken out of Overwatch 2 for the rest of the night, because, wow, that's... this is going to be an interesting thing because, I mean, this is outside of rule sets at this point. This is not one disconnect. This is an entire server going down, and it's going to be a reset entirely. But again, this is up to the teams at this point. I mean, you can't. It's not like at this point you could replay that. It's not like you can get the ultimates back. It's not like you can play the same sequence at the same time too, and you can't give up that space without giving ultimates. I mean, this is an insane situation right now that we have, and it's unexpected and I mean out of our control at this point.
It's just gonna be up to what the teams decide they want to do. You could just decide, hey, you know, we weren't that far in the Circuit Royale. It was just the start of the first attack, so maybe we just try again, go for it again. That being said, the fact that you did see both teams' compositions on that Circuit Royale attack, it does give a little bit more intel. You know what teams are going to be playing most likely. You could try and play around, try and counter it. So in that case, maybe you just roll with another escort map entirely, and see if and just kind of say, okay, Circuit Royale is just kind of done for. We'll go with another escort map. I believe though the teams are deciding we're just going to run it back in Circuit Royale. It wasn't the worst possible situation, because we were pretty early on in the map anyways. But, okay. So the last 5 minutes, you know what? Didn't happen. We are now back at the start of Circuit Royale. Not back at the start of Circuit Royale for the first time. Just wipe the last 5 minutes from your memory.
Yeah, just wipe everything you remember from memory at this point, and just let's redo this again. Let's do this one more time. The retake here, actually, no, this isn't the retake. This is the first attempt, right? This is the first attempt.
First one.
Well, Cygrax making it feel like this is a different attempt here as they get the headshot on to Petal. So right now, a completely different setup for Florida, and it's working out in their favor, and they're just now pushing up even further.
That was perfect. What a well-placed shot from Zikrinax. And you need to be seeing this Hanzo pop off if Florida is going to win this fight. It really is one sniper versus two right now. So finding the pick on the Petal, so big for Florida to establish this Hanzo as a huge threat that both Kashir and Petal are going to have to keep an eye out for.
Well, 3 minutes left to go on the clock. A lot farther than it was before with 3 minutes on the clock for Florida, but trying to push it up. They had the Amp Matrix here before for Dallas, or for I should say for the side of Fuchu, that had that amplification matrix available to them very early on, but not going to be the case this time around. Amplification or Immortality Field having to be invested on both sides right away now. And Inspire getting a kill onto Weirdo was a big pick, and especially when you can take down a Zenyatta as well. And caught him in the Venom Mine trap as well. Tesla goes down with it. This Gravitic Flux is basically used as kind of a security position.
I don't think Abdallah necessarily needed to use the Gravitic Flux. I think that's one that he's wanting back. That being said, UTD is still in a pretty solid situation. Kinspire has a slight advantage over Fuchu when it comes to that Amp Matrix charge. Really, everyone is getting pretty close to their ultimates at this point. Things are going to start popping off really fast. Both Dragon Strikes are going to be coming up in just a moment. Petal is pretty close to the Infra site, and this is the start of it all. The Amp Matrix from Tinspire is out.
So the Amp Matrix is out, the Dragon Strike down the middle of the lane as well, and that's going to actually zone out Abdallah at the same point. Abdallah goes so low, and in fact, the Immortality Field is going to be basically for nothing. Dragon Strike now down the middle as well. That Immortality Field having to come out early from Fuchu, but it's still a headshot from Petal, and Petal still hitting shots. Petal not even needing the headshots to win this fight, using the regular secondary fire, and it's still working out in the favor for the University of Texas at Dallas. That's a great defensive hold.
That was just so clutch from Petal. You just hit the shots. That's what you do as Widowmaker, and if you're hitting shots, there isn't a ton that the University of Florida can do about it. You don't have a Widowmaker on the other side to challenge it. And even though it was a fantastic Dragon Strike from Zikrinax to split up the UTD squad, it is still held at point A for the Comet with only a minute left on the clock. But the Blade from Teslo is ready. He's had a lot of success with it so far this series.
Well, the Blade, well, maybe coming out soon enough, maybe leading into Wind Transcendence. What a shot between the Carter. Oh my gosh. Petal is insane. I mean, Petal just hitting the most insane shots right now onto this team, and really Florida really having no answer for it. In the meanwhile, Tesla does hold on to the Blade, but with 30 seconds left to go, not much else left to do for Florida here.
It was so quick, though, for UTD to win that fight. It means that University of Florida are going to get one more attempt here, and they are going to still have the, just like before, the Transcendence, the Blade available. And Petal actually used the Infra Sight in that fight, so you're really just looking at the Gravitic Flux from Abdallah, and that's it. You have the Transcendence available to counter that.
Well, 10 seconds left to go. Somebody's got to touch the point here in order to force the overtime clock to start right now, and that will be Weirdo that does, and maybe the Blade as well, but the Transcendence already used, and Weirdo does go down early along with Tesla, so looking very good for the side of Dallas here, who's just going to run rampant. The only person left to go is this Ana. Overtime clock runs out, and a full hold here in take two for Dallas. 92.79 meters for Dallas to take a match point lead.
Beautifully done there from UTD. There were a couple opportunities from Florida to try and push past point A, but when they needed him most, Petal came through with some clutch headshots to shut down the Florida advances. So it is a full hold for University of Texas at Dallas, and now just 92 meters separating them from match point, series point, championship point.
So not too far for them to push. In fact, then I don't think it was right at that finish line anyways. It was only around the first turn that they got to. But for right now, you were talking about the long sights that they had for Dallas. And with Petal on that Widowmaker just hitting all the shots, Kashir at the same time, at the same token, hitting their shots on this Hanzo as well. Dallas has a pretty good combination on the DPS end.
It's an amazing combination. I would say it's probably one of UTD's greatest strengths is this DPS combination. And this double sniper comp that they are showing right now has been so effective so far. University of Florida, though, they are going to stick on to these Genji comps. They are going to continue trying to play up close, try and make those snipers uncomfortable, force them to hit up-close headshots in order to dissuade the Genji, which is very, very difficult to do. It's actually a Genji Sombra composition for Florida, I'm sorry. So that is them doubling down. They are playing up close and personal.
Yeah, and you can see Petal looking in that side room. They know where they are right away, trying to hold them off as long as possible, trying to keep them from getting any position on this payload right now, especially when you have the Hanzo and maybe even the Sigma trying to catch them off guard for right now. But they're all going to go swarm all over the point. Doesn't matter, though, because here with the Storm Hour is going to catch Synchronax even before they can move into the side room. Florida does trade that out for Baptiste and an Immortality Field to the Zenyatta. So much in trouble here, but again, it's a trade fight and a good shot by Petal again, and that's going to allow this payload to move.
It's so tough for University of Florida. If you're not able to get an early pickoff with that initial aggression, with that Lucio speed boost, with the Sombra hack, there's just nothing that you're going to be able to do because you're now swapping onto the Torb. Again, I said this before, a bit of Sombra deterrent there, trying to get that Torb turret set up, so whenever Zikronax ends up decloaking, it's going to immediately have a Torb turret targeting him. As you are now halfway through, one more fight. Oh my gosh, one more fight win from the Comets might just put this one out of reach.
Well, the Venomine is technically what gets the final blow there, but nonetheless hits a shot onto the Sombra in the back line. Down to the final 40 meters left to go. Grid Flux is going to go up. There's going to be a bubble for that Zarya, but it's not going to come down without a price to pay, and it is Petal that hits 2 more shots, and you're down to the final 25 meters. I don't know if Florida's going to come up with a coalescence, but that might be it.
It really is just a coalescence that they're going to have to try and use to recontest here. Teslo goes down immediately, so you're already down to a 4v5 situation, but the clutch does come through.
Half a meter left to go before this round is over, and they get off the point. I mean, your only chance was the Wrecking Ball. They get off the point, and it was that. I mean, that's going to do it. Even with the reset there, it is Texas of Dallas that's going to be able to win on Circuit Royale by a final official scoreline of 1-0. But one wonders what could have been had that reset not happened for Florida. But in the end, the teams did agree on this, and it's going to be a 2-0 lead here for the Comets.
What do you mean? It didn't happen. This was the only time we played Circuit Royale.
Oh, true. Sorry about that. Yeah, my fault. Miscounted.
Blizzard indie company. You know, the servers happen. You know, I've been making fun of them all weekend. I do want to give props to Blizzard for making so much progress on the server stability. This game was almost unplayable when it first came out. Now that's a week later. It's in a fairly stable state. I would say about as stable as Overwatch 1 was. Overwatch 1 was also prone to server crashes, so it happens. It's unfortunate. You hate to see it, but it's just all about figuring out how to take that on the chin, move on, and continue forward. And UTD does a fantastic job of that. They go up 2-0, and if they can win this push map, they will be the champions of the CECC South region.
Yeah, and push reset here for the side of Florida, who's going to have map pick again. It's either going to be New Queen Street or Coliseo. We've only seen Coliseo 2 times throughout the weekend here, at least
It'll
on our
probably
stream.
be New Queen Street.
It'll probably be New Queen Street, yeah.
It would be really cool if we ended on Coliseo. Why did I say ended? I'm like assuming it's going to be a 3-0. I shouldn't be assuming that. If there's anything this weekend, I should not just assume anything. There's anything could happen at this point in the series. But we should be seeing Florida go in for this New Queen Street again. And as we have seen, we do see Ochre coming in for Weirdo on the substitution. That is the Orisa player that came in on New Queen Street in the last series against Kennesaw. So I have to imagine Florida's going New Queen Street again.
Yeah, and that Orisa was very well done by the side of Florida, except for the fact that Florida did get beat by Kennesaw State there on New Queen Street. So here we go into the map, and it will not be New Queen Street. This will be Coliseo instead. So the Orisa may get pulled out by Orca, but this is Coliseo instead.
That is quite interesting. University of Florida going to throw a curveball in the face of UTD. to end off this series. And again, I think Okra does have a little bit of an advantage here on this Orisa. If you're able to hit those javelins, there's a lot of little walls that you can hit them into and do a ton of damage, a ton of stuns. This has been a really interesting pocket pick that Florida likes to put up from time to time. We've seen some success. We've seen some not so success. With their backs against the wall down 0-2, this gamble has got to come up Florida's way.
Yeah, and it's a gamble, but it's got to pay off here. Remember, with Orca back in, like we said, back on New Queen Street, Kennesaw State wasn't want to beat Florida on push to keep themselves alive. Florida now on the brink, though, needing to win this map to stay alive themselves against the University of Texas at Dallas here in the championship round. But so far, so good. Texas-Dallas right now. Abdallah's already 28% to an ultimate, and really the comments are building it up ultimate faster. And in fact, the picks are falling their way as well, as Petal gets one, and Abdallah's got two already. I mean, 2 each for Abdallah, 2 each for Petal. Abdallah's just going to get the team wipe here, and it's TW1 on the move for Dallas.
I love the Orisa play just because I love the way that Orisa's rework came through. She's such a fun character. I love the University of Florida is trying to make it work, but if you can't find some initial value out of those javelins, out of the javelin spin as well, Zarya is just so much more of a consistent tank hero. It's going to find a much more value, especially when that laser gets charged up. Abdallah proves that already almost 75% to a grab.
Yeah, and giving up a lot of space as well. That robot's almost there to the forward spawn point, but they're going to be giving it up. They're flipping right back to the side of Florida, who's going to get their first robot movement. However, they're probably not going to get any meter range out of that with that Zykernax going down on their hands. However, it's a trade fight, and right now, it's in the hands of Dallas that's winning it. For right now, the Javelin does find a pick onto Petal, but it's time invested before Ochre goes down, and it's going to be more meters coming up for the team in blue.
I think Jukebox may have overinvested just a teeny little bit there. I know it was a little bit of a trade fight. You want to make sure that you could keep the bot moving. Winning the second fight after you win the first is so crucial, because now UTD find themselves with about 60 meters in their time bank before it does flip back around, and now they still have 4 ultimates to use. So the ult bank hasn't actually taken that much damage.
Well, Kashir slashes right in, will dash right into Tesla with that nano boost. Does get the dash reset, and does get another dash reset as well after an elimination onto Orca by the Bionate, and this is going to work out in their favor. But Harmony now using the Coalescence to either help out and heal, and the Graviton Surge is there as well. Cannot keep Zykernax in. In fact, gets sucked in by the Graviton Surge themselves, and this is going to be another fight win for the Comets, and they're probably going to get forward spawn here.
Yeah, forward spawns now, which is going to allow them to continue pushing in aggressively. But UTD did use a lot of ultimates in that fight to secure those forward spawns. Florida are going to be coming into this with almost 4 ultimates, and the overclock is there from Zykernax, has already found one.
Yeah, Zykernax already finds one with the overclock, looking for a second one here, and Zarya causing a lot of problems. Javelin spin by Orca is going to keep them in, and Petal's going to try to make a difference here with the overclock as well, getting the Lucio on top of them, and then Lucio probably goes down here by the hands of Petal as well, so it's a trade-off, but the overclock, more value comes out of Zykernax there, and Florida's going to get the bot moving in their favor now.
Yeah, they're going to get it back towards the center of the map, but because of those forward spawns, Dallas are going to be right back into this fight. And oh my gosh, Petal with a crazy railgun shot, taking out Zykernax, and Dallas might just be able to get it right back in their favor.
Yeah, and Petal's hitting shots left and right with this soldier and gets down Harmony in the process, and Kashir going to help out. The final blow on to Orca, and right now this is looking all sorts of good for Dallas. They're going to be able to get forward spawn back, and they're going to be able to progress a little bit further as well.
Florida still with the ultimate advantage, though. Texas-Dallas really have no choice but to play dry with no ultimates at all. You have the Blade from Tesla, you have the Terra Surge from Orca as well, and it's a 1-to-1 trade as UTD gets pushed towards spawn.
Yeah, there's the Blade coming out for Tesla. Gets 1, gets 2, and that should be enough to stall the push for right now. The only person left to go on this robot is this Ana, who might just get staggered out in the process. And, I mean, that's not a bad stagger for you, but that's still forward spawn. And somebody's still pushing the robot in the meantime.
Yeah, as soon as Jukebox understood that there was no way UT Dallas was winning that fight, he goes, okay, I'm just going to continue pushing the bot as much as I can. Is able to get almost 90 meters before Florida has even gotten 1. And it took the Blade to do it. You have the Terra Surge and the Coalescence, though.
You have the Terror Search pulling in Abdallah for a little while there, but Abdallah trying to make a difference here with the Nano Boost from Inspire. Unfortunately, this Nano Boost is going to be basically for nothing here. Spawn moves back forward into the midfield, and now it's going to be finally meters for the Gators.
Yeah, they finally start getting some progress going, but it took everything they had in their ult bank to do it. The overclock is pretty close for Sojourn, but it's really gonna be playing into an overclock from Petal. You got the blade from Kashir as well. It really is advantage Dallas in a situation where you really need this fight win for Florida to try and close the distance with 5 minutes left.
Oh, here's the dash in from Kashir that's going to try to get anything going with the slat. Does get the reset, and both of the DPS outs are out for the Comets, which get a total of 3 picks so far, and that's going to get a total of all 5 people down, a team wipe for the Comets, and they are going to advance this spot and most likely get that forward spawn back in their favor.
There will probably be another fight before those forward spawns get unlocked again. But we're back in this dry fight situation, and UTD can really just play defense, right? All you got to do is prevent Florida from getting about 50 meters in the next 4 minutes, and you're the champions.
Well, here comes the overclock out from Zychronax. That's going to take down Jukebox, and in the meantime, yeah, forward spawn isn't capped at that point. No, it is. In fact, the robot just reached forward spawn before they got it, so despite the trades that are happening right now, that forward spawn is just going to help them out, and the Graviton Surge invested here with the sound barrier, and I mean, it forces out the sound barrier, so I mean, for Apollo, that's not bad.
Yeah, honestly, I was questioning the grab, but the fact that Fuchu has to use the beat in order to survive, that means that UTD, that's the major defensive ultimate that UTD doesn't have to deal with anymore for what is going to be pretty much a dry recontest. Both sides are going to have Coalescence, that's about it.
Well, Coalescence is out first for Harmony, see if this gets anything really, and this is a high sense for Harmony to go on with the Coalescence, but doesn't find anything kill-wise on the feed. But here comes Orca right around the edge, and Abdallah now trying to get the picks here. Tinspire has the Coalescence to use. Decides not to use it for right now. In fact, holding on to it because of that early Sojourn pick, and may want to use it in a little while, but no, holds on to it because they know that they've got a fight win here with only Orca left to go. Now it's a lot of people inside of that Terror Surge, but doesn't find a single kill, and now Inspire will use the Coalescence, the sound barrier used as well, the blade used. So Dallas uses 3 ults, but in the end gives them the fight win.
And again, UTD, you really don't have to play, you may have overinvested there, but the fact that you keep Florida from getting any significant progress on the bot, that is the overall goal here. Use 2.5 minutes left for Florida. Very limited amount of time to make up what is now going to be over 60 meters worth of progress from UT Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas is just running the floor right now. Here, Tesla has the blade available, decides not to use it for now because they've already staved them off, but a 60-meter differential right now. That bot's not even moving back to mid-ground, which means if you lost somebody, I mean, it's still going to be forward spawn for Dallas. You're liking the fight you're taking here. And the Graviton Surge big as well. 2 inside of that Graviton Surge, and that's big for Dallas if they want to take this back. Abdallah's got 2, and Tesla's got 2 in the back line as well. Tesla has a blade to use. Is going to get a 3rd with the help of the sound barrier out as well. This is all Tesla's fight to win, and in fact, it is Florida that's going to fight it back on Tesla's blade.
But again, that's a massive ultimate that Florida is now no longer going to have the ability to use when it gets to the point where they actually have to start making progress on this bot. They do have the Coalescence, they're going to have the overclock as well, but University of Texas at Dallas actually don't really have anything. They just gotta have to weather the storm.
Yeah, they do weather the storm for right now. The Coalescence is used, but nobody's pushing the robot right now. They're all playing for the fight, but now finally somebody does push it, and now it's within 50 meters for the win, or for the lead here, I should say. And right now, Florida's putting on pretty much a good show in the fight, and what you expect out of a 2 ultimate to nothing advantage. So they will get forward spawns, but it's still 35 meters to basically take the lead here, or 33 meters here to take the lead. It's going to be pretty much a tall task for them in the last minute.
And yeah, with a minute left on the clock, this is really University of Florida's last chance to try and take the lead. The grab comes out very early, and it does get several kills. This is an opportunity for Florida now with a fight win here. They're going to really close the distance now. Abdallah, though.
Abdallah gets 3 in that situation, does go down in the process though, so it's a 5v5 here between the Genji and the Lucio. They do get a little bit of card push here, but the Lucio not resetting with 75 meters. I mean, you're not going to get a reset here. It's going to be Orca trying to stay alive with 22%. The robot does move. Orca finds a way to stay alive, and now final 15 seconds. This is going to be close.
Kashir has the blade, Petal has the overclock, University of Florida, Fuchu is going to have the beat, but you can only block one of those ults with the beat, and not if Kashir gets on you immediately. Fuchu down, Harmony down, Zikronax down! Kashir has just ended the series and the tournament.
Kashir with 4K on the blade sends Dallas with the cup home, and they will win the championship here for the South Open qualifier. An intense match coming up as a sweep. In the end, it hands over to the Comets. The Comets win it all here in the South. 2 days of action landing up as Dallas victors here in the CECC South, and what a wonderful performance. Tesla with play of the game, by the way, coming out from Florida, but that does not matter. It doesn't matter if you doesn't happen if you get the W in the end. So for right now, the win being handed over to UTD in a sweep series for the championship, 3-0. Well, what a series overall. I mean, Florida had their highlights here and there. It was super close on the it was super close on Ilios with that 197 final on the Ruins, and then even Coliseo was coming up in the final fights at the end there as well, but not enough as Texas of Dallas coming with the victory overall.
And this UT Dallas team, I think, came in with a couple of questions. Would they be as successful in Overwatch 2 as they were in Overwatch 1? In this 5v5 environment, they had seemed to have a couple of troubles as we reached the end of Overwatch 1, but now they're right back on track, not just winning the CECC South Open qualifier, but doing it with style. A 3-1 in the semifinals, a 3-0 in the grand finals. University of Texas Dallas are the best team in the Southern region.
Yeah, and the best team the best team joining alongside the team of Fisher, who won the East side. So Fisher and the UTD Comets, overall, you're champions of the East and the South qualifiers. And we're gonna find out as well some of the third place games as we get an interview coming in very soon from the side of the University of Texas at Dallas here. But before that, we will take a short break. When we come back, we will get an interview coming up from the University of Texas at Dallas. The Comets on the other side of the break, and Comets are your champions. We'll be right back. What happened on Ruins, a very aggressive start. This aggressiveness is just too much to handle for Dallas. There is no coalescence that's going to be used in time. There's no sub area that's going to be used in time. Dallas is not going to use a single ultimate here, and that is it. It's a clean 100-0, not a speck of dust on the point coming from Florida.
Here, when the grab comes up and all the other ones.
Oh, Petal dies with the overclock. Not going to be able to use it. There's the Graviton Surge out with 2 people in it. This could be the counterplay here coming out from University of Texas at Dallas. And yes, the Comets will hold on despite Coalescence is there. That's going to take care of the Immortality field as well as Doye himself. It's still a trade fight, but the point's still in favor of Dallas. Going to be needing to flip it in his favor. And that's a grab to take down the Lucio at the same time. Just got to get this Sojourn off the point, which is pushing him to the brink here. That Genshi's going to try to dive right in, not getting anything either. And that's another good headshot. They might be able to flip this. What a shot from back. You've got your shot back in time as well. Weirdo's going to use the Graviton Surge to make sure that they are kept in check. And in fact, against Jukebox,
70% mark. UTD under a lot of pressure to flip it over right here, right now, or else this could be last fight.
It's not too bad, though. They used the Graviton Surge to catch the Wrecking Ball out in turn, out of rotation for them, and that's a good fight win. And this is as close as you're going to get it right now. 50 space, but in the meantime, Battle's going to go off here with a railgun shot onto Tesla, only 6% away from an overclock. And now if you can keep him up, he's got a chance to make a difference here. Kashir slashes onto Cytronax, and it's still in Florida's favor, but now the overclock is used. Gets 2 shots immediately on
popping off right now. It is the Sigma of the Comets, already up to 85% to that Gravity Flux.
From Petal, and Petal still hitting shots. Petal not even needing the headshots to win this fight, using the regular secondary fire, and it's still working out in the favor for the University of Texas at Dallas. That's a great defensive hold.
That was just so
late as well, but the Transcendence already used, and Weirdo does go down early along with Tesla, so looking very good for the side of Dallas here. who's just going to run rampant. The only person left to go is this Ana. Overtime clock runs out, and a full hold here in take 2 for Dallas. A trade fight and a good shot by Petal again, and that's going to allow this payload to move.
It's so tough for Universe. Watch just come through.
Half a meter left to go before this round is over, and they get off the point. I mean, your only chance was the Wrecking Ball. They get already 28% to an ultimate, and really the Comets are building it up ultimate faster, and in fact, the picks are falling their way as well as Petal gets 1, and Abdallah's got 2 already. I mean, 2 each for Abdallah, 2 each for Petal. Abdallah's just going to get the team wipe here, and it's TW1 on the move for Dallas. However, they're probably not going to get any meter range out of that with that Snipernax going down on their hands. However, it's a trade fight, and right now it's in the hands of Dallas that's winning it for right now. The Javelin does find a pick onto Petal, but it's Summer invested before Oker goes to heal, and the Graviton Surge is there as well. Cannot keep Zacronax in. In fact, gets sucked in by the Graviton Surge themselves, and this is going to be another fight win for the Comets. Hitting shots left and right with this Soldier and gets down Harmony in the process, and Kashir going to help out. The final blow on to Orca, and right now this is looking all sorts of good for Dallas. They're going to be able to get forward spawn back, and they're going to be able to progress a little bit further as well.
This fight went for Florida to try and close the distance with 5 minutes left.
Here's the dash in from Kashir that's going to try to get anything going with the slash. Does get the reset, and both of the DPS outs are out for the Comets, which get a total of 3 picks so far, and that's going to get them out. And the Graviton Surge invested here with the sound barrier, and I mean, it forces out the sound barrier, so I mean, for Apollo, that's not bad. For right now, in fact, holding on to it because of that early Sojourn pick, and may want to use it in a little while, but no, holds on to it because they know that they've got a fight win here with only Orca left to go. Now it's a lot of people inside of that Terror Surge, but doesn't find a single kill, and now it's Inspire will use the Coalescence. Dallas, you're liking the fight you're taking here, and the Graviton Surge big as well. 2 inside of that Graviton Surge, and that's big for Dallas if they want to take this back. And Dallas got 2, and Tesla's got 2 in the back line as well. Tesla has a blade to use. Is going to get a 3rd with the help of the sound barrier out as well. This is all
kills. This is an opportunity for Florida now with a fight win here. They're going to really close the distance now. Abdallah, though, of those ults with the beat, and not if Kashir gets on you immediately. Fuchu down, Harmony down, Zikronax down.
In fact, it's going to get them a lot of clean fights. This is what happened on Ilios before. Did not see the Lighthouse, but what happened on Ruin, a very aggressive start. This aggressiveness is just too much to handle for Dallas. There is no Coalescence that's going to be used in time. There's no sound barrier that's going to be used in time. Dallas is not going to use a single ultimate here, and that is it. It's a clean 100-0, not a speck of dust on the point coming from Florida.
Here, when the grab comes up and all the other ones.
Oh, Petal dies with the overclock. Not going to be able to use it. There's the Graviton Surge out. Welcome back, everybody, inside here for the CECC South Qualifiers. Clutchy and dividing here, and the University of Texas at Dallas Comets are your champions, and we're joined by one of the members of that group. In fact, the Zarya of that group that you saw on that last map of Coliseo. We welcome in Abdallah into the broadcast booth, and Abdallah, you got a great win for you guys and your teammates all there at the University of Texas at Dallas. Yeah, and so a great win for you guys, a 3-0 sweep over Florida. And how does it feel to be the top team in the South right now?
It's just, this is the usual. We're always on top. We're always winning. It's nothing out of the regular,
Yeah, definitely seemed like that with how confident you guys have played today. You, as a newcomer to the University of Texas Dallas program this year, what has it been like to enter this team environment and get acquainted with everyone, play with them all for the first time?
I love everyone on the team. I feel like that's a reason why we might be better than some other teams who you might think would be better than us. We're all like a family, and we just kind of have fun. As you guys can see, we have a lot of fun in game, right? And we have a lot of fun out of game too. So it's not just in game. So we're very bonded. So I think that it's been very welcoming. So yeah.
I'm glad to hear it. From your perspective, it's been going very, very well. Over the entire weekend, we have had, of course, a lot of games you guys have played. It was like an 8-hour day for y'all yesterday of just straight Overwatch. So, from your opinion, someone just rage quit.
Yeah.
When it came to that looking back at the entire weekend, what was your favorite game?
Well, I wasn't there yesterday. I just came for when I get hard. I'm the secret weapon, right?
Of course.
But I guess the favorite game was this one because the other one we just played versus like a fair team and they were really boring to play against. So I would just say this one.
Hey, fair enough. Well, you guys now looking forward, you move ahead towards the regional qualifier that's going to be happening later on this month. The top 8 teams from this qualifier move on to that qualifier. You guys have secured the top seed in that. So from a scale, like, give me like a percentage chance. How confident are you guys that you're going to be able to take first place in that qualifier as well and secure a spot in the Atlanta? Well, I don't know if it's Atlanta, but the national land that's going to be happening in the spring.
It's 100%. Don't even watch the matches. We're gonna win. Like we'll be there. Don't even worry about it.
And the confidence that sparks from Abdallah, very huge right now. You got you got your teammates in the background over there, and is there they were shaking your head. They were not shaking your heads. There's so much going on right now. Shaking their heads, nodding, and they're so excited for
They're
you.
so
What's
excited,
it like?
yeah.
Yeah, and what's it like? I mean, there was a couple of years obviously where you weren't able to play all together. Now you're able to play in the same space, playing all together, being able to communicate as a team, and now as champions of the South here in the qualifier. How much does this team mean to you right now and moving forward, bringing it all together in the end for trying to go for a national title?
I mean, so I just got here, but a lot of the people have been here for a while. Like Garrett has been here, or Jukebox, as you guys know him. He's been here for like 4 years. Koshier's second year. But I just got here, and it's been, it's a blast playing with everyone here. So I'm excited to play at the LAN. I mean, hopefully there's a LAN. I don't know where it's going to be. We'll figure that out. But yeah, very excited for the future.
Yeah, and we thank you for your time. And there's I can tell the two guys behind you in the chairs are looking like bodyguards, and they look like
Yeah, they're my bodyguards.
they're your bodyguards, and it looks like they want to take you away for something here. So we'll let you go back to the car outside that the bodyguards will lead you to. But
Yeah,
Abdallah, thank you very much.
My Maybach's outside. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your time, and congratulations to your team.
Thank you guys. Have a good day.
You too. Have
Same
a good
to
one.
you.
And that is Abdallah from the University of Texas at Dallas. And wrapping it up here, what a day overall. I mean, 2 days of Overwatch action, and we have the Dallas Comets that are going to win for the South, and Fisher before with a win as well on the East side. And before we wrap up here, I mean, your thoughts on just 2 great days of Overwatch 2 action?
Oh man, it has been 2 long days of Overwatch action. I want to say, let's see, we were live for about 11 hours yesterday on day 1. Today was a little bit shorter, but still starting at 10, going to 6, still 8 hours. That's 19 total hours of live stream time this weekend, full of collegiate Overwatch 2 action. Some of the first collegiate Overwatch 2 action that we have ever gotten. And it has been insane to be able to spend it with you, Clutch Key. Shout out to you and your vocal cords for not just dying. I have no idea how you do it. Also, shout out to our production team, our producer K-Tad, our observer Cool Scoots. They have also been with us the entire time, bringing us some high quality production value and observing throughout the entire tournament. You guys are awesome. And of course, shout out to our winners, Fisher Esports in the East and UT Dallas in the South, both of which are going to be the heavy favorites in the regional qualifiers. For the South, that's going to be online, and then for the East, we're going to be in person at Rutgers University. So that is going to be a really fun event to look forward to early next month.
Yeah, so an overall a great experience. 19 hours of Overwatch done, and again, thank you to you as well. Again, I'm not too sure how that big brain fits in that head of yours, but you've been perfect all session long, all 19 hours.
Thank
so
you.
Again, my friend, thank you very much for your time, and thank you again to all of our production crew as well as Esports U and CSMG. The CECC South, CECC East is all done with, but to wrap us up, why not send it back to the host man, the hype man himself, Poly Hype. Take it away.
So much, Clutch Key and Dividing, for your amazing commentary. That's going to do it for the Overwatch 2 portion of the South Regional Online Qualifier. This has been an amazing showcase of talent here for the first weekend of Overwatch 2. Like always, congratulations to UT Dallas as they have punched their ticket. They won the online qualifier. We'll see them in the next portion of the tournament. That's going to do it for everyone here at Esports U and CSMG, U.S. Army, as well as Army ROTC. Thank you so much for being sponsors of this event. I'm Paulie Hype, and we'll see you next time right here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup.
Cracking.